Another day, chat. Another VTuber drama. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Subathon day 169. Nice. Nice, chat. Nice. That's right. We made it 169. Nice. Nice, guys. Nice. Well, thank you so much. Chat, don't forget to bully Elara with aggressive action. No, we got the timer down. We got the timer down to 9 hours, guys. Don't bully me. We're good. Let somebody take home the $1,000, okay? Somebody wants that money, just let them have it. We can call it a day. It'll all be good, chat. It'll all be good. What's up, everybody? How are you? Good morning. Hi, Lydia. How are you? Can we get a shout out for fellow news tuber? Lydia, please. Lydia's so based. Please give her lots of love. We love Lydia very, very much around here. But today, chat, we got to talk about some recent allegations that have been made against Dokibird. That is a chat. Now, I've covered this particular person in the past. Not Doki. I'm talking about Cat Liente. Now, what I want to say this very upfront, immediately. Every instance that we've looked into Cat's coverage has not been the best, chat. It's really not been the best, but I want to go to this as objective as possible. I want to give it a chance, and if it's proved wrong, then it's proved wrong, right, chat? But to kind of summarize what is going on right now, basically what's going on with Dokibird is Cat came out with this video that essentially was calling out Dokibird about not properly taking care of a charity thing that she did with a PC case, where allegedly in Cat's coverage, Doki had not taken care of this situation, had not properly paid out the creator of the PC case, so on and so forth. So the video is actually titled, "Mismanagement of Doki's PC Auction Led an Artist On for Over a Year." So we are going to be taking a look at that particular video. Dokibird did decide to respond. Yeah, you know, I've actually talked to her before, Shadow. You know, there's a couple things in her documents that she just straight up got wrong. So I tried to point that out to her. She didn't really care for the feedback, so you know what can you do, right? But yes, this is Cat Liente. Now, guys, I'm gonna warn you. Today is gonna be all about Dokibird. I'm not gonna be covering anything else. This video that we're gonna look at is quite long, so.
And Julius Caesar walked into a bar. He came, he saw, he conquered.
How often are dogs dropped in the VTuber community? You know, Fuzz Dog, I feel like VTubers really love Google Docs. Google Docs are like, I don't know, quintessential to the VTuber community. They love them so much. Anytime there's an issue, they're like, drop the Google Doc, you know? So no how love this. I mean, I know other news besides what we're going to talk about with Dokibird. Yo, Elder Dragon, thank you for a tier 3 fucking sub. Holy shit. Tier 3 sub incoming, chat. Can we hit some celebrations? That is absolutely insane. Thank you so much. You get a dancing Scully. Thank you so much for yours. Holy shit. We're exploding out here. Hi, Laura, how are you feeling? I'm doing good. Look, I lost all feeling around day 100. On Subathon day 169, I'm doing pretty good. How about you? Why are we wheel spinning? Get the fuck out of here. We're not wheel spinning right now.
Also, boot up, clap, and Gigamus Maximus.
What? Thank you for the 200 bits and 100. Oh my god! What did the egg say to the boiling water? I don't know if I could get more. I just got late this morning. Walk, never repeat that in my presence ever again. Ever again. Never repeat that joke around me, around my family, around my friends, around my dog. I never want to hear that again. You know you like them dad jokes. I do, but I've never heard that one. That was fucking ridiculous. Oh my god. But first up, guys, before we take a look at everything, how are you guys this morning? Thank you so much for the hype train. I'll tell you what, chat, here we are. It's been a while, and I know that my mods are gonna tell me no, but guess what? Fuck the mods. If we reach a level 20 hype train today, chat, I'm going to offer you something I've never offered before, chat. I am going to go Mega Plus Ultra. I am going to go beyond. If we hit a level 20 hype train, I will add 48 hours to the subathon timer. And then I might probably coom after that because I'll be really excited. But 48 hours if we hit a level 20 hype train. Alright, chat. I got nothing else for you. This is all I can offer to you today. This is all I can offer you today. You read the Doki document good. I have read it twice. Actually, 3 times. Thrice? Is that how you say that? I read it thrice. I don't know. Anyway, I read it 3 times. I looked into a little bit of cat stuff. However, I've not watched the full thing. I've only watched probably about a quarter of it. So I'm going to be watching it with you guys. We're going to react to it. We're going to dive into it. I'm going to be keeping notes because we're definitely going to need some notes on this one. It's going to be a pretty big one. Price is the correct word. Okay, well, I'm stupid, so, you know, I don't know where. What is with my face? What did you do to my face? Who dropped a dog now? Well, Dokibird actually had to drop a document to defend herself about stuff that's going on. So, Shadow Dragon, thank you for the bits as well. Appreciate you guys so much for the level 3 hype train. That's crazy. Like, these 2 months have been absolutely nuts in all of VTubing. I mean, we've seen all the stuff going on with HoloLive. We've seen all the stuff going on, of course, with Cinder. Now we have this stuff as well. It's just like, it's fucking nuts. But Doki has already been through so much. I don't want to be biased about my coverage at all because I do want to try to look at this as fair as possibly. But my issue is that, number one, knowing Doki and her reputation, it's always been really, really good, right? Doki has always been a very upstanding, moral, great person who supported artists, supported lots of other VTubers. She has a really good reputation, right? And then we kind of look at Kat. Kat does not have a really good reputation. Is misreported on multiple things, right? He is not provided all the information. She's never corrected herself. She's never apologized if she's fucked up. So, like, I feel like those things are kind of important to weigh. But I do want to look into it, give it a fair chance, despite her history. So, a cat is adding fuel to the fire. She needs a long vacation for the internet. Well, we'll see, Daniel. I mean, apparently this document was made by her. So, again, it's all on her at the end of the day, right? So, VTubers is no different than high school with the amount of unnecessary drama and it's well, here's the issue with VTubing. Or at least the drama that's on social media, right? The issue with VTubing is everybody tries to, like, be the purest, best person possible, and they will virtue signal or put other people down to be that, essentially. They want to do everything they can to try and put other people down to seem like they are better than them, if that makes sense. It sounds like she tried it was met with silence. I mean, I don't know, Angel. If you look at the responses and a lot of this stuff, a lot of people really, really were quite supportive about it. So, virtue signaling is so incredibly stupid. I mean, sometimes it does need to happen, right? Like, I don't know if virtue signaling, like, back definition, but to me, it's like, essentially, like, sometimes you do need to call out bad behavior, right? That's totally fine. But other times, it's just like, it's not always needed. So, I don't really know what exactly happens sometimes with people and why they do this stuff, but we'll get to it, chat. We'll dive into all of it. So, thank you so much for the level 3 hype train. Appreciate all you guys. Thank you so much and all your support for the Subathon. I think somebody's gonna be winning that $1,000 here pretty soon. Yeah, but what I mean is when I see it, it's almost exclusively performative. Does that make sense? What do you mean? I don't think I understand that at all. Yeah, she's basically being accused of not making things right by an artist, pocketing donation money, stuff like that. So, again, I'm going to let Kat speak about her video, stuff like that. We'll look at Dokibird's response. And, of course, we'll look at everybody else's responses and what everybody else has to say about this situation. Because I feel like that is still pretty important, all things considered. So when I see it on social media in the VTuber sphere, it's usually performative. What does that mean? I'm stupid. Yeah, I don't. What does that mean? I'm doing good, Lazy. How are you? I'm a little wary to dive into this because it's a very serious thing to cover, right? Very, very serious thing to cover. So we're certainly gonna need to make sure we break it down. I'm gonna be keeping notes. I'm gonna write these all down. I'm gonna be making a video on this, but I'm not gonna cut stream. I'm actually gonna go back and do, oh my god, a pre-recorded video during the subathon. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing pre-recorded video talking about this particular situation. So it's definitely something we're gonna have to dive into. I'm kind of watching it on stream because there's a lot of parts that I really want to look at in great detail. So I know pre-recorded. It's been so long. Trying to boost this singer's reputation and to call him out on the behavior. Oh, to clout, to get internet points, right? Situation is usually not one that necessitates and or the situation misrepresented or inaccurately communicated. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense to me, Tuxedo. Gotcha. In this economy, only just saw what Doki said. He's got a ton going on behind the scenes. This seems very nuanced. Right, exactly. So I want to look at what is in Kat's video. Again, I only kind of watched the beginning, a little bit of the end and stuff like that. So there's a lot of messages in here that we have to dive into. Got to break down stuff like that. I know Google Docs about the Doki controversy. Well, Doki actually is the one making the Google document in response. This particular document, I believe that Kat made, has not been publicly released. Let me double check here really quick, but I'm like 99% sure it is not. Yeah, no, no. Nope. What's up, Irish Shock area? It wasn't as of last night. Yeah, that was my hope, is to get a hold of hers and read through it myself, right? Because I would much rather prefer that. But we'll watch Kat's video. We'll see what she has to say about it. And that's all we can do, guys. I'll try to be fair. I do encourage you. I'm going to ask you a question, guys. If you don't feel comfortable answering it, it's okay. This is more for us, right? For our conversation. But if you have found Kat in the past, if you know Kat Liente, if you've watched your videos and found her to be unreliable, type 3 in the chat. If you're comfortable answering that. I know that's a little bit of a more personal question, but if you feel she is not very reputable, type 3. Yes, she was the person that used Alicia's cancer as more of a clickbait title. That is absolutely correct. I do also have a couple of other instances of stuff that she did, but I'll show you that here in just a bit. So, for all of you that type 3, I do want to ask you today, try and go into this with an open mind. I know it's somebody that we don't really like, we don't really support. However, chat, we do need to look at what's in front of us and try to be as fair about it as possible. So I do want to remind you of that. I know I'm very much the same way. As soon as I saw it, my mind immediately jumped. I'm just like, nope, it's wrong. But I need to, we all need to take a step back and maybe look at this situation as a whole and try to figure out what 100% is going on. So maybe there's a shred of truth in there. We don't know. I haven't looked at her whole video, and I doubt a lot of other people have either. So this guy called me Stinky when they're the one who farted kids. So then, actual legitimate serious situation. Yep. I typed 3 at an instinct. Yep. Yep. It's Google Docky time. But I do want to share with you a little bit about some history with Kat. I'm sure you guys remember maybe the Lollipop Girls. This was a situation that happened. I wasn't really much in a big support for this particular group. However, Kat did a lot of damage by misreporting a lot of that stuff, and we did call that out. I do have the VOD for that if you want to watch it. Somebody in Discord was very sweet and ended up finding it. So looking right in front of me now, I see the best deer on the planet. I'm not a deer. Shut the fuck up. I'm not a deer.
Brother, this guy stinks.
What's going on with Dokibird? Has zero context. The Dokibird is being accused of basically pocketing charity money, not properly paying out people that had done some work commission with her. which I don't think is the case based on Dokibird's document, but I do want to dive into it and get all of the other stuff. But yeah, Kat's very she misreported on the Light Puff Girl stuff. She didn't include all the information. When she got called out about it, she basically just kind of said, like, put up a middle finger about it. But again, I'll show you what she said. She was the person that said, nobody can put a dent into her. He's like, oh yeah, like, whatever. Like, people can say whatever they want. Nobody's going to be able to put a dent into me. And I'm like, I would not challenge anybody at any point in time. Would I ever say that in a million years? Like, I thought it was very, I don't know, very cocky, but yeah, she has misreported on a few things. She can go back and correct it, apologize, try to make a follow-up or anything, and which I feel like is important, right? If you fuck up, you apologize. If you report on something and then it's time to follow up, you follow up on it, right, chat? So this is why I wanted to watch you or other VTubers first. I appreciate it. Yeah, I always try to be fair, right? I'm so tired of the drama and everything going on. I just wish everybody would chill the F out and just have fun. I mean, I agree, Fox. Again, there's been this recent trend that I've seen very much in our community where, well, you can say community, whatever it is. But I feel like a lot of VTubers in general, at least the VTuber community, is all about trying to be the best, trying to be the most pure, trying to be the most right. Like, oh my God, how could you say that you don't like the color red? Like, everybody loves the color red. You're the one person that doesn't like red. You're the worst, you know? And it's very much like punching down on other people, looking down on others. And it's really, really sad because here's the thing, chat. By nature, we're humans, right? I mean, I hope, except for me, I'm an elf, right? But for all of you, you're humans, right? We all make mistakes. We all fuck up. I feel like we forgot as a whole what empathy means, what understanding is, what conversation is. It's really sad. I really hate that. And that's a big reason why I've stepped back from social media a lot.
Why I said tuber hates Subathon.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, let me get a nice for Subathon day 169. However, there's always going to be someone in this world that try to cause issues, whether we see them for who they are, they're wolf in sheep's clothing. It's a time where we live in. And I feel like there's got to be a balance, right? There's got to be a balance between these are really bad people, really bad actors, and we need to talk about it. And then there's also the people that, hey, you know, this really isn't that big of a deal. Why are we trying to make it into a big deal? So we do have to balance that, right? And I think in this situation, it's important to call out because it's a very big public figure. And as we go through everything, my hope is, I mean, my personal hope is that Doki obviously is not in the wrong here. But again, I don't know 100%. I'm inclined to believe that Doki is not in the wrong based on her history, based on Kat's history, my context clues. But we got to go through this entire document that Kat made. So sometimes there can be people who don't take responsibility for their own actions, like clickbait articles attacking fans, or articles written by certain publishers for Vice. Yeah, I'm gonna drink my tea after that one. I think I deserve a tea sip after that one. Yep, innocent until proven guilty, exactly. So this is why I'd like to dive into all of it, take a look. And we will indeed do that. Google Docu my, yes, Google Docu, blah, 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 Google Docu my experience with Toomsy. Yeah, my experience with Toomsy. Toomsy is a smelling. That's it. Take it. Yes, I saw that, Daniel. Didn't so why can't we go when we got another VTuber going after another two? I thought you were a deer. I'm not a deer. I'm a fucking druid. I'm a dryad. I'm not a deer. I said many other Vice articles at a source that was the same. It turned out to be videos out of context. They were just so poorly written. Like, that was my biggest feedback about it. Is like, they were just poorly written. You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna cite something or you're gonna go after somebody, like, at least do it the right way. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, literally the worst person with the worst like stuff put together to actually try and smear somebody. Like, I'm just gonna say, if you want to smear somebody, like, at least like try to do it right. You know, like, good Lord, I don't condone that, but or I don't think that behavior is good, right? I don't support that type of behavior, slandering and going after people, but like, come on, like, at least if you're gonna try to do it, like, do it right. Crazy. Shut the fuck up. This is not my hat. I'm not wearing this. As soon as you're watching, it could be playing the Metal Pipe song. That was so dumb. That was the dumbest song of all fucking time, I swear. Yeah, Lauren, you frolic through the forest? No, I don't frolic through the forest. I saunter through the forest with great despair and darkness in my heart. There's no frolicking. There's no frolicking. I love this. I love that redeem. That's like one of the best ones of all time. Very base, chat. Very base. Very base. We need a palate cleanser after all that stuff. So think about his allegations. That's surprising. Yeah, very much so, Mockingjay. There's a couple people in the world that I would never expect a document about, where like Iron Mouse, Dokibird, Chibi Doki, right? Like people like that are just like way the fuck up there, that are fantastic. I have no problems with. I don't think anybody does. Yo, guys, thank you so much for the 5. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. So it's very surprising to me that I came out as well. So everybody, so guys, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subbies. I appreciate you. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Geist is gonna win that $1,000. Wait, what is tomorrow? Wait, what's on the schedule for tomorrow? Hold on. Bro, I love this. Yes. It's Doom, right? It's Doom, right? We have so many more of those types of songs for jokes and laughs. Oh, Nick, will you remind me inside of the Discord? Yeah, will you remind me inside the Discord? No, tomorrow is Doom. Yeah, tomorrow's Doom. You're looking at next week. So tomorrow, chat, will be the last day of the subathon. Let's go. Final subathon day, let's go. Dude, an Iron Mouse Google Doc would actually be fucking insane. All right, guys, thank you so much for your 5 gifted subs. You get a wheel spin. W is on Wednesday for 5 lucky viewers. W is on Wednesday and a W wheel spin. Let's do it. I was gonna be good and pure. Yeah, people I feel like take this to the like an extreme or something. Where's my wheel? Where's my wheel? Did the button not work? Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, I'm like, what the fuck? Wait, why did it disappear? What? I just had it. I no wheel spin. Sorry, chat. No wheel spin for y'all. Just gone. Yeah, no more wheel, I guess. That was weird. All right, here we go, chat. All right, guys, your wheels. What? Why is it breaking? Why is it breaking? All right, hold on. Wait, try one more time. Why did it disappear again? Just spin the wheel, bro. Spin the wheel. The wheel's like, nope. I ain't doing it. Oh, darn. Nothing, man. So close, guys. Womp. Next time. Mommy, sorry. Wait, you're a couple days late. What'd you give me for Mother's Day? Wait a second, chat. Go away, Will. What did you give me for Mother's Day? always like, oh, mommy milkers, mommy this, mommy that. Where the fuck is my Mother's Day present? Bro, it's not rigged. That's what it landed on. Yeah, an IOU. Now there are no spin again.
Overshadowed by all this unyielding rain.
Nope, there will be no spin again. And look, guys, look, you didn't give me anything for Mother's Day. You're certainly not getting a respin. IOU for next year. Yo, Napalm. All right, fine, Napalm. You can have a wheel spin. Thank you for the 5, Napalm. Everybody tell Napalm that they are very, very pog. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much, Napalm. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my wheel today. It's been a little weird. But that's okay. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate all your support, guys. No, I'm ending the subathon tomorrow, guys. Just let it happen. Yeah, just let it happen, chat. It can be. What the fuck? What? Why does it keep doing that? What is going on? Wait, it's back.
For Mother's Day, I got you.
Okay,
my
wait.
pain and suffering.
Okay, wait a second. I got it. Yeah, I think the wheel is tired of getting spin. Hopefully this will fix it. All right, here you go. Okay, all right, we're good. I thought it was fucking Bean Boozled. I was about to cry. Your wheel is tired. I'm tired. I'm not spinning again, chat. Get the fuck over it. Get the fuck over it, chat. It landed on nothing. Now you got 30 seconds. Be happy for what you get, chat. Be happy for what you get. I know you just don't smell, so the wheel doesn't want to be around you. You know what? Nev, nobody wants to be around you because you don't touch grass.
Awesome they are as a new
How about that?
reverse to bring positivity back, but found out someone already beat me to the idea, so I took it down to not look like I was stealing the idea.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but okay, sounds good. All right, everybody, if you're ready, everybody type Doki in the chat, and let's go take a look at what exactly is going on with Dokibird. We did a pretty long video that we have to review. To get through. So let's go take a look at what's going on with Doki. Now, you know, I always want to give Doki the benefit of the doubt against with this being Cat. I'm just not really sure.
Strap in, take a look, and hop in for this ride. Grab some coffee.
The fucking nags. I love nags so much. Strap in, he's so funny. So anyway, chat, I did want to show you just a little history on Kat. If you don't know Kat, she's made some videos in the past where she actually made a video about the Lollipop Girls. Now, you know, I wasn't a very big fan of this group. However, she did very much misreport on the entire situation. She left out very important details. Yeah, it was pretty rough. It's pretty rough. This happened about 9 months ago. Rev ended up covering it, called her out. She even said in the video as well, she was like, nobody can put a dent into me. Very much kind of like poking and prodding a lot of people that watched it, right? So, again, she left out a lot of important details. So, this is not the first time she's done this. It doesn't really have the best history, best reputation within the VTuber community about her reporting. So, again, for me, I'm not a super big fan of her coverage all the way, but I'm going to try to be fair about what we look into today, chat. So, and I think it's important that we all be as fair as possible. Yeah, I know that she did some stuff with Alice, where I think she like clickbaited her cancer or something crazy like that. Would you remind me, Captain Boop? I think I remember that though. She tried to go after girl. What the fuck? I don't know about those particular instances, but she's basically just an outside of the VTuber community, reports on a lot of VTuber stuff. So some people would call her a tourist. I don't know if I would say a tourist because she did used to do a lot of educational stuff, but I mean, she does report on a lot of things and normally misses a lot of points, right? Even Mugen does not think very highly of her. I don't want to use the word grifter or tourist or anything like that. I would rather qualify her by her work, right? Which is, in my opinion, not the best. But we're going to be looking at a particular video that she released, chat. It's quite long, but it is important that we go through all of it and dive into it. So I'm going to be keeping notes about everything, chat, in this entire situation. But this video is called Mismanagement of Dokibird's PC Auction Led an Artist On for a Year. So basically just saying that Doki did a PC auction and she did not properly follow through is what she is alleging, right? Now this does have quite a bit of views, 57,000 views. We will look at her pinned tweet here in just a bit, but I do want to look at what she had to say. So, everybody, without further ado, let's dive in. And like I said, this is a long video. I'm going to be keeping some notes as well as some things that I want to point out and talk about. But let's let Kat talk and let's do it, chat.
Tea so piping hot, none of you guys have actually heard about it before because it has not been posted anywhere. This is about a big VTuber by the name of Dokibird and a charity stream that Doki had hosted over a year ago. It's actually crazy how bad this all falls apart. Manager's like, why does it cost so much? Why couldn't you donate it? Right? How is this the artist's fault? How is this the artist's responsibility that your team screwed up? We're a totally different legal entity from the old company. The old company had no official agreements with you, and the new company is looking into this and also have no agreements with you, let alone take over things of the old company. To this day, the artist has not been compensated for their labor, nor has the bidder received a PC. And it appears there's a new builder who is doing the build for free. I made this document.
The one thing I want to point out to you that's kind of crazy about this chat is we're gonna see this a little bit later, but Doki basically actually ended up resolving this situation 2 days before this video came out. So that's pretty nuts. That's pretty nuts. You want it up a little bit more, sure. Yeah, it's pretty crazy that this was literally resolved. And then Kat posted a video right after it. Now, obviously she didn't know that Doki had resolved it, but I find the timing of that extremely interesting. So anyway, let's continue here. Can y'all see everything okay, by the way? Do you need me to move anything, or y'all can see everything okay? It happened about a year ago. Yeah, about a year ago.
So I want to make sure I'm covering this correctly. Is this real? Unfortunately.
So again, Chad, I want to point this out here really quick. She did say that this is her document, so let's take a listen again to that.
Free. I made this document, so I want to make sure I'm covering this correctly.
So this is her document, chat. This is Kat's document all the way, right? So she is responsible for anything that is said, any misinformation, anything like that, right, chat? She is responsible for what is inside this document. So just want to make that clear that I feel like that was a missed point. For at least what I've been reading online this morning, people were not aware that she was the one that wrote this. So just giving that to you.
Is this real? Unfortunately, it is. So the context is Dokibird
how are
hosted
you?
an auction that ended March 3rd, 2024 for a custom-built PC designed by the artist, with the Brain and Behavior Research Foundation being the charity of choice for the Tiltify. If you guys don't know Tiltify, it is a charity platform in which auctioneers can go and sign up on the platform, host charity auctions on there, and then it will pay directly out to the charity of choice. In this case, the Brain and Behavior Research Foundation. The way Tiltify works, money does not cross the hands of the person who hosted it. So
exactly. So it's like a third party. Basically, like everything goes to Tiltify, and then it goes directly to that charity, right? So you never put your hands on it.
That's just how Tiltify works. The PC is valued at 3.5K, and the winner bid 6.6K on the PC. What is the Brain and Behavior Research Fund? You know what that's like?
So I don't know where that number came from, the 13 point whatever, but we'll come back to that, right?
That's a good question.
So here she goes through the charity, just talks about what the charity is right here.
So proof of Doki stating artists would be paid. 1. Doki states February 20th, 2024 that artists would be paid for their service.
Bruh. It feels that way. It feels that way.
This is a tweet that Doki put out themselves. To all artists and creators, I'll be running a charity auction and stream next week, and I'm looking for people who would like to collab and work with me to make one-of-a-kind Doki-themed items. Plushies, figures, sculptures, sign artwork, prints, etc.
And again, as you can see, chat, this happened back last year, February 20th, right? I remember when she did this. She raised quite a large amount of money, and she was working with people to create this special stuff who donated a certain amount of things, right? So just a big charity event. Again, happened about a year ago.
To auction off for charity. I will be paying you for your service. Please send your portfolio. The
Yep.
items do not need to be completed before the auction starts, so don't worry
Yeah,
about
she
any
was
rush.
like, just a little retrospect as well. Like, you know, she was like straight up like just became an indie right here again. Of course, from her past life. So this was like very, very fresh for her as being an indie. So it was really, really nice for her to do a charity event. Like, you literally just came back as an indie and wanted to do that.
They'll state where the auction is going and other stuff that is being offered. So, some more information. Doki's VOD also cites extra information. At the 8-minute mark in Doki's VOD, Doki references the manager that will be censored. We will label them manager number 1 as helping grant Doki access to Tiltify and settings.
I think just to label it because there's a lot of managers, chat. Like, a lot of managers. So I think that's a big reason as to why this is happening, by the way.
The auction. A little bit of foreshadowing. Why are they called Manager 1? You will see that there's actually 3 managers that get involved in this.
Oh, okay, I was
scenario.
right.
So, 17 minutes into the VOD, Doki states she would be paying for shipping the products.
I am providing the money for shipping for all
Yep.
of these items. So do not worry if you're wherever you live, you're like, oh my god, would they be able to ship it there? I will be providing the
We already knew the original manager was kind of like problematic. And maybe Kat doesn't know that, but yeah, we already knew the original manager was kind of problematic already, right? But again, Doki is doing this out of the good of her heart, hosting this charity event, you know, giving money out of her pocket to make these special items happen for people who donate a certain amount of money. So just gonna keep that in mind.
money for the shipping to the creators who will be shipping these products to you if you win the auction. And also,
I don't know if they shared
even if, like,
XQC or
some of the
not.
items are not made by me, it's not coming from me, I will be sending an exclusive postcard to each winner of the auction.
We hear out of her own mouth that she would be paying for the shipping. And then also in that
Yep.
same VOD, she mentions having a duplicate of each item for herself to twin with the auction winners. You will see later that this will be something that will not be mentioned to the artist until a year from when this started.
He mentions having a duplicate of each item for herself to twin with the auction winners. This will be something that may be mentioned to the artist until a year later. So that's probably like she probably wants to have that kind of thing, right? What's up, interesting? She probably wanted to have like a copy as well for herself, which I don't feel like that's a like big point of contention, right? Like if that didn't work out, that didn't work out.
So Doki's manager also confirmed this in DMs. This gets a little bit confusing
Okay.
because a bunch of people are redacted. In teal is manager number 1, in pink is the artist and builder. I realized later, so I did that in the
Guys, I'm gonna move my screen a little bit because I feel like y'all can't see all the messages 100%. Am I right on that? Yeah, I think I want to make this just a little bit smaller because I feel like y'all can't see the messages. Those are very important. Very, very important that we look at that. Yeah, very, very important that we look at that. So, okay, that better, guys? You should be able to see it now. Okay, anyway, let's
Redacted
continue.
was here too. Damn, that's
Redacted's
crazy.
everywhere. He's everywhere.
second half of the document
already
that
small
those who are
words, but
colorblind are not going to be able to figure out what is teal and what is
nonetheless.
pink. I'm really sorry. I'll try to make it clear for when I'm reading this out loud, but it will be more clear later on in the document. Manager number 1 says, "Hi there," and this is in DMs to the artist. "I'll be providing any updates or comments Doki might have moving forward, and we'll be using a mock-up if you choose to provide one by the 2nd. So they're referring to March 2nd, 2024. Or we can use photos in your portfolio
at least
if
they
you
blew it
want,
up.
which is totally understandable due to the turnaround time. We don't have a super tight timeline, so keep that in mind. You can take all the time you
Okay.
need on this project, but we would like a general estimate to provide during the auction, and ideally, we would like to get an idea of price, as Doki is planning on paying all of the artists she has chosen."
And just like a brief history of Doki's reputation within the community, right? She's always worked very closely with artists, always paid them out properly. She pulled stuff out of her own pocket in her past life to pay out artists that a certain company did not properly pay for. So she has a very strong reputation within the community of doing right by artists. So just to kind of give you that information here, because I feel like it'll probably be important here later on.
If we're able to potentially work something out with Height, we can explore that too. Height is a PC brand. So the artist on February 28th, the day later, responds, "Hi, Manager 1, thank you for accepting my request and getting back to me. Heart. I am glad to hear about the timeline. That gives me a
Thanks,
lot of
Belfry.
reassurance since custom projects always take a lot of time and work to put together. I was
Yep.
already in talks with Heights, so I've looped in my contract and I'm waiting to hear back from him at the moment." Manager 1 says, "Of course, I'm sure we can work something out for this. I will double check and see if it's possible to
clown?
potentially get some items from an upcoming project for this. And
Allegations are basically saying that Doki did not properly pay out people in a project. So Belfry, what the fuck? Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subbies. Let's go! Thank you so much. Hell yeah, let's go! We're still under 9 hours, so yes. Thank you, Belfry. I would definitely be doing that wheel spin here a little bit later. I really do appreciate you. I do want to talk about this drama here, though. But yeah, the allegations are basically against Doki that she didn't properly take care of something that she promised.
hopefully we can come up with a solid idea as this progresses. The artist says, which
So, well, what I'm going to take a guess here, chat, is that these this document, these DMs, right, were leaked by the artist that was supposed to work on this stuff to Kat, and Kat has made this document based off that, right? We don't know the artist. We don't, as far as I know, we don't know the artist, at least of this morning. So,
which branch of Height are you in talks with, if you don't mind me asking? Since I'm in talks with the UK
Thanks,
manager,
C+,
I'm wondering if
appreciate
it's worth
you.
roping the different
Thank you
teams
for gifting
together
a
for better
sub.
communication. I also already have a mock-up if you're ready to see it. The manager says, "Ooh, yes, please." So the artist sends over the mock-up, as you can see here, and they write,
Okay.
"Usually I wouldn't start to work on a project or provide a mock-up."
That's really nice, actually. The big picture, all the details on it. I mean, it's really nice. And again, this is so again, I usually wouldn't start working on a project provide a mock-up before agreeing payment terms and stuff, but I trust we can sort that later. Also, just the first idea, so it's totally up to suggestions and comments from you guys or Doki. So this is just a mock-up. They said they wouldn't normally do that, but they're giving it out just to show them, right? So that might be important. So I'm gonna write that down. So again, the artist provided a mock-up before payment. I feel like that might be important, chat.
Before agreeing on payment terms and stuff, but I trust we can sort that out later. Also, this is just a first idea,
Thanks
so
again,
it's totally
Belfry.
open to suggestions and comments from you guys or Doki. Just a note, my concept art also never looks like the final product. The final product is usually 10 times better. The manager one
This
says,
looks so
"We're
cool,
in
though,
talks
I'm not
with the
gonna lie.
marketing executive producer of iBuyPower in collaboration with the design team at Height. I'll definitely be able to give you a sure answer on whether or not it would be possible to get access to the items for our upcoming project for this, which would be amazing for everyone involved later today." Also, that looks absolutely amazing. We could not have imagined a better design. And the artist in response to that says, "Ooh, interesting that iBuyPower is involved. If it's their marketing executive producer, this is definitely gonna be big." And here, important to note, the manager says, as far as payment terms go, Doki is
I'm gonna speed it up just a little bit,
100% going
chat.
to pay whatever you charge for the PC. Once we have an idea of the final cost, we can finalize everything then. Red flags in the project. The first red flag and issue is that management published the PC concept for the Tiltify auction without confirming a budget with the artist, where that work could be edited. To note, in the Tiltify auction, the design was listed as potentially being subject to change. Basically, from here on out, we will see that in
Wait, what?
the beginning...
Oh, hold on, time out. The first red flag issue is that management published a PC concept for the Tiltify auction without confirming a budget with the artist, or that the work could be edited. No, the Tiltify auction design was listed potentially being subject to change. I mean, why does that matter? Is that management published a PC concept for the Tiltify auction without confirming a budget with the artist and or the work can be edited? I mean, probably price was not an issue, right? So that doesn't have to be done, you know what I mean, chat? It's not the end of the world if that isn't initially done. I mean, I think it's always better if you do, but I wouldn't really call that a red flag, right? And it says concept art is subject to change and winners will be notified on necessary changes in final product. Because they were looking for probably a quick turnaround. I know they said earlier that everybody could take their time, but I don't really think that's an issue. I'm going to be real. Oh, thank you so much, Chad. I'm glad you enjoyed that one. How are you? We're talking some VTuber news today, so... I mean, Chad, what about you? Do you think that's a red flag?
The design was listed
I
as
really don't
potentially
think
being
so.
subject to change. Basically, from here on out, we will see that in the beginning of the communication between management 1 and the artist, everything looked good. Like, they...
I mean, should it be? Yes, but
Reached
It's
out to
not
the
a red
artist, they
flag
liked the
necessarily.
submission, they wanted to work with the artist, aka the PC builder, and then things just devolved from there. It just
So they said that they want to work with the artist, aka the PC builder. So I want to make this very clear, chat. This is important. The artist is considered the PC builder. Okay, are we all on the same page about that? The artist is the PC builder. So I want to make sure that we're very clear about that. Because they refer to the artist a lot, and they're talking about the PC builder. Okay, guys?
literally goes into the shitter. It's actually crazy how bad this all falls apart. Again, the first issue is that they never confirmed the budget before starting the Tiltify. So this is a screenshot straight out of Tiltify for this auction where it reads, concept art is subject to change and winners will be notified of all necessary changes to the final product. Another point to note, the artist told the management they were going to be out of office starting March 1st for another project, and on that day, management had a message asking for edits to be made and to list the item on Tiltify. So this is on March 1st where the builder was out of office. They say, for this concept, can we remove the part about the LCD screen and the touch removed from the chassis name, since the touch is actually out of stock at this point and there's no ETA on the touch case getting back in stock. I can edit that myself and I can let them know in the description that case is subject to change between the available ones. The day after,
they're just talking about the specifics of the items.
To let you know that the listings
not being
are officially
available,
published and can be seen here. They link the Tiltify. You're more than welcome to post your progress photos or completed pieces on social media along with a link to the auction house. Thank you so much for all your hard work, and we can't wait to see how much everyone loves your artwork tomorrow. If you have any changes to your listing, please let me know and I can get it changed ASAP. So this is where more issues.
I mean, it sounds like they were very communicative with them. You know what I mean? Like, oh, can you remove this part? I don't really see an issue right now.
Start cropping up. The second issue is that management set the starting price of the auction, assumed to be the cost of the PC build, without asking the artist, aka the builder, how much the project would cost. They instead went to the artist's PC part picker page and grabbed a previous build and used that number as the estimated cost of this new build. Straight out of the Tiltify, it says the PC is valued at $3,500. However, that's wrong. The estimate of $3,500 is actually incorrect as well. Because even if you go off of the artist's previous build, which again makes no sense because this is a completely brand new build, the artist is based in the UK, and the build cost was 3,500 Great British pounds, not 3,500 USD. So the price estimate is extremely confusing. A little bit of a difference, right? Because as mentioned previously, Doki had also mentioned wanting a duplicate of each item to twin with the auction winner. A second PC was never mentioned to the artist, and you see in the DMs between manager 1 and the artist, no talk of a second PC. Also, the 3,500 USD.
Yeah, they might have dropped that where they wanted to do a copy of it. They might have dropped it. So I think it's important to note as well, like the PC is valued at $3,500, right? So if they went up based off what was on that old one, right? I would put that on the manager, right? Not necessarily Dokibird, right? That's just the manager coming up with whatever they thought was the cost of the PC. But regardless of that, I'm not really so concerned with that part. That might have been a misstep, of course, but how did they deal with it? That's what's more important.
The price tag does not clarify whether
that's what I want to know.
$3,500 for one PC or $3,500 for the cost of 2 PCs.
We'll see, though.
Because that is the weird thing about this whole auction that was also really confusing. A lot of it's confusing, but this is just one of them. Because are the buyers auctioning to pay money for one PC or 2 PCs? And this is for like all the items, in fact, right? So is the buyer basically going to have to pay double? And then one of the items will then go to Doki and then...
Why are we so hung up on that fact? Like, Doki says she wants a copy of it. If she wants to get a copy of it, it works out budget-wise, then she can do that, right? Like, and they can discuss that. But I think the initial discussion is based around that one. So I feel like that's just like a moot point. It really doesn't matter, right? Like, yes, you can discuss it later, but you're diving into one select DMs and trying to like qualify the whole conversation around, oh, it was double. Well, maybe it wasn't. Maybe things changed. Like, that happens all the time.
They would get the other one, or is Doki going to pay out of pocket for a duplicate product that would just mirror?
Probably so, I would imagine.
Bought. So that was also very confusing. Then finally, going to PC Part Picker to estimate the build cost for a PC will cause huge issues down the line, as you only get quoted for the PC parts with no addition of labor costs. And the third issue is management. In the Tiltify auction, it was listed the buyer could choose their own specs. You can see right here. It says, this piece is a custom-built Doki-themed PC. Since the PC has not been built yet, you are able to have some control over the creative process and specs of the PC. The PC is valued at 3,500 USD, and the parts in the PC will fall in line with a general PC of that pricing. So an example...
Bro, that make... What are you... Oh my, so wait. They didn't discuss budget, right? But it sounds like to me that Doki's team said, we want to keep this thing around $3,500, right? The PC is valued about $3,500, and you can pick the parts that will fall in line with that pricing, and you have ability to control some of that process. Well, am I missing anything, chat? Like, am I stupid? Am I just like blind or something? It sounds very clear to me. Like, look, if they did not discuss the budget with them, right? It sounds like to me they wanted to spend around $3,500. So it sounds like they opened it to communicate with whoever won and the person in the future about what would work around that price, right? The PC is valued at $3,500, and the price of the PC will fall in line with a general PC of that pricing. Will fall in line with a general PC of that pricing. So to me, I read that. Example, a previous build of the artist will roughly the same cost. They even cited that. So like, to me, it's all about like, hey, we're putting this up. We will communicate with the winner, make it right. This is such a dumb thing to get caught up on. Let them communicate with each other, you know what I mean? Like, let them have that dialogue with each other to make that happen, you know what I mean?
Example, a previous build of the artist with roughly the same cost was...
Please chat, if you want to correct me at any point, if you disagree, let me know. But this is what I'm seeing, that the way they listed this, right? The piece is a custom built Doki themed PC. It isn't built yet. You're able to have some control over the creative process, respect to the PC. Some control, right? Whatever falls in line with something that's around $3,500. And here's the example of it. They literally provided the example.
And then they linked it. If the client, the buyer, has the ability to choose their own parts, that's
not true. You are able to have some control over the creative process in respect to the PC. Some control, not all control. Bro, read what it says. Read what it says.
It's going to raise the cost of the PC. Or lower it, depending on what they want. But I feel like very few
Exactly.
people would choose to get like shittier parts in the build. Out the gate,
The PC will fall in line with the general PC of that pricing, and then they put the other stuff on them. They're literally like listing it
this
all
is already
out.
poorly handled by management. And this is an issue because...
Bro, how is that? Bro, how is that poorly handled by management? It's literally listed out like word for fucking word. If she were to talk, why does she not know what the dog? Well, like, he's not reading, because this part comes from apparently the Tiltify listing in itself. Some controls, like we have two RTX 5080 cards available, brand 1 to brand 2, pick one. Exactly. Like, hey, here is the PC. It's valued at $3,500. That doesn't mean that you're going to get a PC that's worth $3,500. It could be more. It could be less. This is such a dumb thing to try to like, they're like, gotcha. It's not even a gotcha moment. Example, a previous build of the artist with roughly the same cost. They were very clear about it.
Parts in the build. Out the gate, this is already poorly handled by management. And this is an issue because no upfront budget was provided to the artist.
And I really wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt. I really wanted to give Kat just a little bit of a benefit of the doubt here. And this is already a bad start. No, it doesn't look like Doki's bad at all. But we gotta look.
So here we have, this is now March 4th, 2024. Manager 1 messages the artist again, because again, remember the artist was out of town, and the manager says, good morning, I want to send a small update. I'll message the winner today to confirm their shipping details and all that good stuff. I'm happy to be the go-between for you both, but if you and the winner are comfortable, I can get you both connected on Discord to streamline things for you guys as far as figuring out specs and stuff. Just let me know and I'll make it happen. Secondly, regarding the payment for the PC, I know it's probably up in the air at the moment, so we can stay in contact and figure that out as the project progresses, or as we have a more clear idea.
Are y'all good with 1.5 times speed? Is that okay, chat? Yeah, I feel like we need to speed this up just a little bit. She talks a little slower, which is totally fine. I do as well.
Of projected cost. I did base the market value off your previous build, and we would like to stay around that general cost for the parts themselves. But
is that speed okay, chat? Is that good with y'all? I know I don't speed up my videos, but I feel like there's like so much information, you know what I mean? 1.25, yeah. I feel like maybe this is a little fast, so we'll do 2.25. Yo, what's up, Pocky? How are you?
Like to give the buyer some wiggle room as far as
it's a long video.
CPU, cooler option to allow more money to go towards storage and RAM.
Well, like, here's the thing. I know it's a longer video, but like, guys, we gotta look at everything, right? We gotta give it a fair chance. And we gotta dispel everything if it's him. For Baki!
That's something they'd like. But we won't know until we speak to the buyer. The artist
Yeah, she didn't even
responds,
make
"Hey,
this
I've tried my brand deal from
particular
last weekend, so let me
document
catch up
public,
with
by
your
the way.
message." And that was like 3 days later. So the fourth issue revolves around the mysterious brand activation, also from Heights, and involving Doki being brought up by the manager. It was confusing the artist as they weren't sure whether this activation was referring to the charity auction PC or something else entirely. The artist says, "I just got off a call with the Height UK community manager who mentioned that Height are actively working with Doki on a thing. Would that be the other activation you spoke about briefly? Trying to gain some clarity so I'm not getting my wires muddled with different things going on." And the manager responds, "Hello, just got a chance to read over everything."
Hey, Priscilla, thanks for giving us some to pocket. Appreciate it. I mean, again, Duro, from what we've looked at so far, I think she's misrepresenting a lot of information, especially about, like, oh, well, they promised and they didn't get that. That's exactly how I feel. They promised and they didn't get that. Like, it's already... It's not
To answer
great.
your last question, yes, and I believe it will be its own separate thing. However, Height understands this PC was a one-to-one being built for the charity auction and don't mind the Y70 case being used. But at this time, they will have no involvement in our end on the production of the PC. I've already sent an email to the winner to get some clarification on their end, but I'll reach out again in case they missed it.
So it sounds like Doki started her partnership, and because of that, they had to be like, hey, this project that we're doing for the charity stuff is completely separate from Doki actually in our sponsorship with her, right? Or our work with her. So I think that's very important to, at least call
And
out.
of course, I made it clear to the winner that you are not going to be involved with any tech support or potential issues they have with the PC. And I've let them know that any issues they may experience would have to be fixed through a third party or directly through the manufacturer. So yeah, this got a little confusing because then there was some third party sponsorship thing also involving the same company that was maybe going to sponsor the build that later ended up not sponsoring the build. So now we get into...
I mean, shit like that, guys, let's be real. Shit like that happens all the time. Like, I don't want to misrepresent that as like, oh, that's bad. Boo, you stink. Like,
this guy stinks.
That stuff happens all the time. Bro, I feel like Winter Soldier right now, because this is a reach. Like, I feel like fucking like that guy from Mortal Kombat. Like, get over here, because this is a reach.
Communication issues. After this, there were communication between the artist and the management about some personal issues the artist was going through, and them explaining they might be slower to respond and get work done. There's discussions of potentially having the PC done by June through August 2024, but the artist doesn't confirm that as of a certain deadline. No deadline was provided by management to complete the build, and the Tiltify also estimates 3 to 4 months being the turnover time, potentially longer. So towards the end of March, March 21st, the artist responds, "Hey management, thank you so much for your patience with my replies. I have been recovering from addiction lately, which has been a huge struggle, and I feel that my response time has
Well, they did say at the beginning that there wasn't like a timeline for it, but I don't know where the Tiltify promised 3 to 4 months. It doesn't look like it was included in her document. So that could be a question, and maybe they put the wrong time. Maybe that was what they expected, right? But again, Chad, if I tell you, hey, guess what, guys? You want a reward? I'm going to try to get it to you in 3 to 4 months. Does that mean that I have to get it to you 3 to 4 months? Well, I'm going to try my best, but sometimes things happen, maybe a computer part's out of stock or whatever,
definitely taken a hit. So I want to mention it briefly to provide some additional context and transparency and also to hold myself accountable. I wasn't 100% sure whether it was relevant or not, but since it's affecting my professional conduct, I felt it was best for you to be informed moving forward. I hope you can understand. Heart. And then the artist says, "That's fantastic, thank you so much. It clears up worries surrounding my side of things," responding to, the artist not being on the hook for PC issues. Let me take a read through the update from the buyer, and OMG, the opening line that's hilarious. "We're all out here apologizing for late replies." Okay, I've given it a read. Let me do some cooking on hardware for this build, and I'll get back to you with a possible list of suggestions. It might take some time while figuring out what works best for his needs. I noticed he said he's not going to be in the US from June to late August. If this PC is completed during this time,
Okay,
would you
gotcha.
be happy to
They're talking about the client, by the way, the person that won.
completed build shipped to your address, then handle shipping to the buyer when they're back in the country? I may need to relocate apartments during the period they're not in the US, so I would prefer that. Then the manager responds, "That's okay, I've been pretty sick as well, so I've also been away and not here much. I hope things get better for you. I know how hard it is to quit from my own experiences. If it comes down to it, we're more than happy to handle the shipment of the PC." The manager says, "Sounds good, there's no rush, to take your time and take care of yourself." Then April 17th, the manager bumps it, "Hey there, the winner of the auction has requested to establish contact with you to discuss details of the PC himself and to check with you on any updates you may have for him. I did let him know that you're working on getting those parts figured out, but he still requested to make contact. I can send over your Twitter if you're comfortable." And then over a month later, the manager bumps it again. "Hi again, I want to give you a heads up. I've chosen to part ways with Dokibird, and everything regarding the auction items will..."
So, right here, chat, kind of non-communicative, like a month or so went by, right? Yeah, like this manager no longer works with Doki as of May 24th, 2024. So, you need to mentally make a note that this manager is replaced at this point. So
will be handed off to my replacement once I leave on the 31st of this month. If it's all right with you, I'd love to include your socials in the onboarding document I'm passing along. They will handle everything moving forward, including any updates necessary for Doki and any communication with the auction winner. Please let me know if that's all right. I'll include your Discord and email.
the pocket basically, let me give you a nutshell. Kat makes a video, and in this video, she's alleging that Doki did not, that Doki let people on. She didn't properly follow through with some things she promised her charity. When that doesn't actually seem to be the case at all. And that's why we're watching this video, to find out what's actually going on. Then we're going to look at Doki's response.
For my replacement. So on June 2nd, the second management then reaches out to the artist through email, writing, "Hello, this is Ribby, which is a temporary pseudonym. I'm the replacement assistant for the previous manager number 1. I am following up on the custom PC charity item with regards to its current status. To my knowledge, in the turnover documentation I was given, the item has not been fulfilled, and the previous assistant had issues getting updates from you in a timely manner. It has been a few months since the charity auction ended, and we're trying to wrap up our commitments regarding this project. If you're still open to finishing the commission or have been working on it and have an estimated delivery date, please give us an update within 2 to 3 business days. Otherwise, we may have to go with a plan B and either reimburse the winning bidder or find a different custom PC builder."
Okay, so there it is, chat. So we go from manager 1 to manager 2, right? And manager 2 says, "Hey, you know, I'm taking over this project. It's kind of been a while, so you know what? Give us a response in 2 to 3 business days. Let us know if you can still make it. And then that way, if you don't want to, we can start working with somebody else." This all seems very kosher, very clean, very straightforward, very businesslike. I have no problems with any of this communication from management right now. Do you, chat?
If you can't fulfill the item, we understand. Life gets difficult. Just let us know and we'll get out of your hair. Sincerely, Ribby. The artist responded June 18th asking for more information, but confirming they still wish to fulfill the project if the option was available. So here it's all redacted, but you can see the artist says they ran into untreated health complications and that they weren't able to work during the window, and they really apologize for the delays and inconvenience they may have caused. They kind of cover some details here, like some issues basically about the PC build, because
Heimer, I'm going to get into that.
Wants a PC capable of machine learning, and
I know exactly what you're talking about.
And that extra things were requested. So there was
I'm not a PC person at all.
An issue with the PC case design, because when the artist made the design, they did not know that that specific LCD panel in the touch case was, or like that case specifically, was not available. So,
and again, it's like a concept art, right, chat? So that's totally fine. That shit happens. It's a concept art.
So they would need to kind of like work around that. And the artist says, "Since I wrapped up a project with MSI, I can give you a more accurate time frame for the project's completion. I estimate it would take a minimum of 6 weeks and roughly 12 weeks at maximum. And that I understand if you would choose to go with plan B, which is like the full refund, or a different PC builder at this stage. Especially, you did say you would like me to reply in 2 to 3 days. I can only offer my apologies for the major dropping of the ball. So TLDR, I still wish to fulfill this project.
Yeah, Cyber Phantom.
And I'd be able to commence work as soon as we work out an agreed rate and scope." So yeah, basically the artist offered a couple options. It was like either one.
So I do want to point out here as well, chat. No money has, no contract and no money has actually crossed in anybody's lines yet, by the way. There has been no official contract made. There's been no payment to the PC builder because nothing's been decided on, you know what I mean? You can't trade money for goods that have not happened yet, or things that have not taken place. It's so important to point that out.
1, they would complete the build. They apologize for being late. Option 2, the buyer would be refunded. And option 3, a different builder would be used. January 2025, Dokibird personally reached out to the artist in Twitter DMs and through their personal website to put the artist, the charity winner, and a member of Doki's staff, which will be the 3rd iteration of the management team, who will be in green, into a group chat together. At this point, it's been...
So wait a second. Back the fuck up here. So wait a second. We went from May 2024 to January 2025. What happened? Yeah, I mean, Doki reached out by herself, but like, what happened in all that time? Did the person just not decide to go through with it? Like, since I just started a project with him, I can give you more accurate time frame for the completion. I estimate taking a minimum of 6 weeks. Alternative, I understand if you choose to go with plan B. I wish to fulfill the project. If that's still an option, I'll be able to commit to work as soon as we work at an agreed rate in scope. So it seems like they just waited for a response and maybe didn't get it back. I know they said they were on a medical leave, so let's take a look. I ran into untreated health complications that I had to get signed off on. I'm able to work again, though I really sincerely apologize for the delays. Any inconvenience amount of cost here. So it seems like at this point, which was June 2024, they were able to work again. So let's write that down. June 18th, 2024, able to work again. So let's see what happened within that amount of time,
So
because it does seem like some amount of time passed and nothing else was completed
Eight,
or
option
told
2,
work
the bio
needed
would
to
be redundant,
happen.
and option 3, a different builder would be used. January 2025, Dokibird personally reached out to the artist in Twitter DMs and through their personal website to put the artist, the charity winner, and a member of Doki's staff, which will be the third iteration of the management team, who will be in green, into a group chat together. At this point, it's been 9 months since the buyer had bid on the PC. So Doki had DM'd, the winner of the charity auction has been unhappy with the wait, and I was pulled in to fix the issue as it has grown bigger than it should be. And the artist says, hey Doki, I haven't had any messages about the charity PC since last summer, so I honestly wasn't sure what was going on. Doki says, what's your Discord? Is it okay if I add you and the charity?
So, to be fair, chat, this is probably the only thing I see that was like an issue, where it's been 9 months and Doki's team never reached out back to follow up on the PC thing. Now, I don't know much about this. Manager 2 is probably manager 2, but that stuff does fall on you as a creator, right? Like, it's your manager, you have to deal with it, right? But to be fair, Doki also did reach out to this person and try to follow up with it. Yes, it was 9 months later, but she is at least trying to take care of it. So, to be fair, there was probably something that happened. There was a breakdown in communication. So I would say that's probably like the only thing I would say towards Doki right here. And her manager was they let 9 months go by and did not communicate with the artist here. So definitely a breakdown in communication here, right? Right. And but Doki, to be fair, Doki also did reach out and be like, hey, this is a problem, right? Maybe the manager didn't do their job, so on and so forth. We don't know yet. We haven't read her document, so that's where it was. So a 9-month wait. There you go, chat.
Charity winner and one of my staff to fix the issue. And the artist says, yes, although I need to go over a few details with your staff before jumping into a Discord group chat with your team and the auction winner. They give their Discord, let me know if your staff's Discord name so I can keep an eye out for them. And then Doki gave...
Yeah, I mean, the artist could have reached out, but at the same time, their last email was pretty clear, right? They were like, I'm ready to work on it. Let me know what's going on. I think the burden kind of fell on Doki's team right there, right? But let's continue.
And the artist says, hi Doki, we really need your personal involvement in the group chat. That message was then sent like way later, like 2 weeks later. So here is another message. This is Doki themselves messaging the artist. But Doki says, hi, I've sent a DM about this on Twitter, but I've been told by my staff that you have been MIA regarding the charity PC. I want to know what's going on and why was this happening. The winner of the charity auction has been unhappy with the wait, and I was pulled in to fix the issue as it has grown bigger than it should be. At this point, the artist was confused as they had not received a response back from the email. So they assumed the management was going with plan B, reimbursing the winner or finding another custom PC builder. The artist was reluctant to join a group chat with the charity winner, as at this point, the artists themselves still had no idea how much they're getting paid for the project or any other questions answered. They requested to speak privately with a new management and staff member first to sort out payment, budget, and other details as to not appear unprofessional in front of the client.
Yeah, so I guess that's what manager number 3 at this point. So it's been quite a bit of time, chat. Almost a year. I mean, not quite, but almost a year, right? They're communicating January. The event went down in February, so it seems like Doki was dealing with a lot, cycling through managers, right? And it kind of got lost in the mix. Is that fair to say, chat?
Because, mind you, at this point, a budget was still not decided yet. No official budget was ever given at this point. The original management, management 1, was like, oh, please keep it within this previous build, 3,500 USD, but they got the number completely wrong because remember, they pulled the number, assumed it was in USD when the number was actually in British pounds. So that estimate number was already incorrect as it is, and no official budget was ever given. So this is going to get a little confusing because so many people are redacted out of this, but this is the first contact with current management. So green, or the person that's messaging, is manager number 3. Now,
yeah, and Doki went through a lot of hell as well, which you are gonna look at. But I feel like we're trying to like get on top of this situation. We're like, oh well, the budget for this was off and this and that. Like, dude, this was all like they were having a conversation initially about the work that they wanted to do. It did get pushed off for a very, very large amount of time. Doki had some problems going on behind the scenes. Right, 4,650 would be the conversion exactly. Like there was a conversation needed to happen with that initially with the first manager, and unfortunately with the second manager, they kind of let it sit. Well, let's continue.
Now, pink, remember, is the artist, and this teal name over here is the first manager, the manager number 1. Manager 3 says, "Hi artist, I am redacted, part of Dokibird staff team. I've been working with Doki since
Okay.
August, and before that you had contact with manager 1, most likely regarding the charity auction. I am unsure how exactly this came to be and why Doki has to pay this out of her own pocket and the item isn't donated, but this has been before my time. Regardless, this is the item." They link the Tiltify. The PC case
Okay.
has a fair market value of 3,500 USD at the time, a year ago. From what I understand is that the person that asked for the PC also has some additional requests that they were willing to pay for themselves. At the moment, I feel we need to find a solution to what you can deliver for that amount currently.
I would like to, because she said that the other one was in British pounds, right? But the link that she showed earlier, we can't actually see that link. So I kind of want to be able to see a link where I can prove that that is indeed the case, because there's no screenshot that's proving that it was in 3,500 pounds versus USD. So I'm going to point that out. That's a little bit of inconsistency in the document. I would like to at least be shown that that is the case 100%, but I'm probably splitting hairs.
Referring to, I guess, 3,500 USD, what the auction winner is happy with, and what we can do to remedy the situation. 1-year-old specs can be an issue. I personally think we need to look at the charity item and update it and what it would currently cost you to fulfill. Then we should get in direct DM contact with the bidder of the auction and verify the specs and tell him this is what we can do for the price. If they seem to want additional specs, then we should, Doki bidder or Doki staff, talk about that and what the cost is and who should pay for it. So regarding the underlying statement of,
that makes sense.
I am unsure why Doki has to pay for this out of her own pocket and the item isn't donated. So there was an option for artists that Doki was working with for the auction to donate their work and have that donated work be auctioned off for charity. But again, like I showed you in the beginning of stream in the VOD, Doki had previously stated she would cover the pieces and pay for it if the artists don't want to donate. And there was never an expectation artists would donate. Because remember, I
mean, that, I don't know why the manager said that, to be honest. Like, but why are we getting hung up on that? Like, it doesn't matter, right? They're just now getting involved a year later. Like, why are we getting stuck on that?
Will be paying you for your service. So manager 3 starts getting a little weird about this, like, you should have donated it thing, which again, in my opinion, is not fair whatsoever, you know? And I think because it's for charity, this does devolve a little bit because there starts to be some sort of guilt tripping of being like, well, for the good of charity, you should have donated it. Da, da, da. This might be a little bit of a hot take. Charity is good and all, and I respect giving.
I'm sorry, what? Nobody's doing that. Nobody's guilt tripping anybody over charity. They just said, like, they were probably just legitimately confused because they just hopped on her team. What are you talking about? Nobody's guilt tripping anybody, bro.
To charity, but
I cannot. What the fuck?
Try to guilt trip other people.
They're not guilt tripping. How are they guilt tripping? What? What are you talking about? That's a fair rationale, I guess. This feels like misspeak on the management. Yeah. But like, I think we can't deny that management did not do the best job in communicating with them. There was a lot of breakdown in communication at the end of the day. Everyone who's participated in this for free. It's a donation to charity. Cover to pay anyone for what you did.
Whose labor you're using for charity donations, unless they like fully consented to it, right? Being like, oh, this is something to be donated.
That makes no sense.
Do you have something you want to donate? I have been part of charity.
Nobody's guilt tripping.
I donated time and labor and stuff. I knew it was a donation going straight into it. But if you tell people, hey, I'm doing a charity and I'm gonna pay for the labor, then you need to fulfill that because that is what you stated. So later than doing a 180, being like, you should have donated it, is so unfair to the people.
They did. They didn't say that. They said, I don't know why it wasn't donated.
For a lot of people, but what you talking about, Cat?
Hold on. I want to go back to this message here. At the moment, I feel like we need to find a solution to where you can lower that current price. Let me read this again. I've been working for Doki since August, and before you contact him with blank, most likely regarding the charity auction, etc., etc. Doki has to pay for this out of pocket, and the item. Doki has to pay for this out of her own pocket, and the item isn't donated. But this will before my time. Oh, hold on. Let me read this sentence in full. I'm unsure how exactly this came to be and why Doki had to pay this out of her own pocket. And the item isn't donated, but this was before my time. They're not guilt tripping. They're just saying, like, they don't know, like, they don't know. They're just like, I don't know. They're not guilt tripping anybody. What are you talking about, dude?
In my opinion, is not.
What are you talking about?
auctions where I donated time and labor and stuff, I knew it was a donation going straight into it. But if you tell people, hey, I'm doing a charity and I'm gonna pay for the labor, then you need to fulfill that because that is what you stated. So later than doing a 180, being like, you should have donated it, is so unfair to the people involved. Plus, again, donating is
They didn't say
a
that.
privilege. It's
They didn't even get close to saying
a
that.
privilege. And if you do have the ability to donate to charities, I truly recommend it. Charities need your money, right? They operate pro bono, but not over the expense of like paying your own rent, etc., putting food on your own table. You know, like they say, you got to put your own oxygen mask on before you go and help others. And it's great if you have excess to donate to charity, but guilting other people.
I'll be real, Greencastle. Like, if you feel like it's a guilt trip, I respect your opinion, right? Everybody would read that a little differently, right? But I feel like if you're going to report on this as a content creator, right, you can't take big stretches like
To
that.
try to donate stuff to charity, I just don't like that personally. So the second continuation of that screenshot I showed you, the artist says, to help clarify around the charity auction, Doki originally put out a tweet calling for creators and artists for a paid opportunity, which I applied for with my portfolio. Here's a tweet I responded to, where you can see it says, I will be paying you for my service. Budget conversations begin. Because the PC build was listed as 3,500 USD
Right.
in the auction, which was not run by the artist, but an assumption manager one made, as in the number, the staff member assumed the build would still cost 3,500 USD. The artist provided a PDF including the cost of parts, additional things the bidder wanted, and their hourly wage. They priced their build
Exactly, Epic. Like, this was before my time. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why she's having to pay for it, but here I am. Like, I'm ready to help. How was that guilt
the
tripping?
national London living wage, undercharging below their standard rates. This is due to lack of transparency with the budget and how the artist felt pressured in being responsible to sort this PC mess out. The artist says, to make sure I have this right, the services are being paid for like Doki originally said. And manager 3 says, yes, they would be paid, originally listed as 3,500 USD, I think. Sorry if it's the wrong number, I'm backtracking the auction from the limited info I was provided. So the artist provides the PDF and states, since the build at auction was based off one of my previous PC builds, I used components that are equal to this cost and calculated the services in addition to that, including my work, customization materials, etc. If you agree on these details, I can go straight to the auction winner and discuss the specs they want replaced. Let me know if you have any questions and we can go over them. And manager 3 says, oh,
Whoa, time the fuck up. Time out, chat. Yes, these would be paid originally listed as $3,500, I think. Okay, cool, here's the PDF. Since this build at the auction was based on my previous PC builds, I've used components that were equal to the cost and calculated the service in addition to that, my work, etc., etc. If we agree on these details, I can go straight to the auction winner and discuss the specs they won't replace. They literally just said, they just said, this is the price that was listed, and they agreed with that. So I don't see where, yeah, this actually fucks up her whole thing about, oh, there was a difference between the pricing. There was a difference between, like, they got the wrong, like, money amount. They agreed to it. They said, if we agree on these details. Okay, but they didn't calculate the total price of the PDF is not round the 3 to 5, but we round, okay, actually, wait, hold on, time out. She might actually address this, hold on. JK, hold on, time out, chat.
Oh, but when I calculate the total price of the PDF, it's not around the 3.5k USD, but more around 7.2k USD, and they might even ask for upgrades, which would be more than what the auction bid for. Are you sure it's the same specs? If so, I'll run it by Doki and staff and see what would be the best choice to.
Okay, never mind. This was addressed. Yeah, we jumped the gun a little bit. Nope. Yeah, they said 3,500. They said the PDF. They're referencing the PDF. Apparently, they were saying, oh, like the one that I sent in this PDF would be around 7.2k. Okay, fair enough.
Continue. And here is where we run into the next problem of this auction, guys. I think the people hosting the auction, I guess management number 1, I think it didn't occur to them. And this is where we go into the original problem of them going to the artist's PC part picker and pulling the list of parts. They didn't consider the labor cost of building the PC, which is something that needs to be paid for. So that 3,500 USD number, remember, it's already wrong because it's not in the right currency. But secondly, that number only counts for parts. It doesn't count for the labor of building the PC, which again is labor that should be paid for, right? But that's like the equivalent of, like, I don't know, going to
That's fair. I mean, that's fair, right? So it does genuinely seem like Doki's initial manager or whatever mislisted the price. At least from what I see so far now. That looks like that's true, chat.
Mechanic, and then I don't know, you give him like a part of your car. Sorry, I suck at mechanic and car stuff, but like, you know, I actually broke the side mirror off of my car. So that's equivalent of going to the mechanic free. I put it back on 6.6 thousand USD and hadn't received a PC and began trying to sort the problem out. The artist even started to look for alternative ways to make the build more affordable by contacting their personal brand connections. Again, this is like extra stuff the artist is doing on top of it. Like flexing your personal relationships to try to like pull strings and get things done is not
Wait,
an
what?
expectation that would happen in scenarios like this. Like, this is like going above and beyond. Some people might read this and be like, well, like the artist should have done that to make it as cheap as possible.
The artist sympathized with the bidder who spent $6,600 and received a PC and get sorted the problem out. The artist even started looking. What do you mean? They're flexing. Oh, what do you mean they're flexing? What are you talking about?
It takes a lot to ask your relationships for stuff because
What are you
kind of, like,
saying?
use up the amount of asks you get. Does that make sense? Like trying to speak on it from like an influencer perspective. Anyways, I'm
Where
not
are
a
they
PC builder. I built two
flexing?
PCs
Where did they do that? Like coming up?
Because yeah, some people, my original hardware cost in my Cinna PC has always been 3,500 British pounds, but I believe it's been mistakenly put down as 3,500 USD in the auction.
Okay.
Which is why the pricing is misaligned.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So Doki's team did mess up on their pricing.
The specs are accurate and as close as they can be. There's the exception that the chassis in the Doki PC design isn't the same as the one used for the Cinna PC, but we didn't confirm a price breakdown specifically for the Doki PC in advance before the auction went ahead. There is an option to lower the specs to save on component cost, although it might be difficult because it wouldn't align with the specs advertised to the auction winner. Because by the way, I want to remind you, the PC was auctioned as you could pick your own specs. The artist continues, the winner has said,
No, it wasn't. That's false. It said you could pick some of the specs, if even. So that is just blatant like fucking like a lie right there. That is not what it said. That is not what it said. Okay, so let's stop a second, kind of realign here just for a moment, chat. So manager number 1 listed all the stuff on the Tiltify. I'm gonna assume all the stuff was listed on the Tiltify under the wrong nationality of money, right? So because of that, when it's converted, it was wrong. So on Doki's end, that was incorrect. We got that right. There was a lot of change in management. It's about a year later, and they're trying to make this right with the person that won the charity item, right? Okay, perfect. That's kind of where we stand right now. Everybody good? Type 1.
that they're happy to pay for upgrades, so that wouldn't be an issue and I would handle that with them. So try not to worry that much about that side of it. You shouldn't be having to also pay for components to be upgraded. Besides, the Cinna PC is already Gen 5, so there's not been a huge amount in terms of upgrades yet anyways, aside from the 50 series GPUs, which haven't even released yet. Would you like me to go to the winner and speak with them about the specs they do want first, so that we have a fuller picture? Because if so, drop me their username and let them know to expect a request from me. And then the artist says, hey manager, I hope I'm not spamming you with messages here, but I've got an update that might also help us with this somewhat. I heard back from a contact this morning and may be able to get support on the PC chassis, which would help reduce the cost. One of the major things about the PC case was that they were only available in the US, so ordering it to the UK was going to incur a hefty chunk in taxes and international shipping. Plus, it's one of the more expensive cases on the market in the first place. The case alone was going to be 843 USD in my original calculation.
Okay.
If I managed to get support with it because the case has become available to UK distributors, then
yeah, exactly. Okay, let's go. Let's go look at the Tiltify, since it's here, right? Fair market value. The piece is a custom-built Doki PC. Since the PC has not been built yet, you're able to have some control over the creative process. The PC is valued at $3,500, and the parts of PC will fall in line with the general PC of that pricing. So let's go take a look here. And this was the one that they listed, right? I don't see a price anywhere, but here's the parts breakdown. Please don't anticipate data shipment and completion is estimate based on previous experience with similar projects and is subject to change. We'll be in touch about the entire process up to the point of delivery. Concept art is subject to change. Orders be notified necessary changes. All right, there you go. Yeah, there you go.
Offset the cost entirely. Manager's like, why does it cost so much? Why couldn't you donate it? Right?
Wait, what? Hold on, wait. What do you mean? They never said that.
So
they never said that, bro. What are you talking about?
I could offset the cost entirely. Manager's like, why does it cost so much? Why couldn't you donate it? Right? So
they never said that. They never said that. Why are you so stuck on trying to villainize this situation? Look, at the end of the day, chat, this boils down to miscommunication. You're trying to villainize this manager about stuff. They never said that. They never said that.
The artist got confirmation that they were going to get support with the case to help alleviate the pressure of the cost. The manager says, this is about the cost, right? About labor costs. So just to be sure, that would be 3,400 USD for labor costs, which, when you calculated for the UK national living wage. And the artist says you might want to round up to the value the hardware was listed, 3,500 if the buyer wants to replace parts. The $82 can go towards the hardware they choose. So my recommendation would be 3,500 USD plus 2,398 pounds. That way they're getting the full value as advertised. If that makes sense, it's up to the team though. The manager says, I will get you in direct contact with Doki and the charity auction bidder to sort these out. Would the pricing be final, so no more additional costs, correct?
Okay, so the manager's communicating and he says, look, I want to keep it around that promised amount, 3,500 USD. So that is equivalent to this. They have the case. They're trying to keep it around that. Ask about labor. All good, chat.
Like no more shipping and tax
all
costs.
good.
And the artist says, okay, can you please do that to sort this out ASAP? It was agreed with manager 1 that your team would handle the shipment of the unit. Hence, any packaging shipping tax isn't included in the estimate I gave you. And it should be written in the PDF I sent. So manager 3 says, so it doesn't make any financial sense at that point. Basically, the item, work, shipping, tax together costs more than the offer the bidder put on the item. I will ask Doki what she wishes to do, since this is very badly arranged by ourselves before my time. But a refund to the bidder is what I'm primarily going to advertise because this makes very little sense to me.
There you fucking go, chap. End of story. Thank you for coming. Thanks, guys. This was great. Thanks for covering this story. Thanks for being here, everybody. That's it. There you go. It doesn't make financial sense because it's good. Doki, what you want to do because it was very badly arranged by ourselves before my time. That's so true. I'll refund to the bidder. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, guys. I'm out. See you later. Like, they literally acknowledged exactly what happened. Well, what else do you want out of this situation? The manager literally said, it was very badly arranged. I'll refund to the bidder. And that's what I'm personally going to advise. It doesn't make financial sense. He literally said, well, I don't know if it's a he. The manager said, right here, yeah, this is very badly arranged. He literally acknowledged it. Acknowledged that this is badly arranged. Oh my God. What else do you want? What else do you want by this?
And to be fair, this is fair, right? It's fair to be frustrated that, oh, I hosted a charity to auction off the item, and then the item is going to cost more than what the auction is. But this is a whole issue with how the charity was set up in the first place. It should have never happened like this. There should have never been a scenario where in the charity, the item costs more than what the bid for the item was. And whatever management 1 was doing was setting up the auction because they never confirmed the price of the PC. They started the bid for the PC at 3,500, remember, US dollars. And that was not including labor costs. That was only the cost of PC parts. And they picked a random PC build and based it off that using the wrong currency. So
and what Kat says here is actually fair, right, chat? Manager 1 did not do right by Doki on that one.
Artist says, may I add my assistant to the group chat also? Their name is redacted. The manager 3 says, sure, we can discuss the options and choices, etc. as Doki should be able to make a decision on what the best solution should be. And the artist says, okay, I've added them. Do you mind if I ask what Doki's schedule looks like? We're all in different time zones and I need to be able to assign time to this while balancing my other clients. It would be a huge help if you and Doki could block out a chunk of time so we could really hammer out the details. I'm dedicated to trying to work this out together.
So, manager 3 already said, you know what? I think we're just going to advise just to pay out the person. It doesn't make financial sense at this point. I'm just not seeing it, right? And the manager from the artist, right? The PC builder says, you know what? I want to work this out with you guys. So what is the issue? They've already communicated with each other to try to come to a resolution. They literally have already established, whenever this message was, I can't read when it is, it's too small, but they've already established that they're good coming to a resolution with each other. So why do we even need to create this video to try to call out Doki and her managers? Because yes, there's been miscommunication, but they're also they've also worked it out. And the PC builder, the artist, is like, you know what? I want to try to make this work. Why is this having to be an issue now? You know what I mean?
Now we get the group chat with everybody in it, which is the most confusing part of this document because everybody's redacted. This group chat is between the artist assistant, who I'll abbreviate to AA, Doki, the bidder / buyer, and management number 3.
Literally. Thank you for saying that, Piano. It seems like such a nothing burger at this point. Get off Doki's nuts. Yeah, exactly.
So I've labeled everyone. The yellow is the buyer. I've labeled it with like B or buyer. The pink is the artist. The orange is the artist assistant. Green is management number 3. I'll have it like labeled on the screenshots as well.
All right.
So the conversation opens with the buyer, aka the bidder, clarifying their timeline. Censored is what likely could be manager number 1. So the buyer, January 19th, 2025, says, hello, I'll post my timeline here. Contact initiated soon after the auction by redacted, which is most likely manager 1.
Also inferring that they were guilt tripping is
The manager
crazy.
that screwed up the auction. 2, I said I wanted to increase the budget of the build's hardware and I would be willing to pay the additional price. 3, there was no communication for a while. After some prodding, I was notified the artist had medical conditions and they were gone, and the team was looking for somebody to fill in as a new artist. Manager 1 also offered to send the postcard early, which I did not take the offer. So basically, Doki was offering free, I believe, signed postcards in all of the winners' packages. Manager 1 disappeared and subsequently was replaced by Ribby. Remember Ribby's manager 2, using the same email after several months. The replacement was not notified nor communicated to me about the auction until I sent follow-ups. 5, Ribby apologized and said, quote, the budget was allocated, end quote. 6, no real additional information of relevance was exchanged after that point, and Ribby went Mia as well. In the VTuber space, it is known there's a lot of crappy managers. I've covered many of them on my YouTube channel, okay?
That's
but the
so
thing
true.
is, your managers are an extension of you. So is
That's very true. I will agree with that statement.
it your manager's fault they absolutely dropped the ball on the auction? Yes. But again, you as the VTuber should have kind of looked over everything before you hit the go live button with the auction. Maybe you naively put your full heart's trust in this management and trusting they would handle everything correctly. Between the changes of hands, so much was lost. Essentially, if you're a VTuber with management, right? You
However, I do want to point out, chat, you can't paint the picture that Doki didn't try to get involved because she did reach out to the artist, right? So while I do agree that it could have been covered better, right? At the end of the day, right, that's on Doki and her team, right? That's for Doki to improve. But why are you trying to make such a big problem out of it, right? Like, yes, that's feedback, and it's critical feedback for Doki to take to her heart, right? But Doki was also involved trying to make it right. This is why you eat your manager. Heck yeah, Bora. What's up, Kitty? How are you? Can we get a shout out for Asha, please?
You kind of act like the boss of your own little company. And if somebody gets
That's true.
fired, like manager 1, and then manager 2 gets brought on, in corporate, there is a middle person that serves as the handoff between person number 1 and person number 2.
I mean, in a perfect world, yes, but I'm gonna be real, chat. As somebody who's worked in the professional world for a few years before I came full-time, that's not always the case. Let's be real. I bet you in your jobs as well, chat, you can probably attest to that. There's supposed to be a middle person in a handoff. That doesn't always happen.
That gets hired to fulfill the role. So it looks to me that in whatever is happening with the Dokibird company situation, there was no middleman to make the handoff between manager 1 and manager 2 go smoothly. Being like, hey, manager 1, can you make a list of all the projects we have hanging and then all the things we need to do and then what manager 2 needs to do, like to fill this in, etc. And
well, here's the other thing too. Sometimes managers don't always, or whoever it is, right? People don't always leave on the best terms. So sometimes you're left to pick up the pieces as well. And that might have been the case here. We don't know. And to be honest, that's not our fucking business.
again, I would say that as the VTuber, the head of the brand, you should have line of sight into what's happening in your company, in the management that's going on. If you have no line of sight, I would argue that's mismanagement of your part, because it's your responsibility to make sure things aren't screwing up down below, you know? Again, if the managers are doing little things one-off, etc., the manager dropped the ball, sure. The way a company works, the higher up is the one that gives the okay, that signs off on the project. With companies, even with like a little social media manager that makes a tweet, typically there is a senior social media manager, a senior social producer that looks at the post before it goes live and okays the post to go live.
True.
So regardless of whether the person below you screwed up or not, sucks, right? But you as a person above them, as the big boss, should have looked at everything over, made sure it was okay before it went live. So management, one, screwed it up really badly. Partially Doki's fault for having no idea, because how did you not? But maybe because Doki has no experience with PC builds, they just didn't realize, or because of miscommunication, they...
I think understanding the context of where Doki was at that point, right? Because that was February 2024, right? She was freshly indie, right? On top of that, too, she wants to do a charity event, do something nice. Like, yes, I understand that Doki's team, they messed up, right? I think we can all acknowledge that, right? And that's fair, right? But at the same time, like, why are we trying to just villainize that? Like, here's the issue, chat. Doki's team, it's on them to resolve it, whatever the issue is. So let them resolve it. You know what I mean? Let them resolve it. Like, stop trying to villainize these things that are nothing burgers. If they fucked it up, I 100% know that Doki will always make it right, especially like we talk about so much, chat, about intention on my channel, right? We try to understand people's intention. Doki was trying to do a charity event. She always does so good by the community. If something got fucked up on the back end, then let her try to make it right. That's it. You know what I mean? Like, stop trying to make issues out of nothing that are there. What was the company of Doki about, by the way? She was working with a artist, a PC builder.
He thought that the budget was okay when it wasn't, right? Hindsight's always 2020, so we can't
Yeah, it's just
necessarily
like,
fault Doki
why are we trying to make it look so much
for
worse than
not
it actually
knowing
is?
everything, because maybe manager lied to them and was like, yeah, the artist said 3,500 was okay when it wasn't okay. So that could be possible. But what I can fault Doki for, and you'll see this later in the document because we just touched upon it, is how the rest of it was handled. Because again, the auction screwed up. The auction for the PC bombed. Like, it was a mess of a situation. Now we have a steaming pile of poop and somebody needs to clean it up, and nobody wants to fix it. Literally nobody wants to deal with it. And that is the problem. Who screwed it up and who effed up the auction, in my opinion, is the least of the worries of the situation. Because what we have now,
Yeah, we haven't got to her document yet, Bean Sprout, but that's
is
an
a
important
buyer.
thing. But I want to get on the cat side because I'd rather have all of her weak points and then be able to counter them easily.
a
So,
fan of Doki's who bid $6.6 thousand. So this buyer is out of the money with no PC in hand. That is the big issue here. So who's going to fix this? At this point, the buyer has now been waiting for 10 months. The artist then apologizes for the buyer's
Right.
wait and summarizes their health concerns. They then ask about questions they've had about the project. So this is
so to be fair as well, like the early on as well, the PC person had health issues that did delay a lot of the project as well. So like, it's not just Doki's team as well. There was a lot of back and forth, a breakdown in communication for both sides. We need to acknowledge that because I feel like she's just like, oh, Doki's managers, Doki's team. It was both sides.
is on January
Like, be
19th,
fair about it
2025.
at
The
least,
artist
you
says,
know?
to clarify, I sent over a PDF with details about the project to Doki and team, but to move forward with the project, I need estimated project costs to be confirmed by Doki. To chat about the hardware the buyer would like upgraded, to confirm and discuss shipping details. I can send the hardware list I put together if needed. The components I pre-selected are black. But buyer, what is your preference when it comes to component colorways? This appears to be the first mention
Alright.
of there being a request for 2 PCs, not one, to the artist. The artist never had an agreement with Doki or their management for even one PC, the first one they thought, the only one they thought they were
Right.
building, let alone this second PC that was floating around as an idea. So buyer, saying, good to hear that your health is back on track. And the buyer says, my understanding in the beginning was it was supposed to be Doki would get one of each item herself. But I believe not long after she got a PC, and this probably fell off her radar of things she needed. So I'm not sure if there's a
Right.
requirement to pair up builds to reduce the workload. So Doki then joins in, apologizing and
Well, why are we so stuck on this? There's supposed to be two. There's supposed to be two. There's supposed to be two. Bro, things change. They never signed a contract. They never went through with any type of official like signing or any of that kind of stuff. So like, why are you caught up on that? Like, it doesn't matter. It literally does not matter.
and moving the convo forward. So Doki says, hi, sorry for the late reply to all of this. I'll be reading through the replies. I'll be handling it personally instead of my staff since they're all busy and it was my fault the PC stuff got delayed since I didn't realize the miscommunication got this bad until I was dragged back in and notified about it a few weeks ago. I really apologize again for the delays on this auction item. If there's something you need from me and I don't reply back in time within 48 hours,
Bro, Doki's taking responsibility. Sorry for the late reply. I'm reading through the replies. I'll be handling it personally since my staff is busy. It was my fault the PC stuff got delayed. He literally took responsibility. Why are you hounding on her, bro?
just ping me again because my messages get
People
super
fuck
swamped
up.
every day. Since I don't think I'll be needing another PC, we can allocate
By the way,
funds
it's not even directly her fault. It's the manager, but he's responsible for them. But
to
nonetheless,
getting the buyer's PC made with the parts they want. Unless you'd like us to have similar PCs to share, I also don't mind as a special feature. Please feel free to let me know. So this is also weird and confusing. Again, Doki had mentioned on stream that she wanted a duplicate of every item so that she could match with the buyer. That's a cute idea. And that wasn't made clear from the Tiltify. The starting bid for the Tiltify was set at $3,500. It was listed as for one PC. $3,500 for one PC. Here is a PC part picker of what the artist had made, of a previous build the artist made, so you can get an idea of what you're going to get. Pulling a PC part picker of a previous build without consulting the artist first, not a good idea. The buyer states there's no need for matching
Yes,
PCs.
we
Then
know
listed
that.
desired specs. The artist expressed not being comfortable doing enterprise level builds, and the buyer understands. Going back and forth on parts and how the build would look like. A chicken versus egg situation happens where management 3 asks for the part list to determine a quote, whereas the buyer and the artist want to know what the budget is before choosing parts. Below is a screen grab of a convo between management 1 and the artist about payment that happened early 2024 when this project began. So this is what management 1 said. Secondly, regarding the payment for the PC, I know that's probably up in the air at the moment, so we can stay in contact and figure that out as the project progresses or as we have a more clear idea of projected cost. I did base the market value off your previous builds, and we would like to stay around that general cost for the parts themselves. By the way, do you see this?
Okay.
We would like to stay around that general cost cost for the parts themselves. So manager 1 is telling the artist, we would like to
It's
stay
only
around
for the
that cost
parts,
for
not the
parts,
labor.
the cost of the previous build, the 3,500 USD. So up until this point, the artist won, thanks.
Right, they're basically saying that we want to keep around the parts, not the labor. Okay, and I think if you agree, chat, can we all acknowledge that Doki's manager fucked up the initial listing for the price? Can we just all like acknowledge that? Are we good? Because I feel like we just keep hounding on that fact, and it's like, yes, it's messed up. Doki apologized. She wants to personally handle it, make it right. So let's just, yeah, that manager was shitty, by the way, weren't they? If I remember correctly. Well, my memory's serving me right on that, but so what I'm more concerned with is how Doki and her team are gonna make it right. Because that's it. That's all that matters.
There's only one PC. But 2, the artist is under the assumption, very, very fairly, because this is exactly
Right,
what
that's
they
what
were
I
told,
thought so
that
as
the
well, Jan.
3,500 USD, which was a wrong number because it should be in British pounds, would be for parts. So the artist up to this point is assuming labor was going to be additional. Whereas Doki and I guess other management 3 is under the assumption the 3,500 USD, the wrong number, is for everything. Parts, PC build, shipping, which Doki said they would pay for everything, was going to be in that 3,500 number. For more context, the buyer had the intention of upgrading the build to their desired specs and was willing to pay out of pocket for the difference between the allotted budget and their desired build. The buyer says, I see. I was working with the mindset of Doki providing her budget, and with that amount, I know how much I may or may not need to add to the pot. For example, if the total was 4K and I'm only willing to contribute 2K, the total would be 6K. Or if the total was then 5K for the budget, I would add 2K and the total would be 7,000, which would give an additional 1,000 for me to choose parts I want.
So basically the buyer's like, look, Doki's budget is XYZ. I want to add to it because I want to get to a certain PC level, right? Which I think that's kind of cool that they want to work that out.
Thus, having an idea of how much I have to work with will undoubtedly affect my choices. So the artist says,
of
I
course,
like to emphasize this point as I've been working with the same mindset, replying to the buyer about what the buyer just said. We're both waiting on a budget estimate from Doki as we can't move forward without at least a ballpark. The artist then expresses the need to hear from Doki to continue moving the project forward. And the artist says, at this point, I'm finding it hard to continue dedicating time to the project without Doki's personal involvement. She's the only one who can make key decisions on behalf of her business, and her input is critical to moving things along. I keep sensing that this project might not make financial sense, and I'm genuinely concerned about the risk of not being compensated for the hours I've already put in. Since we don't have any form of contract yet, I haven't been able to establish standard creative industry practices, such as a kill fee. So far, I've already put in significant time with concept art, drafting up proposals, communications, but without a clear budget, I've been shooting in the dark and undercharging my services in the process, in an attempt to make this work with undefined parameters. I really hope that you can understand I can't put in any more hours or change the cost breakdown I've already given until I actually know what the upper limit financial constraints are and what the Doki team is doing to make this work. I want to feel like we're all aligned and giving our best effort to deliver a lovely product to a client who has been waiting for a year.
I think that's a pretty fair statement, right, chat? You know, there's no budget, there's nothing involved or anything like that. So you know what? That's totally fine. I like this message. I think they all want to work together towards a shared goal. That's fine.
And the buyer says, sad face, with that in mind, to keep the chat on topic, I'll refrain from doing what I said earlier so messages don't get pushed up. Refrain from narrowing down the list of parts. By the way, again, do I really need to indicate and show you guys just how much management is dropping the ball? Because why is it the artist and buyer being the proactive ones here? Being like, how can we get this to work? What's the budget? Like, we really need the budget to know what we can work on. Here's what I need from you. Please give me what I need. The management's just like yapping in the back, I guess. And Doki replied a day later. So Doki says, hello everyone, sorry again for the late reply. For the budget, it will be 6 to 7K. I'm willing to squeeze an extra 300 to 400 USD if the parts go over due to the long wait. So the maximum I'm willing to go will be 7.4K, depending on if the parts do go over budget a little.
Okay, so we finally got the budget, chat. There is the budget, right? So to put this in perspective, manager number 1 kind of fucks up the stuff, right? Now Doki is going to personally eat the difference, but she's willing to do that. She says, okay, I'm okay with that. You know, I'm sorry for the late reply. The budget would be 6 to 7K. There you go. She gave it to us. So the maximum I'm willing to go will be 7.4. I think other parts do go over budget a little bit. Seems fair to me. I feel like at this point, we're good.
So the buyer responds, thank you for getting back to us. However, I believe there's still many points that need to be agreed upon before we may continue any further, specifically between Doki and Doki staff and the artist. If the price of raw parts of the build were originally slated to be around 3.5K, how much was additionally to be set aside for the artist's work? their labor. Does the new budget upward of 7.4K include the cost of labor or not? If so, what percentage of
Well, I
it
would
is supposed to be?
imagine
Given how things
it
have
would
gone
be.
so far, is whatever previous estimate made for the artist's work still the same? And how does the new proposed base budget by Doki play with new estimates? Finally, it would be best if discussions on topics such as shipping, compensation, and some concrete estimates be made between Doki and Management 3 and the artist, probably using 3.5 to 4K of base parts as an
A
estimate.
base parts as
Before
an
work
estimate,
progresses
the
any
rest to
further,
cover
she
the
mentioned
rest.
wanting to adhere to industry practices, which I believe is a good idea. Without any formality, it makes it too easy for discussions work to proceed before getting canceled and wasting even more of everyone's time. There are obviously additional administrative issues that I have not brought up and are out of my wheelhouse. As Doki previously stated, she will be handling this personally. She should raise such issues. I believe I should not be bringing this up. You know, this is the saddest part. The fact that the buyer is the one advocating for the artist to be paid fairly for their labor, when management number 3 was trying to get the artist to donate the PC for free.
That is a completely unfair statement for you to make. That right there is the reason that people do not take you seriously in your coverage. That right there, I'm gonna wait till ads are over. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Let me back this up for everybody that's coming back from the ads, because it's very important. Listen to this. I need you all to type 1 and listen to what she says.
Not be bringing this up. You know, this is the saddest part. The fact that the buyer is the one advocating for the artist to be paid fairly for their labor, when management number 3 was trying to get the artist to donate the PC for free. 3 cats in a trench coat would have done a better job than this management, honestly.
You are misrepresenting the entirety of that part of the situation. Manager 3 did not try to get it donated. There was nowhere in their statement they said, can you donate this instead? You were purposely villainizing and misrepresenting exactly what they said. You're also saying that, oh, it's the buyer that's trying to sit there and like advocate for this stuff. You don't know that. Everybody else is having a conversation. They're discussing it. They're advocating just as much as everybody else. The buyer is just asking for particular information. This is why nobody actually trusts what you have to say, because you're going out of your way to misrepresent and villainize a particular line and use that as a contingency for your entire argument when it's dishonest.
I can totally see how this was well-meaning, but like the way it was set up was doomed to fail, and then the handling of it afterwards was
She made this own doc, by the way, and this hasn't been released.
So, Management 3 brings up the total auction amount for the PC being $6,600 and suggesting a refund. So management writes, but keep in mind, the auction offer was $6,600, and Doki is already willing to up that amount. If it goes much further above that upped amount, then honestly, I suggest a refund at that point, because from a management perspective, this already doesn't make much sense to me. But she feels very bad about the long wait and how things have been handled in the past by previous management.
And I think that is fantastic that he has acknowledged that, right? The manager said, hey, you know, we might want to do a refund. So they can literally wash their hands right now and be like, you know what? We're done. And that would be okay. That would be acceptable.
The buyer pushes back on this notion and suggests a build estimate. The buyer says, the auction was for charity. That number should not be considered the actual amount for the build. It could have been raised to $20K if we had additional dedicated bidders. Additionally, as it is charity, it is against the spirit to use that as the budget cost. I believe there should be an actual fixed price for this build that should have existed regardless of the charity auction bid.
Well, it was $3,500 originally, right? So I don't think... let me read this message again, because I want to make sure I get this right. Keep in mind the auction offer was 6.6 and Doki's already willing to go up that amount. Because so much further above that upped amount, then honestly just suggest a refund at the point. Because from a major percent, I don't know if they're saying that the auction offer was the amount that they were like is the cutoff, right? Because really the cutoff is actually 3.5. But I think maybe they just were kind of like, wait, what are you talking about? So
been raised to $20K if we had additional dedicated bidders. Additionally, as it is charity, it is against the spirit to use that as the budget cost. I believe there should be an actual fixed price for this build that should have existed regardless of the charity auction bid. This is why I asked the question regarding the original and current budget. So the original build estimate was $3,500 for parts plus the artist's labor estimated at auction time plus administrative fees. So the current build estimate is $3.5K for parts that are subject to change plus the artist's labor estimated at auction time, plus the artist's labor post-auction, plus administrative fees and hassle fees, plus Doki's new contributions. The question is then who is paying for it and how much is the artist's labor estimated at auction time? If this value and was always approximately $3,500, then Doki's new contribution might as well be zero, and I will be responsible for any additional fees incurred. This is why I wanted clarification to all and more of the questions above. It is possible that the 7K figure which Doki has to contribute, the real cost of the build, has not changed, therefore leading to a convenient misconception that there were additional funds was diverted to this now that Doki is not obtaining a PC from Redacted. Where again, it's confusing because there's so many moving parts, because there was the talk of the second PC. So in the previous estimate, the artists provided to management, they undercharged their labor at minimum wage because they felt pressure to accommodate the unspoken budget of $3,500. Again, the $3,500 USD quote is based only off PC parts and never accounted for labor costs. Remember,
it really sucks because everybody's left to pick up the pieces from manager number one. So they're trying to just like work the details out, right? Like, but Doki said, here's the budget for the entire project. So I feel like they're kind of like maybe splitting hairs a little bit in their DMs. Like he said, hey, I can go up to 7.4 to, you know, up for the entirety of the budget of the thing. That's the way I take it. I feel like we're kind of splitting hairs in these DMs, but let's continue.
That was literally what management one said. Quote, I did base the market value off your previous builds, and we would like to stay around the general cost for the parts themselves.
3.5.
Referring to 3,500 USD. The buyer advocates for the artist to be paid fairly for labor. So this is just me with a little tinfoil hat, okay? But to me, it smells like manager 3 kind of wanted to like try to beat down the artist and buyer enough times so that they could get the artist to like say they were going to do the build for free, to like give in essentially, or to do the build for not charging for labor so they could only have to pay 3,500.
Bro, call. I don't know if you need to fucking call in the Straw Hat Gang because that reach is more fucking far than Luffy stretches. What the hell are you talking about? Nobody is doing that. Stop misrepresenting. Yes. You are literally straight up just making up lies about Manager 3. I mean, is there truth about the first manager fucking up? Yes. Absolutely, but they did also say 3,500 in parts, right? So, kind of in a way, like they said, the PC's right about 3,500. Whatever that wasn't true because they were talking about parts, right? Just miscommunication. But again, why are you trying to villainize all this miscommunication? Let them work it out and figure out a solution. You have to allow people to correct their mistakes. It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
500 for parts USD, and then he get away with it. That's what it kind of feels to me like what Manager 3 is trying to do. You'll see later because the language gets a little manipulative in my opinion, but that's my little tinfoil hat theory. Okay, I'm not claiming.
I love this. I want to point this out what Censored said. Never ever attribute malice to what can be explained by incompetence. I love that. I'm framing that on my wall.
Is what is happening. My little conspiracy theory. Twirling my mustache over here. So the artist says, my rate at the time of auction would have been 32 pounds per hour. I've lightly tweaked the cost breakdowns these past weeks to match with market fluctuations for components, but being fully honest and open here, I am undercharging my fees at 13.85 pounds per hour, which is the UK London living wage. I thought that by undercharging, it could alleviate the financial pressure that seemed to be getting in the way with the budget, and I wanted to make sure the project got honored because it's for charity. The minimum base rate I should be charging is 32 pounds per hour. And then the artist responds to Doki getting a PC. The artist is like, wait, Doki was obtaining a PC from me? I'm out of the loop because I'm confused about an extra PC that keeps being mentioned.
Hat? You're basically the crazy cat lady.
And the extra PC was stated by the buyer. I want to point this out. This was stated by the buyer and nobody else, the manager, Doki, or things like that, right? So I feel like that's just an extraneous point that probably should have been ignored overall, but let's continue.
From my understanding of going through this, the only time Doki had mentioned getting like a second PC or like a duplicate was on stream. It wasn't mentioned in the tweets that Doki put out that the artist applied to be one of the people chosen to make stuff for the charity. And it was never mentioned in DMs to the artist. The artist had no idea. So again, how the hell did the artist...
Right, so if it was never mentioned to the artist in the first place, why would you assume that it was supposed to be fulfilled? Yes, the buyer mentioned it, but nobody official that's actually working on the project mentioned it to you. So why are you holding on to this point that literally means nothing? They never talked to you about completing that part of it. So why do you get so fucking obsessed when I'm doing a second PC? It doesn't matter. Just fucking drop the point, dude. It doesn't matter. They never asked for it to be done. Only the buyer mentioned it. Why are you so obsessed with the second PC? Oh my fucking God.
Just find out
I cannot with this lady. It's insane.
Later that there was supposed to be a second PC. Management 3 explains how the charity auction was set up with a formula that makes absolutely no sense for how these functions typically go. It will be shown later as well, but typically for charity auctions, all items auctioned off are donated by generous donors. People bid on the item, and the total sum of what is bid on is donated to charity. For example, 5 people donate PCs. The host will then auction the PCs. They'll raise, I don't know, 100K, and thus all 100K minus processing fees will go to the charity. The host doesn't pay for PCs because it was explicitly noted they were a donation with the sole purpose of raising the money for charity. This is the fault of the first management team that set this auction up. Most of the cases with charity auctions, again, people donate.
Where is By the way, hold on a second. Wait. Management 3 explains how the charity auction was set up. Where is there a screenshot for that? Yeah, I want to see a screenshot for that, by the way.
Most of the cases with charity auctions, the item wasn't paid for yet, okay? That is why this screwed up so badly, because they're donating a custom commission item from an artist that was not completed yet, or they never figured out how much it was supposed to cost. So,
well, and it does require the buyer's input as well, or not the buyer, but the person that's receiving it. It does require their input as well, which is really important, right?
When they set the original number, so it kind of makes sense to be like, well, whatever the product is, we're going to buy it. We're going to set the base cost. So the base cost will be the cost of the product, and then anything extra would go to charity. But you fail to consider hidden fees, operating costs, whatever. And especially when it comes to custom-built PCs, a product that is really expensive to build. It's fair for it to cost the way it does, right? You pay for labor, and expertise, right? Any little screw up, the PC doesn't work.
I feel like this is a good word. We're talking about the issue with Manager 1. I mentally moved past that so long ago, chat. Like, I'm way past that.
Including Doki realized how expensive a custom PC is. The price was astronomically way too low.
Do you want to know what I think, chat? I think that Doki went to her manager and said, I want to do a custom PC for somebody. It is your responsibility of find a cost, find all that stuff, give me the number, and I'll make it happen, right? And that was it. I doubt Doki was really involved in that process. Now, ultimately, was she taken for a ride because of that? Yes. Is she responsible for that? Unfortunately, yes. But I doubt that Doki was the one crunching the numbers and stuff like that.
It should have been minimum bid 7.5K, like straight up minimum bid. And I feel like anybody with like custom PC experience, which I don't even have any really, would look at the 3.5K number and be like, how am I getting this for this much? Because that's not adding up. It's way too low. But again, not the buyer's responsibility.
Doki put out a video? Like on YouTube, or what are you talking about?
Manager 3 says, hey buyer, I understand what you're saying, but you seem to be missing a few parts. Regularly in charity auctions, there is an existing item or service donated, and people bid on this, raising the maximum amount for a good cause.
Well, why are we missing the response? Yeah, well, you put this part, but you didn't actually, like, you listed, like, this is what they said, but you didn't include the screenshot.
Previous management and Doki set this auction up totally differently. Basically, Dokibird is paying for a lot of these
maybe
items
so,
for herself.
Maybe that was it.
We'll
never know.
Why this was set up this way baffles me until this day, and that's why you can sense my need to stay within and around the offered amount, hence my remark. Which, okay, this also to me makes no sense. Quote, basically, Dokibird is paying for a lot of these items fully herself, end quote. One, that should never happen in a charity setup, but two, Dokibird never spent a single cent at this point on this PC, from my understanding. I read through like the entire group chat and messaging.
Yeah, he is not right, but basically Dokibird is paying for a lot of these items for herself. I thought she did. Yeah, I thought she did pay for some of the items that were part of the charity. You know what I mean? I feel like she did. If I remember correctly, I mean, feel free to correct me on that, but I thought she did spend money on other items that were part of the charity.
Between all of these people. A cent never left Doki's pocket at this point, for this PC specifically. Maybe for other stuff, not about the PC. I understand.
But that's what they're talking about. Basically, Dokibird is paying for a lot of these items fully herself. That's what she's talking about. Doki's like, hey, or this person, I'm sorry, it's like, hey, Doki's bought a lot of these items, fully funded them herself. Yeah, she hasn't done it for the PC, but that doesn't make this sentence incorrect.
Understand the artist POV, and I don't know how the original quote came to be without it being
3.5 for a custom PC is still a nice PC.
The Doki team
by the way,
during the auction. Hence, we got an odd situation that we need clarity on. We need a fixed pricing and what it would cost fully, so we can decide further if everything fits correctly. I thought the money from the buyer went to charity, and Doki is funding the PC as a prize. The auction money did go to the charity. That's how Tiltify works. So the way Tiltify works, you donate straight to Tiltify. It goes out of Tiltify into the charity.
I thought she was alleging that Doki pocketed all that money. I hope that's not the case. I hope she's not alleging that Doki basically took that charity money. It went to Tiltify, but she never paid out for the PC because she did do that.
Doki doesn't touch the money, from my understanding. Tiltify takes a 5% processing fee. That's it. Okay, so Doki is gonna pay for the PC, or that was the intention. It makes more sense. I personally just think operation.
Well, she said she's going to.
Speaking for a charity, messy.
Well, from what I kept hearing, like people were saying, like, oh, like. Kat accused Doki of pocketing the money, but I don't really get the sense of that. I don't think that's it. I think it's more like the accountability of the PC itself, right? But it seems like Doki took care of it, so I don't really understand Kat's whole like thing here. But again, she's villainized Manager 3 like crazy, so
Like it's very messy because then
Yeah,
you end
exactly,
up
Wog.
with stuff like this. So it's a price match thing. Like,
Exactly,
the money
Wog.
goes to the charity and Doki pays for the item. That means you have to price match an entire auction, which is wild. Well, she'll only have to pay for the
Yeah.
products and everything else goes to the charity. That makes more sense as to why Doki was like, I want a matching PC because she was just gonna probably pay for it herself. That's probably why, out of her own pocket. So the
But now she's having to pay for the whole PC to cover because the first manager fucked it up.
buyer wasn't going to pay for it. Okay, so that clears that up. I literally read through this like 4 times and this is so confusing. We're going to operate on the assumption that Doki is paying out of pocket for the PC and price matching essentially the auction. So manager
She is. She's paying out of pocket for the piece. How are you confused about that? She was always paying. Nothing was. Wait a second. You've been going on and on about manager 3 guilting them to donate, but nothing was ever donated. She was always going to pay for the PC. What the fuck are you confused about? That was always what? Bro, he was always gonna pay for the PC. That was never like in question.
3 says, buyer, I understand what you're saying, but you seem to be missing a few parts. Regularly in charity auctions, there is an existing item or service donated, and people bid on this, raising
We already read this.
your item, and we feel really horrid about that. However, we need a fixed pricing, what it would cost fully so we can decide further if everything fits correctly. Dokibird is willing to pay an additional amount as shown above since it's for charity, and you've been waiting for a year on your item, and we feel really horrid about that. However, until this day, we still
So, yeah, I'm going to lay this out for you. When Doki first wanted to do the project, she wanted to pay, oh my God, $3,500. Because Manager 1 fucked it up. He said, you know what? I'm going to make the budget 7.4 or lowered, so that way I can make it right by the person that won the contest. That's literally it,
don't know
chat.
what the PC would cost exactly, with all the factors and additional requests regarding specs. To keep it simple in layman terms, currently we don't know if the artist's custom PC would cost 5K or 10K to make, and I will need to know this first so we can decide what to do. The artist and the artist assistant, can you provide a fixed price rating with what you would normally charge and include those elements? We don't want you to go underprice yourself, and I'm sorry on my end if it came across as that. All I want to know is the full and completed pricing so we can make a decision instead of talking about it in different
gave you
ways.
that.
Personally,
She gave you that
while I do
above.
understand this could be Management 3's way of making all aspects of the auction transparent, it feels a bit guilt trippy. Regardless of charity or not, the artist was contacted for their services under the guise it would be paid for. The artist then provides a spreadsheet with updated pricing. Here is the spreadsheet, and 2 options were provided. Option 1, option 2, where in option 1, they price themselves at their fair rate of £32 per hour at the time of auction, and option 2, they price themselves at London's minimum wage. Or
Chat, we're going to come back to this screenshot. I know that you probably want to talk about it, but just let's listen to what she says. Her name is Kat Liente. Just take these screenshots for what they are. We are going to come back to this stuff in here a little bit later. Okay, chat? Just keep that in mind.
Or whatever the UK London living wage is. So you can see the total estimated cost in USD for option 1 is $11,000. For option 2 is $8,800 with a really, really low labor pricing. So Dokibird responds 2 days later, clearing up their side, writing, I just finished reading through everything. I didn't give input on what Manager 3 has mentioned earlier, and it was his own opinion in case anyone was wondering that it was my idea. But it was his own, and he wanted to fix things as soon as possible since I wasn't online or was busy to reply in time. I was originally going to get a copy of each auction item, so each person was going to make 2, which should have been communicated to you from my previous management. So I wasn't sure why you weren't informed as other creators were. And I have received
There you go. Manager 1 fucking up again.
the other auction items. But since I already have a custom PC, I'd rather just use the funding to make the PC that the buyer deserves instead of making 2.
Thank you. I literally fucking guessed it. Wow. Holy shit. I literally just told you. And Doki fucking says it. Oh my God. That's literally exactly what she did. He said, I'm just going to literally double the initial amount because I don't need another one. And this is what was promised. So, oh my God.
Regarding the pricing, originally what I told from my previous management, the creator gave us the base price of what it should cost, and we put that as the original opening bid, and was what it should cost to commission the items and what I needed to pay. At one point, I had to also pay what the bid ended for a few times, while for the majority of others, it was the original base cost. And the huge miscommunication error is one of the reasons why they don't work for me anymore, since the auction was set up all over the place.
There you go, chat. There you go. Doki being professional and giving some context. This is why manager number 1 was fired. They fucked up. They did really bad. And ultimately, I decided to let them go. Now I'm trying to make it right. Why are we villainizing this? Why are we causing an issue out of this, chat? Doki is resolving it.
That's as we put 3K original as the starting bid, as that
Gotcha.
was what I was informed would be the cost, as the original bid is what the item should cost, and the ending bid item should never be less than what I actually paid
Right.
for, which is the case for majority of the items
Exactly.
in the auctions, as I paid for the original starting cost bid. I'm unsure how they messed up the communication, since the original person who communicated with people does not work for me anymore. Again, here Doki mentions a
There you
few
go.
points that had led to the massive miscommunication this build has now become. Firstly, the idea Doki was going to get an identical copy of each item auctioned to twin with the winners. This was never mentioned to the artist, so up
Right.
until the previous time it was mentioned, for almost an entire year the artist was under the assumption they were making one PC.
Which should be the case because they never actually told them or tried to work through with that, right, chat? So, again, why are we so stuck on that point? Two PCs. They communicated to them, one. They were under that assumption of one. Doki is not wanting two. She wants one. End of story. That is why the budget went up.
Not two. Secondly, being the quote arbitrarily pulled from a previous build the artist did and using the wrong currency, pricing the build at
Right.
3,500 USD. Not only is that
Yep.
number incorrect because of the currency and not including labor costs, that number only accounts for the part of one PC, not two. So the
Thank you so much for repeating the same thing that you've said 500 fucking
artist
times.
responds. In their Excel sheet, they provided two options, with option 2 pricing their hourly rates back at minimum wage. And then the artist says, "Hey guys, thanks for your patience while I've been tied up with self-assessment stuff. Doki, after taking some time to process, I can't accommodate my pricing to the rate in option 2, and I really
Okay.
apologize for offering that and any confusion or inconvenience. While I am sympathetic to the challenge
So here we have chat. They backed up on the minimum wage stuff for the pricing of the labor. And you know what? That's totally fine. If that's what they want to do, that is their prerogative as somebody that is working in the PC. They want to be paid for what they feel is right. That is totally fair. And if they say they can't do that, that is okay.
challenges you face with previous management, I feel that I've been placed in a position to undercharge to align with your staff's current expectations. This has put me at a disadvantage, as the rate I initially proposed in option 2 doesn't reflect ethical standards for creative work. I appreciate your staff's apology
right.
for the miscommunication, as instead I can shift my focus towards providing the best of my professional services. Making sure that I'm paid a
There you
fair
go.
rate in line with creative industries is tantamount to delivering a great product, and I'm committed to collaborating with you and the buyer on this. Going forward, I'd
There
like
you go.
to ensure I can feel comfortable and confident in my professional skills. I'll be providing my standard work contract and a pro forma invoice, which reflects ethical pricing and cost estimates to be best of my ability. I should also let you know that I have a window of availability to complete this work, as I have other bookings scheduled for quarter 2, and my rate is due to increase in the new financial year.
Well, one thing I will say that's yeah, I sped up the audio a little bit. It's sped up by like 1.2. One thing I will point out here a little bit, chat, is also like if I'm the person, which I don't want to put any like blame on the person that would have worked on the project, right? The artist, the PC builder, like I would straight up if it was me, I'd be like, look guys, I cannot talk about this anymore until you sign off on my my quote. Here is the quote. You got to sign off on this or I can't move forward. And that's it. You know, sometimes you got to stick your feet in the mud a little bit.
I estimate that the project will take around a month to complete, so ideally if we can get everything agreed, signed, and started by the end of week, it will help make sure we can get the project done in a timely manner and still have wiggle room in case of unforeseen delays. Instead of lowering my rate for the invoice, I'm discounting the additional fees, admin, extra hours, etc., that would have typically been charged for. This means that even if the additional fees increase, they will remain discounted without being detrimental to my
Okay.
standard rate, and you won't need to worry about the cost of my fees ticking up before we get to the project
That's great.
officially underway. I've also cut a clause regarding revisions under the contract, so the buyer can freely request revisions in line with the original scope if he chooses. Is there an email address I can send the
Okay,
documents
great.
to, and would you be able to provide me with your business address info, Doki? If you'd like to discuss any parts or have more questions, please feel free to let me know. I really hope we can put the initial challenges we've had so far behind us and come to an agreement to get this rolling. Instead, they discounted
Great.
additional fees to try and keep the project within scope of the newly expressed budget of 7.4K. Doki, while on vacation,
That's
responds.
awesome.
They go back and forth with the artist about the pricing of the build. Doki writes, I'm on my
Okay.
vacation right now, but is there a way to find a middle ground regarding this? As the initial bidding was your option number 2. Even if it was in euros, which I was okay with accommodating, but now the price increased dramatically. I've had multiple PC builders that were in consideration when approaching me for the custom as a charity
Okay.
item, so it feels a bit out of a bigger mess to deal with, as I'm paying out of my own pocket for the final build that would cost more than what I was told initially, and a lot more than what the item was won for. I've actually been
Okay.
trying to fix this during my first vacation in years, so I apologize if I worded things wrong, since I'm typing on my phone while out. If I misunderstand from what I read, option 2 was proposed as a way to help out charity and for a good cause in the initial plannings for the auction. I'm hoping we can negotiate something that fits both, as it was
Okay.
a charity item for a good cause, and this has been an item that suffered the most issues. The opening bid should have been what the original base price was, with upgrades later if the bidding goes higher, so I hope to find a middle ground.
So the person says, I offered you this rate. I can't do it, right? Doki's like, hey, can we work it out, right? Because, you know, I'm trying to find a middle ground. Communication, chat. Communication, that's great.
If we don't, I understand, and if you feel uncomfortable and wish to take service elsewhere and focus your other projects, then I also understand and I would look for other builders for the buyer since I would try my best to give them the PC they've been waiting for.
That is... Chat. Please tell me that you can find something wrong in that statement. I feel like Doki was very professional. She was very straightforward. She's trying to find a middle ground so she can keep it around that price of the 7.4. That's fine. Everything here is totally fine. This is very professional. There's no... I know Cat's probably going to say guilt tripping. There's no guilt tripping here. It's literally a big mess for Doki. She's trying to communicate and find a middle ground.
This to me is really gross. I'm gonna be straight blunt. I want to be...
I'm done. I'm done. Wrap it up. I'm done. This to me is really gross. I'm
empathetic. Since I would try my best to give them the PC they've been waiting for. This to me is really gross.
Please. This to me is really gross. How is it gross? Under any situation, how is this gross? Please tell me. Please communicate to me how this is gross. Very professional response. Very straightforward, trying to find a middle ground. The person offered a certain rate. They said they backed out on it, and that's fine. Doki says, look, I'm trying to fit a middle ground because I want to make the PC that the buyer wants. I want to make a middle ground and find a happiness for everybody. I want to make the buyer happy as well. How can we find a middle ground in this? You know, I think that's a completely fair communication. How is that gross?
I'm gonna be straight blunt. I want to be empathetic. I get it. You're a busy creator. You're on your first vacation in years. You want to relax, which is chill and all. Again, this wouldn't be an issue if this was sorted like a way longer. You know, like if you responded faster before your vacation, then this wouldn't have been an issue over your vacation. But this to me reads very manipulative because I'm on my vacation and it's the first one I've done in like years. That's not the buyer or...
It's not. They're explaining why, hey, guess what? I'm sorry that I'm late to respond because I'm on vacation, bro. Why do you read into everything and try to villainize it? Oh my God, you're like the James Jonah Jameson of fucking VTubing news. You're like, Dokibird's a menace. Everything she says, we have to find Dokibird. Bro, you are literally the James Jonah Jameson of VTubing news. What are you saying, bro? Are you making everything bad? Spider-Man saves a little kid. You're like, Spider-Man kidnapped a kid. Like, Dokibird tries to have a professional response. Dokibird is attacking the artist. Like, what are you doing? This is crazy. Yeah, she's a menace. What the fuck? Once a Gina one who started her drama, went on vacation, said she wouldn't respond until she got back home. You're exactly right. She did that with the fucking the lollipop girls. She did do that. Oh my God. You're so right. That's so ironic. That's so ironic. Oh my God. That's so ironic. He literally said she couldn't deal with it because she was on vacation. What's up, Safwin? How are you, sweetheart? Thank you for saying that, chatter. I totally forgot about that. Very hypocritical. But here's the thing, chat. This statement here, I'm going to tell you. Very professional, trying to find a middle ground. Very communicative. The fact that Kat is trying to villainize her is absolutely crazy. Can we get a shout out for Saffron, please?
Or the artist problem. You know, the buyer and the artist spent so long trying to get you guys to respond, trying to move this forward, and you guys keep, like, spinning things back.
How much time was in between responses? Hold on. 129. Okay. But what do you mean there was so much time? You must be talking about a different situation because she responded the same day. The same day that he said going forward, or I can't do the rate number 2, which was on the 29th of January, she responded. So it's not like she made him wait. Yeah, it was only 2 hours. Like, what do you mean?
A lot more than what the item was won for. I should take service this verification. If this was sorted, like this to me reads very manipulative because I'm on my vacation and it's the first artist spent. Two, I want to break this down. Regarding this as the initial bidding was your option number 2. The initial bidding was not option number 2, meaning the artist undercuts their wages and charges minimum wage. That wasn't the initial bidding. The initial bidding was only for PC parts and never accounted for labor. So that's wrong. And then 3.
Well, in the original messages, they did state they could do it for the lower amount. So that is actually true. They did actually say I could do it the lower rate to try to get around that initial price point.
Even if it was in euros, which I was okay with accommodating. This to me also reads manipulative because what do you mean? You have to be okay with
Oh, Saf, I know, but you know, with stuff like this, like, I hate to like have to go in such a big breakdown, but holy crap, like it needs to be. It needs to be.
You plus your team fucked this up. You didn't directly fuck it up, but your management one was the one that screwed up and got the currency incorrect. So because your team screwed it up, your team now has to absorb the cost of the error. It's not
That's true.
I did you a favor for accommodating this. No, you had to do it because your team screwed it up. But now the pricing increased.
What? She's saying like I'm okay with eating the cost. Now you're like, well, this word doesn't mean this. Dokibird's a menace. She's misrepresenting her words. I get the James Jonah Jameson thing going on here. Crazy.
Dramatically. Yes, the price will increase dramatically if you didn't account for labor costs in the original price, which was again your team's error. Did Doki know about this?
That's correct.
No. Also, it's in pounds, it's not in euros, but that's like a whole side issue. Anyways, now 5, I don't like how Doki writes. I've had multiple builders under consideration for the PC custom build as a
Time the fuck out. Did my elf ears just mishear this? Hold on. I don't like the way Dokibird writes. I didn't mishear that, right? Hold on.
I don't like how Doki writes. I've had multiple builders that were in consideration for the PC custom build as a charity item, so it feels like a bigger mess than Pam. Sure, you have multiple builders that were in consideration, whatever. You chose this builder, so now you gotta rock with it because you chose this builder. You know what? It feels weird.
Bro, I gotta tell you something, and this is like, I don't know if this is like, insensitive, but like, I guess I have to approach this from a business standpoint, right? Nobody has signed any contracts yet, you know what I mean? So like, there's no official work being done by anybody yet. Nobody has signed a contract. But like, she wants to work with this person, right? They're trying to communicate to make it happen, but ultimately, as Doki says, like, hey, like, I'm trying to make the buyer happy, and she's personally involved because of her manager fucking it up. But it's not like she's like trying to push away responsibility. Like, he says, yeah, we did fuck it up. I'm trying to make it right. But also, like, it's gotta fall, you know, within like the amount that I can spend.
To be like, well, there are other people willing to do it for cheaper. That's how I read it as, and I don't like that at all because
Nobody else reads that way except you, girl. I'm gonna be real with you.
Don't like it when people put freelancers and artists in a bidding war to see who can bid themselves down for the cheapest possible service. That to me feels very exploitative. It feels very manipulative to do that because that's what
I've had multiple PC builders that were in consideration when approaching me for the PC custom as a charity item. Bro, this sounds like this was back like a year ago, right? Like it was just people that approached them about it. Nobody's bidding. Nobody's like in a war against each other. It's not like, oh, like, do you want to be my contractor for the house? Hit me up how little it was. Like, I do understand that is how bidding works, but also like, he's trying to create this narrative that Doki put all these people in a room and to try to get the best like rate or put them in war with each other. That's not even what happened. Like, I've had multiple PC builders that were in consideration when approaching me for the PC custom. It sounds like they just approached and wanted to be part of it. And even if, let's say that, like, hypothetically, like, Doki did get, like, 2 or 3 people and asked around, everybody does that. What's wrong with looking around for the best price? What's wrong with looking for the person best qualified to provide your receiver of the item the best quality item that they can get? Everybody shops around. Like, that's okay. You know, like some people like to go to Costco instead of Sam's Club, right? Like, and that's okay. It's a personal choice and looking around at all your available options. There's nothing wrong with that. And again, that's just a hypothetical. I feel like we've tried to create this narrative that's not even true. Yeah, it's open market.
That's what it reads to me like, oh, other people are willing to do it cheaper, so why couldn't you? Like that's to me the
That's not. If she fucking misrepresents what Doki or Manager 3 says one more time, I'm gonna have a shrub chat.
undertone. And then 6, all this like charity, you know. Option 2, so the artist undercutting their prices a lot, was proposed as a way to help out charity and for a good cause in the initial plannings for the auction. I'm hoping we can negotiate something that fits both, as it was a charity item for a good cause. Yeah, it's for charity. It's not the artist's charity, nor did the artist agree to donate something for charity. The artist agreed in the understanding that they were going to be fairly compensated for their service, and whatever charity stuff was happening was on your end, you know.
That's true, so why are you trying to villainize it? You stated facts! So why are you trying to villainize it?
They were just gonna get paid to make the PC. That's what they thought was gonna happen.
Yep.
And trying to guilt trip the artist to undercharge their rate so much for charity is, to me, icky. Because
they didn't guilt trip them. They didn't guilt trip them. The artist offered that amount. The artist offered that amount. What are you talking about? This is crazy. They literally offered that.
that to me reads really entitled. I know charity is great. Donating to charity is amazing. If
Oh
you can't
my
donate,
God.
please donate. Charities need your money. But trying to guilt freelancers and artists into like undercharging themselves hella for a charity you wanted to do gave them the impression they were going to be paid fairly for. It sucks that you can't pay rent this month, but it's okay because it's for charity. By the way, don't message me on vacation. That's what it reads as.
Chat, I need a poll really quick. I need to know. If you think that it reads that Doki was guilt tripping somebody, type 1. If you think that
right
Cat
now,
is
I feel
wrong,
like Cat Joan at
type
Jameson
2.
is being a broken record at this point.
Huh?
Yeah, actually, you're I mean, I want your opinion, Chad. So please, tell me your opinion. What is she expecting Doki to pay for every bit herself and match charity? I don't know. I don't know what her expectation is. I just want to make sure that I'm not crazy when I say this. Nobody in my stream agrees with what you have to say. Nobody agrees in my stream with that thinks that reads that way. Nobody believes that Doki is trying to guilt trip anybody.
And like, look, I want to be empathetic because maybe they're frustrated, so the wording is bad and it comes
Of
off.
course they're
funky, but
frustrated.
The way I read this reads to me very manipulative. It's just weird. To be blunt, I don't know how much money Doki has, but can you just suck it up and take the L and shell the money out and just be like,
That's what she said! What is that? That's what she's doing! That's what she's doing! What the fuck? That's what she's doing! She just explained that in an earlier message! Oh my god! That's what she's doing! That's... It's literally like, hey guys, I'm gonna solve this problem. Well, hey, can you solve the problem? Like... Bro, I'm crashing out. I'm crashing out so hard. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm sorry for your eardrums. I'm fucking crashing out.
just let me know how much it costs. I'll pay it. We can deal with this and then we'll move on. Maybe
That's what she said. She said, I have 7.4K. And then the guy said, oh, guess what? I can't do it at that old rate. So now she's communicating to try and figure out a middle ground.
maybe it is too expensive and it's way too out of Doki's budget, which in that case, I would say again, you reasonably should have known how much a PC build of this scale would cost, but just take the L, man. Call it a day. All of these screw ups with the charity, you know, the price being too high, the currency being wrong, the labor cost being higher than you expected, you being on vacation. How is this the fault of the buyer and the artist?
It's not.
That is between you and your team. You and your team need to sort this out. So the artist says, just to clarify.
Yeah, no, but she acknowledged that already. Like, I really hate when people don't let people fix a problem. We have this way too much in VTubing chat. Everybody villainizes you if you make a mistake. Everybody comes down on you. Nobody allows you to fix a problem. If something happens, allow people to make it right. Allow people to improve and get better and address issues. Like, this is such a nothing burger, bro.
Option number 2 was what I came up with during the last few weeks speaking to manager number 3. It was suggested at first I should just be donating the PC, and then to make the PC plus work plus shipping fit into the minimum amount the auction was originally listed for.
It was suggested first I should be donating PC. So this is where this came from. This is where this narrative comes from. Which I don't read this way at all, but apparently the person working on it felt like that was the case. That's where this narrative comes from.
for, which is $3,500 USD. So I felt under pressure to try and fit within the confines of that, which is why I undercharged so much. And then in reply to the buyer being like, the auction was for charity, the number shouldn't be considered, the artist says, I also think that the buyer made a really good point. So then Doki says, yes, but the charity auction was set up where the base price should be the amount of how much the labor and item will cost. That's the information he was not aware of. And what the previous management was supposed to tell all creators, which is what majority of the creators were made aware, but some select few weren't, which includes this item. And the artist says this is where your previous staff made the error, which is facts. And Doki says that's why a lot of items were different pricing and wasn't just $1 to start off, as all creators were supposed to inform me of what the base price was and why the item started off as $3,000 for the starting bid. As I was informed, that was the base price to set the auction item as. This was the only item where the commissioner piece is higher than what the item auction ended as. So that's why I wish to find a middle ground if possible, but if not and you feel uncomfortable, I understand.
There you go, chat. That's why I wish to find a middle ground, because you've invested a lot of time, everything like that. But if you feel uncomfortable about it, I understand.
I just feel uncomfortable. The most that the charity received is less than what the item is going to be, as that was not something that should have happened. And one of the reasons why the previous management in charge was let go for mishandling it.
Yeah, to literally resolve. I want to find a middle ground because I want to keep working with you. This was fucked up on my end. We're apologetic about it. I've explained to you why. That's it.
I do have to add, does this mean Doki's a shit person? No, this is a one-off situation that was horribly handled. This is just a really bad situation that happened with Doki. Being a good person doesn't mean every single action you've done is good. You know, you can have fuck-ups here and there, but overall you try to try and be positive. You know what I mean? In a net.
Then why, if that's how you really feel, why do you continue to try to villainize her and her manager on number 3 along the way so much? Like, I feel like if that's how you truly feel, why would you not give her the benefit of the doubt in this situation, right? It feels like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Why would you say that, but then go out of your way to try and, like, paint her as a bad person? Like, she's not.
Higher. But this just is a situation that she massively mishandled. Probably because you could be a good person and a good creator and really bad at managerial aspects of things, which is what...
But she's not a manager.
Looking like what's happening here. Again,
that's not looking like what happened here, because she's not a manager. She hired a manager who fucked up and she's taking responsibility. You literally just called her a manager. You said, oh, she doesn't have the best managerial stuff. She's not the manager that dealt with this. Is she the manager for her managers? Yes, but she's not the manager. So, like, you're losing it, bro. The Dokibird's crime is the misfortune of having a bad manager. Kinda, Taro. I mean, again, she is responsible for what her manager fucked up and did. Absolutely. But she's going out of her way, as we've seen in the communication, to make it right. So why are we continuing to villainize her?
This isn't like her as a personality, but it's just she is managing this badly, like really badly. To me, this just reads weird again, because like basically they keep going back and forth.
She's not. She's like, this was the price. This was what happened. I'm explaining it to you. I want to try to meet in the middle because I want to work with you.
Because Doki keeps going on and on about how much the previous management fucked up, which is like, yeah, we're aware of that. But we're trying to work towards a solution to fix the problem. But it kind of reads to me like Doki is trying to like get the artist to lower their prices. If you...
This is where they'll later when their commissioner piece is higher, so that's why I want to find a middle ground if possible. And if not, you feel uncomfortable, I understand. She's only saying if you don't want to work together, I understand. She's not... She's trying to have a conversation, allow people to fix a problem, bro. This is a rage me.
Between the lines, right? Because here it's like the base price should be how much the labor and item will cost. And like the manager should have told people, but they didn't, which includes this item, which is again the previous staff's problem. Management number was fucked up. We know that. And so here Doki's explaining more about how the fuck up happened, why the fuck up happened, where, like who, what, when, where, why of how the fuck up happened. But who cares? Because whatever got us to this point does not matter. Okay, what should be discussed, which is what Doki is not really discussing here.
That's not true, because he said this is where your previous staff made the error, and then she goes on to explain. She's qualifying her statement back.
Which is again just shows that their managerial skills may not be the best here. We just need to discuss how to move forward, not how this happened. We already know how this happened. And the artist says the charity receiving less than what the item is going for is going to be regrettable, and I share your feelings. If the price hadn't been valued the way that it was, we could have perhaps avoided the outcome. It makes me sad that's not the case, because it would have been for a good cause that we both really believe in. I want you to know that I'm not upping the cost for the sake of it. I have to work from a standard rate to be able to make ends meet.
Absolutely.
And I'm hopeful you can understand. If it would help, I can share the past invoice from the bill this PC is based from. It's about 2 years old, and I was paid both in hardware and 7.1 thousand British pounds pounds to make the build. The hardware itself amounted to 3.5 thousand British pounds, so the total build came out to
Oh, wow.
10.6 thousand British pounds.
Very
Of course, I do want
expensive.
to figure
Holy
this out
shit.
together, and it would mean a lot if we're able to do that in a way that
That's an
values my work
expensive
also. And
PC.
Doki adds, I would like to find a middle ground, as I really cannot, in what I believe or in faith, to have the item be just extremely more than what the charity received. If we could find a middle ground for
Okay.
this, maybe donate some of the money to charity itself as well, where it's around that, but a portion of that goes to charity. This again, it just reads so out of touch to me. Like, I get that Doki is really gung-ho about charity and all that stuff. Like, that's great. Good for you. I love that for you, right? We need people very, very involved and who advocate for charity. How is this the artist's fault? How is this the artist's responsibility that your team screwed up? What do you mean?
They're not, she is in no way made this the artist's problem. She's trying to find a middle ground. That's it. She's trying to communicate with them. She's trying to find a middle ground. She's not making it their problem. She's saying, I want to work with you. Let's find a middle ground. If not, we're not going to be able to work with each other, and that's regrettable. That's it.
I mean, if we could find a middle ground and donate some money to charity, you know what this reads? I don't care how good your cause is, okay? This reads to me as, can you do the work for free? Because, again, that's what it is.
Bro, I don't know if you need to go back and discover what reading comprehension is, but every time you said this reads to me, look, there's a thing, guys, where perception is reality, right? Our perception is our reality. Whatever happens, if you look at somebody and they look at you weird, but actually you had something on your face and you didn't know it, you probably thought, oh, that person's really weird, right? Perception is reality, but here's the thing. What is lacked here, chat, is emotional intelligence to be able to actually look outside of your own perceptions and understand the entirety of the situation. Every time you say this reads to me as, you prove to me over and over that you lack the emotional intelligence to look at the entirety of the situation for what it's for.
It is being painted over as, it's for a good cause, it's for charity. Again, donating money to charity doesn't keep the lights on in the artist's house. Donating money to charity does not keep food on the artist's table. You can't guilt trip the artist to try to make the artist donate something to charity when this entire situation was built
They didn't guilt trip
upon the idea the artist was going to be compensated fairly for their service of the PC build. Like, it just reads to me like you don't want to pay. Like I said, what happened, right? What happened is there's a big hot steaming pile of crap because people dropped the ball. Who dropped the ball doesn't matter. Now there's a big stinking pile of poop that somebody needs to clean up.
Right.
And the responsibility to clean it is Doki, and Doki doesn't want to do it. I get morally.
Where did Doki not want to do it? What she keeps talking to the artist. She's literally, by the way, chat, you can see this. 1:29, 10 o'clock, 10:15. She's still on her vacation attempting to resolve the issue. She's still on, that's that same day, chat.
It could feel weird to pay more than what the charity got. That is an inevitable situation that could happen based on how this charity was set up. Is it Doki's fault it ended up like this? Partially. She should have known because she should have double-checked the charity before it went live. But overall, manager one screwed up. Regardless, though, now we have a bidder who is out 6.6k USD for a PC and an artist who's been communicating for months on end trying to sort this out, and nothing has happened. And the artist is wasting all of your time. And still, no talks of payment because it's all I hear is, how can I not pay the artist? That's what it sounds like right now.
She never said that. She never said, how can I keep the artist out of money? She's not saying that. She's like, I'm explaining to you my situation. I'm trying to find a middle ground. That's it. That's literally it. Oh my God. I can't. I cannot with this, chat. This is like, I don't know.
The artist then sends an updated invoice where 3,800 British pounds is discounted off the cost, making the total build price 8,622. So you can see that right here. And then the artist says, that amount of my services already rendered, that's gone to charity. And then Doki says, like I said earlier, this is almost 5,000 more than what the charity ended with, which is what made me uncomfortable, as I really believe the charity amount should be closer. I was open if it was $1,000 more, but this is what makes me uncomfortable. Okay. Also, privileged take. Maybe I'm also coming off privilege. If your die-hard hill you're dying on is that the charity received less money than the product, then you pay for both to fix the situation. Like, in the best case scenario, this is the way to right all the wrongs that happen.
I agree that Doki is gonna have to pay the extra amount out of pocket, but we already know that. He's already agreed to that. What she's doing is she's communicating, trying to find something that works for both of them. Instead, you're trying to paint this as like discussion, so that way she can pay the artist.
Is it your fault it happened? Mostly no. But now it's happened. We have a bunch of people being strung along this long.
He's trying to make it right. But like, you're not allowing her to make it right. You just keep punching down on her.
Buying on if the PC build is $8,600 and the buyer donated $6,600. Again, wrong currencies, right? But like roughly estimating, you donate $4,000 to charity to make up the difference that the charity didn't get, and you pay for the PC. That is the best scenario. I don't know how much you have to say it, like how many times you need to write it out. It's not gonna.
I don't know where that 4,000 came from. I don't understand that part. I'm gonna be real, but you're trying to pay for the PC out of pocket. That's it.
Change it. Doki and Manager 3 over and over again says, oh, this is like way more than what the charity ended with. Doesn't matter. It happened. It's now happened. The charity is over. The charity received 6.6 thousand USD and the PC build is going to cost at least 10,000 USD. Those are two facts. So now how are we going to fix it? This is not arriving to a solution. The artist assistant says, out of curiosity, how much of the 6.6 thousand USD of the buyer's money did the charity receive? Doki says, all of it. It goes directly to the charity and I don't receive any money as it transfers directly to the organization. And the artist's assistant says, sorry if it was an odd question, was just trying to make sure I'm following correctly. And Doki says, since it's done via Tiltify. So yeah, makes sense. Doki feels, quote, uncomfortable that the charity received less than what the item is going to be, end quote. This is confusing as the auction was hosted on Tiltify, a platform where donors will donate money directly to Tiltify. Tiltify holds the money for 14 days before releasing it to the chosen charity. All of the money raised has already been transferred to the select charity. Alternatively, Doki could be suggesting they're uncomfortable with the buyer having paid lower than the face value of the PC build, with them donating 6.6k USD and the build valued at around 11k USD, making it a 5k difference.
I think that's what she's referencing. I don't know about you guys, but when Doki says that, because remember, she's this is like the day after, like actually she's on vacation still. It's early in the morning, so I feel like she's just like she's talking about the amount that was originally like advertised as the value of what you were gonna win.
Just suck it up, man. I'm gonna give a personal anecdote, okay? There was one time I filmed a video about a VTuber. The video was edited by my editor. It was on my YouTube channel as unlisted. Then the VTuber had made a post writing, I feel really uncomfortable with people making videos about my situation. News YouTuber specifically.
No, this is on 1.25. I'm sorry, I just wanted to go a little faster because you know, it's like a 2-hour video.
Includes me. And I saw that and I was like, oh shit, okay, not gonna post the video. I never told my editor to not post the video. I had the video unlisted. It was not scheduled. Then my editor, because I upload once a day, noticed that I did not have a video scheduled for the day. So my editor uploaded the video without me knowing. I was asleep because we're in different time zones. My editor is in Europe, I'm in the US. My editor uploaded the video. He didn't know that there was a tweet that the VTuber expressed they didn't want people to talk about it. The VTuber was upset because they were upset about the way it was titled, whatever. And then so the editor changed the title and the VTuber was even more upset.
Was that Alicia? I think that was Alicia. What she's kind of alluding
also, for
to.
clarity, English is not my editor's first language, so it came off weird, probably because it's not his first language. I woke up at like 4 p.m. because I wake up really late, and I saw all of this going down. All of this was happening over the course of 6 hours, and I had no idea because I was asleep. I've now talked to my editor. He will not upload videos. I will only be the one that uploads the videos. He will not post videos without me knowing. It's honest mistake. Happens. You know, I saw something, I didn't communicate it to my editor. I was like, I'm not going to post it. But
yeah, it definitely happens.
Happened. The video was live now, and the VTuber was upset. So I was like, oh shoot, this is really bad. I took a video down immediately, and I sent the VTuber money as an apology for the screw up. I did not make the mistake because I was literally asleep, but regardless, the damage was done, it happened, and the editor is an extension of me because it was on my channel.
And you own the mistake. Yes, absolutely. So let me ask you a question for your analogy. Where has Doki not tried to take responsibility to make this situation right, as you did in your example? Oh, wait. She's been trying to do that the entire time.
So to fix it, I paid the VTuber. I am so sorry. I made like no money off the video because it wasn't live for very long, but I gave them like what, you know, I felt would be fair for like.
I think she's talking about Alicia. I think I remember that.
For it, etc. And we called it a day. Even if you didn't fuck up, if it's a fuck up of your team or an extension of you, it falls on you, and you have to clean up the mess. Okay? Did you poop there? No, but then now it's in your house.
But she's been trying to clean up the mess the entire time.
Clean it. Like I'm the face of the brand, even though I didn't do it. The damage was done as a reflection of my brand. That's just what you gotta do.
Alicia life.
Of course, I never publicly talked about it because it's not relevant. I'm not trying to virtue signal. I just did it all behind the closed doors and called it a day. But the reason I'm bringing it up is
yeah, I'm pretty sure Alicia said that was done publicly, if I recall correctly.
Because you gotta fix your problems even if you weren't the one that caused it, if it is part of your team. So Doki says, no, I understand regarding that. The 5K is just after your amount was deducted. All 250,000 that was raised went directly to the org via Tiltify, and I touched none of the money. And I spent my own personal money on all the items that were sent to the winners. I just personally feel that the charity shouldn't receive significantly less than what the auction item cost, and that's why I hope we can find a middle ground. If anything, maybe we can have a portion of that money donated directly to the charity and not just deducted from the cost. And the artist says it's not just deducted from the total cost you pay. And Doki says even then the charity still receives significantly less from the auction item and cost, and that's what made me uncomfortable with it being a 15K PC. Doki then suggests a portion of the money.
So I think it's what Doki's arguing is about fairness, right? Like all of these other items were more expensive, or I'm sorry, all these items were less than what was actually donated. So for you to get this big giant item, you know, and only donate such a small amount to charity, she felt like was unfair. to the charity. Does that make sense, chat? And I understand where she's coming from on that. She's trying to do right by the charity. She feels like the charity should get the larger cut of whatever it is, right? Like, if you have a $5,000 PC, the charity should always get more than that.
Money, likely referring to the cost of the build, be donated to the charity. This feels unfair. While the sentiment of wanting charity to receive a fair amount is notable and a suggestion at a compromise, it's not Doki's money to give. This would be implying that the artists should undercharge themselves even more just to accommodate the miscommunicated budget. Management 3 begins pushing back on the quotes. Management 3 says, artist and assistant, we have received a few different quotes by now and all quotes have big differences in pricing and keep going up. When we started, you asked for a budget. We said around 7K, and now we're getting a quote for 15K USD, excluding shipping and taxes.
Right.
Could you show me where you and old management agreed on the designer standard fee and what has been delivered on that? Where does this number come from? Perhaps it's me being lost, but usually quotes are provided. You agree on a quote and things get made and paid in set agreed times based on the quote, or am I missing something? Management and artists go back and
that's
forth on
true.
the quotes. The reason for the quotes changing is due to the artists feeling pressured by management, both previous and current, to lower their prices to accommodate their budget that wasn't fully communicated. Management then tries to alleviate blame from themselves and the artist assistant steps up. So Management 3 says there's been multiple things gone wrong, not only mismanagement on our end, just to be clear. This is again weird. Just own that you fucked up. Trying to like point fingers at the artist for having a meta.
I think this comes from the fact that they backed out on the agreed like lower rate for the labor. I think that's probably what they're saying here.
Issue, which caused them to not be able to respond. Sorry, you have health issues. Your fault. Suck it up. Like, what? And regardless, the artist
That's not what they're doing, though. Like, stop misrepresenting that.
Says, I'm sorry, this has not been sitting well with me today, and I have to speak up. I feel this is a horrible pointed remark to make Manager 3 and is wildly inappropriate and unprofessional. Doki and the artist have stepped up to own and apologize multiple times for missteps on both sides, and these things have been heard, understood, and sympathized with in order to draw a line under it and to see if there is a solution to be.
Can I tell you something, chat? Is it okay if I tell you something? There's been twice now that I've seen the artist assistant and the artist respond. And it's very kind of like, I feel like they took some things out of context. This is the second time that I've seen them get angry about it. But I'm going to assume now 100% that these messages are passed to her because they're upset about how this all went down. And they're trying to get somebody to be the face of the stuff, right? But like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't view that as wildly inappropriate, unprofessional. Like, they're saying like, hey, like, there's some stuff that's gone on both ends, right? They didn't say anything like super duper bad. So I think it's where I'm kind of getting a bigger picture is it's coming from the artist and artist assistant. They're upset how this all went down and they felt like they were slighted in a couple ways. And because of that, now was passed on to Cat.
To be made with the regrettable circumstances we now have. Given explanations as to why certain things have happened the way they did does not equate to making excuses for it or trying to absolve blame. I think that's simple enough to understand. I really feel like the negotiations that Doki and the artists were engaging in have been undercut now, and we've reached a point where all discussions should be left to them with very minimal interruptions. At Doki, I'm sorry if my short question about the charity money was rude and out of hand. I was curious if the auction was done as, quote, all proceeds get donated, end quote, or if it was 100% of profits, since that would have made a huge difference in how much money you'd be shortfalling for this item. I should have elaborated. Perhaps attention can return to the negotiations if either feel there are further points of clarity needed. Why does all of the outside parties, the buyer, the artist, and the artist assistant, have to step in and keep this on track and professional when Manager 3 is being weird and gaslighting about all this?
They're not. They're literally not. That was Manager 3 gaslighting anybody? Like, what? I mean, to be honest as well, like, there was a significant delay from the artists, and they have medical issues, right? Like, and that's okay, right? What they're saying is there's been delays and there's been missteps and all kinds of stuff across the board. And you know what's funny is I haven't even touched on the fact about why the PC price is kind of questionable. So we'll get to that here in a bit.
All this stuff. So the artist then requests compensation for their time. They're like, good morning, everyone. This isn't a message I like to be sending, but at this point, I feel I have no choice. After all this hard work without payment, I feel my efforts and work have been consistently undervalued, and am formally requesting to be paid for the work I have already completed.
Okay. I don't really have too much to say about that. They're just saying that they want to cut ties.
Proceeding with this build further until I am, at a minimum, compensated for the time and effort I've already put into this project. Please find attached below the estimated invoice for my services if you wish to proceed with the build. The estimated total required for this project will be 8,600 British pounds. The amount required prior to completing this work totals to 3,800 pounds, taking 3,800 pounds off the invoice attached. To break down these costs for you, the build estimate itself totals 3,100.
Wait. The amount required Prior to complete this work to the prior. Okay, so they're talking about the equipment.
Comprised of the following, and they attached a little spreadsheet. The artist says, if you prefer to cancel the collaboration and proceed to work on this build with another PC builder, a flat fee licensing agreement will be required. The cost will come to 25% of the invoice total before any deductions at 3,000 British pounds. This is to protect my original concept.
Here's the problem, chat. Here's the problem. If you prefer to cancel this collaboration and proceed to work on this build with another PC user, a flat licensing fee agreement will be required. Which is for the actual like thing that they created, the initial drawing, right? The cost will come to 25%. This will protect my original concept and ensure I'm compensated fairly as a copyright owner. So that is if they choose to use their design.
And ensure I'm
Yo, Papa Grizzly, thank you for the liquid death. Let's go. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Everybody tell Papa Grizzly thank you for keeping me hydrated.
Compensated fairly as the copyright owner, as I'm sure you can understand much time and effort has been put into creating this design. Alternatively, if you wish to cancel entirely, the amount payable will be 3,840 British pounds for services already rendered and 6,600 USD refunded to the buyer. Again, this is not a message I want to send, but I truly feel like I have exhausted all other options. I do not feel like I've been listened to or communicated with in a way I expect from a major project such as this. I'm happy to discuss this further and clarify any items. However, I believe I should be paid for the work I have currently completed for free. I cannot continue further until the contract is signed and returned.
What work did they do? They did the sketch, right? The initial like design, right? But that's it, right? Besides communication. And even then they said like they don't normally do it, but they chose to do it.
And the services rendered so far are paid in full. Additionally, I want to clarify something regarding the financial aspect of this auction. While I understand this was a charity project, I recently looked into tax implications of charitable donations in Canada. Typically, Canada offers tax relief on charitable donations. However, since the Brain and Behavior Research Foundation is a U.S. nonprofit, it only qualifies for deductions if the donor has U.S. income. If a significant portion...
I don't think the Doki was looking for like a write-off or anything like that. They refused to show Doki what they allegedly done. I mean, all that we know that they've actually done was the draft, the sketch, right? But they said, I don't normally do this, but I chose to do it. So if you don't get paid for it, that's on you, bro. Like, you shouldn't have done that.
Of your Twitch revenue, sponsorships, or other earnings are from U.S. sources. This means you may already be recouping some or all of the donation costs through the tax relief. Canadian tax laws allows donations to U.S. charities to be deducted up to the amount of U.S. source income earned that tax year, which means the financial burden of fulfilling this project may not be as high as it seems. Given this, I hope financial constraints are not the reason for further delays in settling this matter fairly. At this stage, this is no longer a charity discussion. It's about ensuring that work I have completed is fairly compensated and that the
I don't think tax deductions is like
yeah, so the overall charity out of Doki's mouth raised 250,000 USD. A lot of deductions. Doki writes, hello, I have not taken any tax deductibles from this charity as the money is not mine. I would like to clarify that.
Right.
And yeah, okay, so this one is a little bit of a tricky scenario because like the way Tiltify works is Doki does stuff and then other people send money through a platform for Tiltify.
Yeah, she doesn't touch it. So like how
you get a
can she like deduct from that? I don't know. We need like a tax expert.
Tax deduction from my understanding, and I'm not familiar with Canadian tax laws, but in the US,
yeah, apologists, we're gonna get to that here in a bit. Trust me.
Charity, not if other people donate through something you did. But Doki writes, all the money paid is via my own personal account towards the artist, not related at any business. I am not making any profit through this or doing it for tax reasons, which is concerning. You think that? By the way, I want to add, Doki I think reads this as a negative, as like something like accusatory. I think Doki thinks it's like a slight on her as a person, like a personal attack. Oh, you think I'm gonna like profit from this or whatever? No, I mean, I think the artist is trying to do it.
But why are we constantly like everything that the artist says, the PC builder says is never negative, never bad, right? But the second that Doki says something, it's always bad. Like I'm be real with you, on both sides of this, like things were said, like for them to kind of like throw that stuff out there, I can see why Doki maybe took it that way, right? Was this the best response? I'm not Doki, so I can't really say, right? This is all done in the same like 9-hour span or whatever, so but regardless, like for you to always look at Doki's responses as negative and the artist is positive, that's unfair. You're literally doing such a like fundamentally bad job at reporting this. What's up, Sylvan? How are you? But like you have to be fair, you know?
Is just reassure you that maybe you're stressed about it costing a lot and that it just seems like the artist is trying to reassure you, hey, it's not going to be as much as you think because there's going to be a write-off about it. So like, you know, you do save some money. That's the way I read it as. I don't read it as like a personal attack on Doki's moral.
Armchair CEO type reactions to Doki's response. You know, I gotta say this, Canadian. Sometimes I agree with Armchair in certain situations, but other times I'm like, if that's not the situation or how it actually played out, then this is entirely wrong. So like, it's kind of a hit or miss for me with Armchair, right? But sometimes I do agree with some of the things he said. Like, I think the other day, you were saying, like, if Rin was virtue signaling, which I don't think they were, but his argument would be true, but I try to be nuanced with it, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Character, but maybe I read it wrong. Doki says, please understand that my staff and I are trying to work with you, and when you disappeared for 6 months due to medical reasons, your communication with us was lost and mixed up during our swap of management. I have never done any tax deductibles via charity events, as all the donations are given directly via my fans, and it never felt right with
Yeah, I mean,
using it as
I'd be
tax
upset
purposes,
too if
as I've
somebody
never
asked
done
me
so
that,
ever in
but
my life, and it really saddens me that it was assumed so. I feel like if that was the image you see of me, then I shall remove myself from this conversation, as it deeply hurts to know you think of me this way. I really did want to fix this, as I took time out of my vacation to assist in a matter that my staff told me not to get involved in. Since the communication has gone towards this, my staff would now negotiate with you regarding compensation, and I shall remove myself from the convo. My staff and accountant can vouch I have never used charity as a tax deductible, despite them thinking I'm an idiot for doing so, but charity is what I fully believe in. I want to add also, again, I'm gonna be blunt. I don't care if it was your vacation. Like, it sucks that you have to work on your vacation. You wouldn't have had to work on your vacation if this was solved earlier. You know what I mean? Like, it taking this long is partially your fault, and it running into your vacation is also partially your fault. Like, it sucks that the artist got sick, right? Happens, but the artist.
I don't think that she's using that as like a guilt, right? Like, oh, I'm on vacation. Like, she's just like, yeah, I'm on vacation. I'm having to deal with this. She's just telling you, but I can see how it could come off accusatory. I can see that. Would I have reacted the same way Doki did? No. But that's the way that Doki reacted, right? And she removed herself from the conversation and let other people deal with it. And you know what? That's what Doki chose to do.
This was like reaching out in December about being like, how can we?
Yeah, artists get sick. Okay, Doki goes on vacation. Holy shit.
And this dragged on till the end of January. Basically,
yeah, there's a lot of assuming of intent here. And I don't like getting into that.
Brick wall, Doki and Plus Management number 3, where the artist is like, how can we move forward? Here's a proposed rate. Here are the parts. Give me a budget. And they're like, I don't know. Tell me how much it's going to cost. And then I'll tell you budget. And they're like, no, but we need the budget to figure out the.
That's just isn't true. That's just isn't true. There's multiple times Doki's been like, here's my budget. Here's the budget. Here's the budget. Like,
and that back and forth because Management 3 and as an extension Doki was unwilling to budge on like anything was what made the communication take this long, which is why.
That's not true. The reason it took so long was between Manager 2 and Manager 3, 9 months of no communication. That's not why it took so long. It was Manager 2. For you to sit there and say, oh, is there back and forth? That's not even true. This all happened in like less than like 3 days worth of communication.
That's why you now have to work on your vacation. Like, it sucks, but I don't want to be like it's your fault, but it kind of is. As an aside, it's very noble to not want to profit off of charity work in any way. I use the term profit loosely, including tax deductions. While I do see the morality in that decision, charity tax deductions exist to incentivize people to donate, as well as providing a legal loophole for tax evasion, which is a whole separate convo. And in my personal opinion, it is perfectly fine to receive deductions as such. In fact, I'd even argue that receiving tax deductions from your charity auctions should be encouraged, as that extra money saved will allow creators like Doki to continue hosting charity events, as well as have an emergency fund of saved earnings in case a financial discrepancy situation like this arises. That's the thing. I totally get your moral compass. I get your moral high ground of like charity and all this. Like, it seems like Doki really loves charity. I love that for you. Again, like I said prior, we need more people advocating for charities and donating to charities and hosting events, especially people with platforms. We need that. Your moral high ground of like not wanting to take a tax break is just hurting yourself. Nobody would ever fault you for taking a tax deduction on charity, with the exception of if, I don't know, if you're like Trump or something doing some funky shit to avoid taxes. That's a whole separate issue. But as a creator who hosts charity events, people want you to host more, and we want you to stress less. So if taking a tax...
I mean, real, I disagree with this, but I'm not going to get into this.
Deduction will do both. It's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, I'm not really going to get into this. It's irrelevant.
More charity events.
It's irrelevant at the end of the day, chat. This has no holdings into the main conversation.
Give more to charity. It's literally a win-win-win all around. My final point still stands, where if you do have this moral ground of you want the charity to get at least the amount the PC is worth, you
and I don't even think she could.
Those are your morals. So why does somebody else have to bend over backwards?
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
Management 3 then pushes back on the issue of payment. Management 3 says, I have removed Manager 1 and Doki from the convo. Please inform me what services were rendered for the 3.4 thousand quote, and what was the formal agreement. We will not be planning on using the design for the winner's PC, so I would like to know what this entails, as it's almost the same price as the auction itself for a non-delivered item and a mock-up or quote. Dokibird is not involved and does not have input in further discussions, as the staff will now be taking over this matter.
So again, chat, nothing was agreed upon. We're not planning to use the design for the winner's PC. So nobody owes the artist any money because nothing was signed. There is also the burden on the artist or the PC builder, same thing, right? That you have to have a signed contract before you continue. I told you guys earlier, sometimes you need to be like, look, you gotta sign this stuff or I'm not going forward with it, right? that burden was on them as well. It goes both ways. It goes both ways. I understand manager 1 fucked up, but also you haven't signed anything or created something that you both sign, you know?
Which, this is dangerous. I think this
Yeah,
is
but
very
side writing,
dangerous
it
for the
doesn't
person
exist.
who
So,
is
too. Chat, I will tell you, as a business owner who owns a merchandise company, who owns my own company for elara Enterprises. Oh my god, I should name it that. elara Enterprises. I will have you know, guys, I don't do anything until it's in writing. People can tell me all day, oh my god, I want to work with you, I want to do merch, blah, 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 blah. Nothing goes through until it's in writing.
spearheading all of this. Essentially, Doki, it's her charity, to be out of the conversation. I get it. I guess her feelings are hurt, but this is going to go to shit because there's no line of sight of Doki. Doki has no line of sight into what was being told to the artist, no line of sight to what was being told to the buyer, etc. And
that's not true. I mean, it can still be passed on to her. That's not necessarily true. But if you feel like somebody is said something to you and it's kind of like that, then yeah, I can see why you want to remove yourself from the conversation.
How we arrived here. And now that Doki left, Doki will no longer have line of sight to, once again, what is being talked about the pricing and stuff like that. And when you play telephone, going back and forth with a whole bunch of people like this is how you lose information and miscommunication springs up. So Management 3 says, but there have been 0 communications during the project. No quote, no asking for feedback or approval. We'd be willing to discuss some sort of payment, but nothing has been shown or delivered from our POV at the moment. And prices seem to go up every time we're talking. So please provide me sufficient evidence of work being finished on your end within the next few hours or so. Because at the moment I have 0 to go on, but your word that things have been completed.
Exactly. Like, they haven't done any work. There's been no work provided. Oh my gosh.
How to do business. Complete things without a quote, asking for a pretty high amount, more than the charity auction fair market value, and then asking for the work that hasn't been communicated on. Then telling the client you're unprofessional and the streamer might be pocketing cash, while the bidder, her fan not yours, is still in the conversation and then asking to add him back into the convo while we already decided to not continue from the provided quotes. Manager 3 is icky, guys. A few points to add.
I need a sip of gamer subs. I'm sorry. For everybody joining us, welcome. We're basically reviewing this document that was trying to call out Doki for mismanaging a PC auction. This is what happened, chat. I'm gonna tell you. What happened was the artist, the PC builder, and their assistant are not happy with how everything worked out. And so they took this to Cat, and Cat sided with them and is trying to take any reach for any possibility to slight Doki in any way, shape, or form.
In the industry, services are paid for regardless of whether they're used or not. Even if there's no intention to use the mock-up the artist made, they should still be paid for the design. Secondly,
that is true. However, up in the top here, I'm going to show you guys a few points adding the service industry are paid for, regardless if they're used or not. That's not always true, but I will say this. Look at this, chat. We are willing to discuss some sort of payment, but nothing has been shown or delivered from our POV at the moment. They're open to discussing a payment. So for you to be like, oh, well, they're not paying, that's entirely untrue.
Even if there's no intention to use the mock-up the artist made, they should still be paid for the design. Secondly, while this wasn't the intention behind Management 3's words, pricing not only includes parts, shipping, and labor, but communication hours are also included in the hourly pricing, as communicating with clients is still labor. Third, mention...
Nope. Sorry, it's not. Nothing was ever signed. I'm sorry. There are lots of times where people communicate and are not paid for something. If you literally think that exchanging DMs, somebody's supposed to be paid for that, you are living in the wrong multiverse. That is such a reach. There are plenty of times, chat. I used to work for a very, very large video editing company. There were plenty of times where we would communicate with people for long amounts of times, months, and they would decide not to move forward with working on a project. And you know what? That's the cost of running our business. That's a sunk cost. That's a ridiculous notion to be like, oh, well, they communicated, so we still owe you money. There was no contract in place. That's absolutely ridiculous notion. Yeah, I mean, it may apply to certain fields, but This is far from that.
Shitting the quote charity auction fair market value end quote, referring to the 3,500 USD is a moot point as the number has long been debunked as arbitrary. But I want to break this down into a couple more points here that to me rubs me the wrong way. Beyond
Yeah.
Dokibird being now out of the conversation.
I mean, I don't want to call the artist sketchy, but I do want to show you some
because
stuff
the
here in
whole
a bit.
issue was Doki had no line of sight into the communication and thus miscommunication happened. There have been zero communication during the project, no quotes, no asking for feedback or approval. How is that the artist's fault? The artist can't move forward because you guys are the roadblock. And this is straight BS because there
Well, you get neither side agreed to anything. So when they're saying feedback and approval, they're talking about the overall design. They're talking about this person saying we did work, but there hasn't been any feedback or approval for the alleged work. There's been zero communication in the project. They're talking about the alleged work.
have been communication. There was feedback that was asked every single time the artist.
Yeah, she's reading into this the wrong way. Yeah, this is about the alleged work.
Provided an Excel sheet, a quote. The artist was like, let me know your thoughts. Let me know if you want to discuss this further, etc. What do you mean approval? There is no approval because you guys are the roadblock that haven't approved anything.
I think she just misunderstood this
Yet.
sentence.
This is why nothing has moved forward beyond
Yeah, I
this.
think she
So,
misunderstood
debunked.
that.
Point number 2. We'd be willing to discuss payment, but nothing has been shown or delivered. You guys received a mock-up last year, because that's when this happened. This all fell apart. You guys received the mock-up. Has the artist not been talking to you this entire time, providing Excel sheets, providing part listing, providing estimates of costs, whatever, discussing back and forth? You are literally in this group chat with eyeballs. Like, how did you not see this? 3, pricing seems to go up every time we're talking. Yeah. 1, the labor cost is going.
Nothing has been delivered from our POV. The point. Nothing has been delivered. That's what they're talking about. They're saying, oh, we did all this work. And they're like, well, but you haven't done any work. You only gave us a sketch.
Going up because
know what I
the
mean?
artist felt guilt trip until
It's very misrepresentative of what is actually going on here.
lowering their prices to minimum wage rates, which, let me remind you, paying minimum wage for the labor cost of building a custom PC, an artisan task that requires an extreme high level of skill from the person who is building it, and you're going to pay minimum wage for that expertise, that is unheard of in the industry. Unheard of.
However, chat, to add to that, where did that minimum wage come from? The artist. The artist offered that minimum wage. Nobody pressured them. Nobody made them do that. They chose to do that on their own volition and then backed out of it, which is totally fair. That's totally fine. But you can't, in good faith, try to represent it that anybody tried to push them into that because they agreed to that themselves.
Heard of. But regardless, the artist felt pressure to lower their prices, and then they felt like, wait a sec, I'm scamming myself. Let me raise my prices to regular prices.
Right.
Now you're freaking out because the prices are actually fair. 1. 2, the other part is the
Nobody freaked
artist
out.
has to block out time. Like, if
They're saying the prices went up because you're going to see here in a bit, chat. I'll explain
another
that.
project comes up, I don't know if it did happen, right? But the artist is kind of like in this weird limbo with you guys. So the artist is expecting to be working with the next 6 to 12 weeks. And if a project comes in, they likely might not be able to take it because they're expecting this project to start
Right.
and for them to finish it. And then this is not how to do business, complete with things about a quote. Not them gaslighting the artist about how this is not how to do business when, again, manager 1 was the one that made.
Isn't that how to do business? Complete things without a quote. They're talking about alleged work, right? That is true. That is absolutely true. You should not be doing work before actually finalizing a quote. And then try to charge people. Yeah, if I made you a bunch of elf milk and then I said, okay, pay up. And you're like, wait a second, I didn't order elf milk. And it's like, oh, I already made it. Like, no business works that way.
Made the Tiltify, grabbing a random PC part picker list from the artist, using that number with the wrong currency as the estimate price for the build without even getting the approval of the artist to use this number. And then they're the ones not giving the price to the artist. Over and over again, the artist and buyer kept asking for a budget over and over and over again. And
Which Doki gave them, by the way.
you guys are the ones that are not giving the budget until way later, which is why things have been so slow. And then telling
Which is true. I mean, it was way later.
like, we're unprofessional, streamer might be pocketing cash. No one said that. The artist never said, Doki is pocketing money. The artist said, oh, if you're worried about finances, you can get a tax deduction on this. So the finances is going to be less of a stress for you. Huh? And by the way,
I mean, yeah, I feel like that sentence is probably a little bit of a reach from the manager, but everybody takes things differently, right? So I feel like this sentence is kind of like, from their side.
again, tax deductions does not mean you're pocketing cash. I'm gonna tell you right now, I take every tax deduction I can, okay? As an American, tax evasion is illegal, but tax avoidance is every American's duty, and I am a diehard patriot American in that aspect, not in like anything else, honestly. But in avoiding taxes, okay? That is your American duty. That doesn't mean you're ethically wrong. That means you're utilizing the loopholes to your best capabilities as a red-blooded American. Sorry, I don't like using that term because then people are gonna think I'm alt-right. I'm not. Fair to ask to add the buyer
It's
back into the
about 20
conversation
minutes
so the
left.
buyer can know what the hell is happening to the PC he paid for. Because at the end of the day, we still have the bidder who is out 6.6K USD with no PC. Management.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, they need their PC. That's fair. Okay, I'm gonna turn my AC on. Hold on. I'll be right back. I think that Bear is listening to this conversation because she gave me the most like bitchy side eye I've ever seen. She literally was like, I'm like, Bear, I'm sorry. I think she's having to listen to this too. She's like, what the fuck is this lady talking about? My opinion back, yo, Google Dockie's here, let's go! What's up, Google Dockie? You have been summoned. My opinion back when, I made the new group chat with the buyer, the artist, and her assistant, and Doki the manager. They should have set up a time for a conference call and figured it out. Yeah, that'd have been so much easier, bro. So much easier.
Management and the artist go back and forth again, with the artist standing firm on their rates and management pushing back. The artist provides screenshots of communication
Right.
between them and management. One, again, the screenshot says Doki is 100% going to pay whatever you charge for
Yep.
the PC. Once we have an idea of the final cost, we can finalize everything then.
Yep.
That is exactly what manager one told the artist. This entire time, the artist is under the assumption any budget is okay. The 3.5K is just for PC parts. Doki's going to pay for it. Only one PC. No deadline. That's what the artist thinks.
Once we have an idea of the final cost, we can finalize everything. Then I don't know how you can misread that. I literally don't know how you can misread that. You have to finalize everything. Nothing was finalized.
And another message manager one had said, good morning, just want to send a small update. I'll message the winner today to confirm their shipping details and all that good stuff. I'm happy to be the
Yep.
go-between for you both, but if you and the winner are comfortable, I can get you both connected on Discord to streamline things for you guys as far as figuring out specs and stuff. Let me know.
Like, it doesn't matter what the budget was. At the end of the day, nothing is agreed upon, so there's no business. There is no money exchanged for goods. Nothing was signed, nothing was agreed upon.
Secondly, regarding
What's
payment
up,
for the
Grimster?
PC,
How
I
are
know it's
you?
probably up in the air at the moment, so we can stay in contact and figure that out as the project progresses, or as we have a more clear idea of projected cost. I did base the market value off your previous builds, and we would like to stay around the general cost for the parts themselves, but would like to give the buyers some wiggle room as
Yes,
far as
we've
email,
we've
management,
already
computer
seen
program
this.
stuff. We already read this, but again,
Many,
I'm
many
going to show you
times.
this again just to refresh the memory of what was told to the artist by manager one. On this screenshot, manager 3 says manager 1, quote, had no mandate to claim that, end quote. There is then discussion on who is responsible for fulfilling this order. Management 3 says it's management 1's responsibility, where the artist states management 3 contacted the artist with the intention to pick up the project, indicating they were taking responsibility for it. This is so trippy. Manager 3 says, so
What?
far, my calculation says you spent 2 to 3 weeks, full days time to create this mockup, and that I think is hard to believe considering Doki just debuted around that time. And mockups usually take 2 to 4 days to complete and aren't a full-time day, 8-hour days. Side note, I do not see any hidden costs that might be attached, and I'm not an artist, hence me asking to clarify this a few times so I can double check this with legal and finance and with other artists in similar spaces on our end.
So they're trying to pay them for the
We
mock-up.
asked multiple quotes. We are not the same company as the previous C tweet, referring to management, because this was management 3, and there was like a middle
Right.
management 2, and then there was management 1. Yeah, not him like devaluing the
So
artist's
they're,
work.
so they're trying to find the amount for the
But by
mock-up.
the way, again, like
The
what you
paid
look
out.
at is not just a finished product. The hours it takes the artist to research the PC, to research the builds, to put things together. A lot of research is extra time. That's still time you should be paid for.
That is untrue. If you've not signed a contract and things like that, and you were discussing having a conversation, it was your choice as a business owner not to put them into a contract and charge them for that time. You literally look like you're just talking to them and trying to get to the point to get their business, right? This is such a backwards way of looking at business. Like, you have to sign a contract. and then you could charge them for those hours. Research and stuff like that. I'm sorry, but you should have signed a contract before you invested all that time. That's on you as a business owner.
Dokibird Production and Stakeholders was its own company and wasn't owned by Dokibird. The team that worked there was fired for reasons as
Yep,
she got
I
taken
only work in
advantage of, and she
contracts
started
and
her own new company.
invoices.
I understand you're not responsible or involved, but I'm trying to inform
Yep.
you since it's relevant information in a business sense. We're a totally different legal entity from the old company. The old company had no official agreements with you, and the new
Right.
company is looking into this and also
Yep.
have no agreements with you, let alone
That
take
is
over things in the
entirely
old company.
true.
Now, I'm still talking here since I do think some sort of resolvement should happen, even if we're not legally obliged or obligated, and our conversations haven't been the best. But I can't help but get the feeling that both sides feel taken advantage of.
This is entirely correct. I'm going to read this again. Now, I'm still talking here since I do think some sort of resolution should happen, trying to make it happen, even if we are not legally obliged and our conversation hasn't been the best. Nobody is legally obliged because nothing has been signed. And that's just true. As much as you might want to be upset about it, it's true. And I'm sorry that you sunk all this time into it. I genuinely am, because it sucks for everybody, right? Sucks for Doki, sucks for the artists, because I want the artists to get paid what they're owed. That's entirely true. They deserve to get paid for it, and it, going off what is read, the manager is willing to do that. But you got to tell them, I'm not going to work anymore or research or do anything else until you sign this contract to start paying me. And that's on you as a business owner. That's on you to put that out there and make them sign that. Or, I can't move forward the conversation until certain things are followed up and signed on. Like, that's your responsibility, and it sucks. I'm sorry, but that's how it goes. Nothing is in writing.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This is just
Yeah, go
weird. This
ask a
really reads as
lawyer.
gaslighting. Why are you explaining all the nitpicky of like previous management being fired? Again, who cares? That is not the artist's stuff. It's not the artist's job to know this. So all of this
It's absolutely the artist's job to know it, because nothing legal has been signed.
information is being presented in the lens of transparency. That's how the management 3 is framing it. Like, this is just to be transparent. Whereas to me, it, again, reads manipulative. As in, you're trying to push blame off of your shoulders onto management 1. Again, we've already established ages ago management.
They're just
1 screwed up.
explaining the
point that we need to
situation,
talk about is
dude.
who's gonna fix this. And it's Doki and team's responsibility to fix this. But all of this talk, Doki and her team keep going back and forth, like, about how we got here. And that, in my opinion, is done as a way to try to remove the responsibility off their shoulders. Being like, I don't have to deal with it because the previous management did it and I fired them. Well, gotta put it this way, guys.
I would agree with that. Had multiple times that been stated by Doki and other people that, or especially Doki, right? She's like, we fucked up. We're trying to make it right. We acknowledge this. So I disagree with that sentiment.
I hired somebody and to manage my social media, okay, and they go on Twitter and they start, I don't know, scamming people out of crypto using my Twitter accounts, and I fire them. Yeah, I fired them, but now I have to deal with a whole bunch of people that are down 10K because the previous management did crypto scams on my Twitter account, okay? I am still now responsible to clean up this mess because I hired them, and they were, as a result, my
Exactly. There's no
responsibility. And to me,
signed
this reads like a
contract.
whole lot of, I don't want to deal with it. And again, I don't like the saying here of, I get a feeling that both sides feel taken advantage of. So Doki was screwed over by the previous management. We've all agreed on that.
Well, the reason they feel that way is because Doki got fucked over by her other manager. The communication sucked, and in the other business, the artist, the PC builder, spent all of this time invested in the project, which they shouldn't have done without a signed contract. That's why they say that. That's fair. That's absolutely true. Both of them feel fucked over because it's just a shitty situation. But at the end of the day, Doki's team fucked up at the beginning. And the artist should not have spent time on something until something was put in place, officially and legally.
Keep talking about it, and I'm gonna crash out because we agreed on this. Like I'm not part of this conversation, right? But they agreed on it like 30 pages ago. They're still bringing it up as a way to like brush off responsibility. But anyways, Doki was screwed over, yes, but what do you mean taken advantage of, right? You hired a management team to run an auction that you didn't double check, so it went live as fucked up as it did. Again, partially your fault, mainly the manager's fault. You should have known, but as the big boss
Mostly
there,
manager, but yeah.
sometimes things slip past your view. Happens. Accidents happen.
Yep.
Who's going to fix this problem? The artist is taken advantage of because they haven't been paid. It's basically, how can I say I'm not going to pay you in like 50 different ways? Management 3 and Doki, but mainly.
What about verbal agreements? Bean Sprout, I'm not sure of the legality, but I will tell you this. Looking at these messages, I don't think you could pull any intention of a verbal agreement ever being made, because even in the old messages, it's like, and then we can figure everything out once we finalize this and that. So I don't even think anything in here would even be loosely, like legally, like some kind of binding agreement, you know? But I mean, we'd have to ask like Kono or
Thing I
something.
agree, keeps bringing up how management one fucked up. Again, like you said, Ham, you can't leverage this information against the artist because that's not the artist's fault. Pay the artist. Management.
What are they going to pay you for? They're going to pay you for the draft, the mock-up, right? But again, it's entirely true. There is no legal obligation. They're just stating
He
facts.
says, we understand that charity is Doki's thing and it might not be your thing, and you wish to get paid for services provided, even if there was no agreement, quote, or official signed.
I do sound like you never tell.
Fault. But within all reason,
I've accepted it a long time ago.
And failed early on for reasons provided out of their control. At that point, things have been put on a halt, not because of Dokibird production. I've seen you take very little accountability on that part when it comes to charging your provided services. With this, I mean,
Wait, I'm still talking here since I do think some of the resolutions happen. When you said that charity is Doki's thing, it might not be your thing, and you wish to get paid for services provided, even if there's no agreement, quote, or official signed stuff, right? I mean, of course they want that, right? But within a reason, the whole company has tried to connect multiple times and failed early on for reasons provided. At that point, things have been put on hold. I've seen you take very little accountability in the part where it comes to charging your provided services. With this, I mean, if any customers waits as long as perfectly normal to not be happy with the services and talk about a solution. I mean, again, he's right. They do have to take accountability on getting something
I mean,
signed.
if any customer,
That's
which
true.
we aren't, since there isn't any agreement, waits this long, it's perfectly normal to not be happy with the services and talk about a solution. Further, it took the new company to get back in touch with you, and when things did not go the correct way, more than the fair market value has been asked as services for a mock-up. What would have happened if we didn't get in touch? You can sense we feel taken advantage of for these and some other reasons. This, again, is so icky. Management 3 is gross. Writing here.
I try to understand and respect other people's thoughts. I try to have empathy behind stuff, but I genuinely cannot put myself in her shoes, read this thing, and divulge from it. They're icky. I can't. I literally have no empathy to put myself in your shoes on that statement.
We understand the charity's Doki's thing and it might not be your thing. You're implying the artist is a shitty person and morally corrupt for not
No,
wanting
you're
to donate
not.
to charity. When it's not their
What are you talking about?
responsibility to donate to charity because this was your charity auction. And the artist was under the impression they were going to be paid fairly for their services because those words came straight out of Doki's mouth. So
Yes, they would get paid fairly for their services once you agree and sign an agreement. Are you serious? You have to sign something. There has to be an agreement. Nobody ever agreed to anything. How can I pay you for work that's never been agreed upon? Bro, that is not how things work. If you genuinely believe that, if you genuinely want to die on that hill, you are going to be so disappointed with the rest of your life.
So what is with all this charity gaslighting? Like, the way I'm going to crash out feels like I've taken a shot every single time I hear some charity gaslighting. Very sober. But, man, again, they're saying
Management 3 is my new Oshi.
regarding how the artist dropped the ball in communication because of their medical stuff. The artist apologized. We saw the artist actively apologize. I'm so sorry for dropping the ball. It is my bad. I read those words. You saw it. Maybe Manager 3 didn't see it because...
So why is it that... Why... I understand the medical stuff is important, right? And I'm glad that they're doing okay. But why is it like when they have a problem communicating, it's okay. But then when Doki's team takes a while, it's not. I'm not saying that either side is right because in all honesty, like, I think the 9-month wait is ridiculous on Doki's team part. But you have to be fair about your reporting, right?
Because they weren't hired yet. I don't know, but with all philanthropic actions, Doki will benefit from this over time. The artist gain will be minimal. Yeah. The artist is just trying to get paid for their time, man. And then they add, furthermore, it took the new company to get back in touch with you. Yeah.
Are we back? Okay. Sorry, I don't know when my microphone cut out. The thing is you have to remember, if you want to get paid for your time, there has to be an agreement done with that. You know what I mean? Although I've done all this work, we never agreed on when can I get paid. Exactly. Like, there has to be an agreement in place. You can't get paid for work that you did on your own volition and then try to charge people.
Because it is your job to get back in touch with the artist, huh? The artist replied to the email being like, here's the options. Option A, I do the build. Option B, you refund the buyer and find a different builder. I still want to work with you guys. Let me know how to move forward. And then the artist got ghosted. I feel like it's pretty
Right,
fair
it's
for
all
the
in
artist to
pre-work.
sue.
But what the artist said was that they did work. And they're like, wait, what work did you do? We never approved of that
But
work.
you guys decided to refund.
And so they're asking for
And
proof
again,
of that
as
work.
the auction host, it's your responsibility to make sure everything follows through. I mean, with any customer, which we aren't, since there isn't any agreement. The reason there isn't any agreement is because you guys screwed up. And the artist defending themselves. We are...
Well, yes, I understand that there's not an agreement because the beginning, but that's a two-way street, bro. You cannot say that it's only Doki's team's fault. That's also on the artist as well. I'm sorry, but you're gonna hate that this is the truth, but they have to also get the agreement taken care of on their end as well. What's up, Northie? Thank you for the 7 months. No agreement, no
We're
work.
now 11 months out from this happening. The artist says, my services include, but are not limited to, the mock-up design that was created on a rush turnaround. I provided a breakdown of the additional labor and administrative work in
Well, why was it a rush turnaround? They said there was no time limit.
being as transparent as possible about my rates and costs. The proposals, updated hardware list, cost breakdown calculations, project planning and coordination, and other documents are part of the services you requested last month. You are correct, there are no hidden costs involved. To build trust, I've also offered to share previous invoices from similar projects to demonstrate my rates are consistent and aligned with industry norms.
All
I'm
right.
not a large company, but rather an academically recognized, published small artist specializing in unique boutique PC builds. My charges reflect the scope, complexity, and quality of the work involved. If this weren't the case, the auction winner would not have bid on the item. Additionally, I've consulted a charity manager who works with Tiltify to better understand the situation. From my understanding,
Wait. My services include but not limited to the mock-up design. I provide a breakdown of the additional labor and administrative work in the spreadsheet. They're not... The question is work that you did before. Like, you've already said that you've done work, right? What work was that? They're talking about proposals. They're answering the wrong question, right, chat?
the contract between the auction winner and Doki states the winner is to receive a bespoke piece created by me. As per industry standards, the item should be fulfilled by the artist specified in the auction terms unless otherwise stated. While I understand shopping around for codes, Doki's obligation under the contract is to provide an item created by me as advertised to the customer. The charity...
There's no contract. There's no contract. Didn't the initial listing for the PC, let me see, Yep. Please don't anticipate the addition of completion is estimate based on previous experiences of projects and is subject to change. It's right there, guys. It's literally right there, subject to change.
in question had no formal relationship with me as the creator. This was an in aid of fundraiser, meaning the funds raised were donated to the charity, but the charity itself had no involvement in managing or fulfilling the auction. Therefore, there should be no discussion of further donation or garnishing my pay, as this falls entirely outside the scope of the charity's involvement. Regarding the separation between Dokibird production and your current entity, while I acknowledge the distinction, the work was initiated under the previous company, and continuity of responsibility is implied through our ongoing discussions and your acknowledgement of the project.
That's untrue. That right there is untrue. Regarding the separation, I acknowledge it, right? The distinction. The work was initiated on the previous company, and continuity of responsibility is implied through our ongoing discussions and acknowledgement of the project. No, nothing was signed. That's the problem. The word implied. Implied. There is nothing legally binding in this whole contract in here. You know what I mean? That means nothing. I need I need Kono. I need Kono. That's what I need right now. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on. Like 2 seconds, chat. Let me ask Kono. If Kono's available. I don't think they are. Fuck. Okay. We need to ask Kono about this, but I will bet you money. Legally, this is not upholding. It's not.
We've already addressed the breaches and missteps by both sides regarding my agreement with the previous entity. Despite these challenges, I remain committed to resolving the matter promptly and fairly to ensure the auction winner receives the item.
He also
they
didn't
deserve.
provide an
I'm still
invoice
open to
for
resolve
that
this
work.
amicably and working with you on a fair solution. However, the amount due reflects the work I've completed in good faith and aligns with rates I've charged for similar projects. Edited to try to fix the bullet points. The artist, by the way, oh my god. Patience of a saint! They remain professional up until this day. It is crazy. This artist bent over backwards to try to make the situation happen, reaching out, negotiating, lowering their prices astronomically to minimum wage to try to make it happen. And then as a result, they're just getting it thrown back in their face and being gaslit. Being like, well, you took a cheaper rate. Why didn't you donate to charity? Da, da, da. Saying all this stuff because the artist was
That's not even fucking true, bro. And you know that's
willing to
not
bend over
true.
backwards to try to make this happen, and it's just being used as like a gotcha later. This is so icky. The artist says, I've thoroughly considered the
It's
situation at
not,
hand,
though. It's not,
and
dude.
unfortunately have to notify you my final quote is the previously stated £8,600. I understand why this is complicating for you all due to managerial changes and the amount of time that's passed. I apologize for wavering on this decision, which may have contributed to miscommunication on the subject.
I think that is absolutely fair, and I'm glad that they said that. That is very,
not gonna
very
accept
fair.
any less than my industry standard rate, and I'm not interested in undercutting other independent artists in the industry. I understand if you'd like to pursue this commission at a different quoted rate, but my compensation is non-negotiable. I'm unfortunately not interested in any further drawn-out dialogue, and therefore will not be responding to anything short of an agreed-upon offer. Thank you, and again, my apologies for any confusion in our time reaching the result. And Manager 3 says, we wish to continue...
I think that is great, and that's what should have happened way earlier. Thank you again. My apologies for the confusion. I cannot communicate anymore until there's agreed upon contract. That's it. That's fantastic. I think that should have been said way, way earlier, but At least it said no.
Conversations, but without concrete evidence as requested 3 to 4 times before, I cannot go back to the team and even start the further conversation of possible compensation. We requested several things, and these items have yet to be provided to us. If these items are provided, we might be able to assist you. The team also asked why you did not reestablish communication after losing contact upon your own return, and if you did, why was everything put on a halt? Once again, blaming the artist for something that isn't the artist's fault. If you wish to stop communicating on your end, then I cannot further help look for a possible solution between us. If you wish to pursue any legal matters, then please contact Doki's business email, and hopefully you can find your resolution there with Dokibird Production. Please be advised that Dokibird doesn't work underneath them anymore, but they're still fulfilling previous contractual agreements. So here, Management 3 is trying to brush the problems and like throw it back onto Management 1. It seems that
Bro, no, they're not. It's a... Bro, they said if it's legal, you have to contact this other company. They're just telling you, if you want to go some legal route, this is under a different entity. It's under a different company. They're not brushing it off. They're giving you the contact.
The final conclusion moving forward was Doki's management was going to look for another builder to complete the PC build, having not compensated the original artist in the process. They shopped around, potentially going through a PC company before settling on a buyer, or a builder, sorry. So we have more updates. Now, beyond that, like almost 3 months have passed. We're now at the end of April.
So chat, ultimately, they decided not to work together. And the artist, the PC builder, is upset because they were not compensated for the work they did, the time, right, on research and whatever else, right? But I want to remind you all, they had no contract in place. And also they said, I don't normally provide sketches beforehand, but I'm going to do it this time. So I'm sorry that you did all that work. And I feel like you should have been paid for it. But here's the problem. Number one, you did all that work on your own volition. And number two, when Doki manager asked you for an invoice for that work, proof of that work, you never provided it. And I think they were hung up on thinking that it wasn't like for that, it was just the other stuff, like all the stuff for the PC that they were thinking about doing.
April 28th, the buyer says, I was given an email for the builder finally. Ever encountered this email before? Googling has netted me nothing. And they dropped the email. The artist says, wait, it's about to be May and you've only just got the builder? They made you wait a whole 5 months. I have to laugh at how ridiculous that is. Goodness me, that is really dreadful. I've never heard of this person before. They don't have any other social media than a YouTube channel. They look like they're a small creator, but it's a bit weird if they're a creator and have like no other socials than a throne wish list and an email, which is a Gmail domain. They don't seem to have much of a portfolio for PC builds is something I'm noticing. Like, I'm not sure if it's because the company won't do it. This builder will have to come up with their own design. If even an established company partnered with a famous VTuber can't fulfill her request for as cheap as she wants it to be, and she won't pay me to do it like she was supposed to, big concern about this creator being exploited with how much this should cost. Doki shouldn't be trying
Oh my god.
to undercut industry prices as one of the most famous VTubers in the world. Big yikes. Yeah, by the way, so the redacted PC company, from my understanding, Doki and their team had went to this PC company being like, oh, we want this build and we want it for this price. And the company said it wasn't possible. And they quoted Doki at around the same price that the artist had quoted Doki for, being like, if this is what you want, this is how much it's going to cost. The literal company had given a very similar quote, which is why Doki's team did.
I'm going to say, where's the proof in that? Putting this allegedly up in the top corner. Bro, come on.
So the buyer responds, everything is fine.
Yeah, by the way, chat, we're going to dive into the PC price here in just a bit. Just wait.
In the sense that parts are ordered and everything, but it wasn't until the last second they're like, quote, okay, here's the guy that's going to build it. Send the shipping label here, end quote. Everything was trucking along real slow. And in reply to the artist not having any socials, the buyer says, this appears to be a suggestion from the PC company rather than Doki, I think. I'm still doing a one-on-one correspondence with Doki. The group chat with the company never ended up happening. I honestly don't know how much the creator is being paid. That part was never mentioned to me. I suppose it's just interesting how this is coming back to bite her in the butt, since from the time when the part list was finalized, which fit into her budget, to now the final amount she had to pay for parts has increased like a third. Honestly, I think I got an email address with an
which sucks because inflation and things like that, right? Especially with the tariffs, I imagine the timing on that is really, really unfortunate for Doki because she is having to pay a lot more.
Day of me asking for at least the 4th time about shipping info. For example, tips carrier type of shipping, because I told them I was leaving the US soon to travel and I wanted it to be set up before I left. Doki suggested that I even wait until I come back. I'm like, no, we are now almost in May and the auction happened the first week of March last year. We are now 14 months out. And then May 7th, the buyer has an update. So
way
Doki
too
ordered
long.
stuff from Amazon and didn't realize it got
long.
canceled because Amazon thought it was fraud because it was shipped to the builder in the US while Doki lives in Canada. And the builder didn't even know it was supposed to be directly shipped to them. And apparently them pinning the PC company rep twice still didn't get an answer. And the artist says, what? This is such a colossal train wreck. I'm impressed. And the buyer says, it's a stupid game of telephone. Me communicating with Doki, which will communicate with the PC company rep, which communicates with the builder. But at least now it's me communicating with Doki, who communicates with the rep, who communicates with the builder, but there is now a line of communication between the buyer and the builder. And the artist says, I feel so bad for you and the builder. And the buyer says, sad face, I forgot what you said, but you were right. They did shop around for the cheapest they could get, aka free. And the artist says, what do you mean free? And the buyer sends the message from the builder, which reads, I'm sorry if they told you a certain date, but I clearly told them I can't give a date if I don't have the rest of the parts. I can't control anything out of my control. I am at their mercy since they handled ordering and logistics. I am just a builder, a free builder at that. Conclusion. This seems to be a situation that completely got out of hand due to the faulty charity auction setup from the first management, alongside miscommunication from constant changing management and mismanaged expectations of how this would go down. It also does appear there's misaligned expectations.
I actually do agree with that, right? It did get out of hand because the initial stuff from the first manager, alongside miscommunication with constantly changing management and mismanaged expectations how this would go down from both sides. So let me make that clear, from both sides.
The artist, who's very familiar with working with industry and PC builds, entering into this relationship thinking it would be a casual relationship with the VTuber, and Doki's management, and potentially Doki by extension, thinking it was a professional relationship. A fair amount of miscommunication stems from the original $3,500 quote pulled by management one from a previous build of the artist, which used the wrong currency, only included PC parts, and didn't account for the fact that build pricing is not interchangeable one-to-one. There also was no mention of Doki wanting a duplicate of each item. This becomes irrelevant later as Doki ended up getting a custom PC through other means, and this served—
Thank God they finally acknowledged the part about the second PC.
Due to management changing midway, there was also misunderstanding between artist and management 2 as to whether the build was even continuing at all. Management 1 also made it extremely clear to the artist that Doki would be completely paying for the build, but future management would not have the same understanding, expecting the—
That's not true. What are you talking about? Doki said the whole time she was gonna pay for it.
To then donate the computer. And finally, there was a misunderstanding about budget and who was paying for what, with the buyer willing to cover the difference of upgrading the expected PC parts to the top of the line items they wanted and pricing of the artist's hourly rate, with expectations of the artist not charging for labor at all, to then minimum wage, to then the artist's standard rate in 2024 of 32 British pounds per hour.
I mean, that was definitely just a lot of miscommunication from that side and back and forth, right?
It seems like a colossal series of missteps, with Doki and management not wanting to step up as the bigger person to remedy the issue. To this day, the artist—
That is your conclusion? That is your conclusion? What? What do you mean? Doki literally said multiple times, here is the budget. I'm going to pay all of it out of pocket, literally twice as much as originally going to make it right, because it was already fucked up by the first manager, right, chat? So how in anywhere in this shape or form did you say they didn't want to step up to be the bigger person? They said, hey, this is the budget. The person said, I can't do that. And I said, okay, well, can we meet in the middle? And then they said no. And then there was a lot of back and forth. And they decided, Doki's like, I'm going to get out of this conversation because I don't feel very comfortable with it. And they ultimately decided they can't work with each other. And that's okay. That is a business decision.
This has not been compensated for their labor, nor has a bidder received a PC. And it appears there's a new builder who is doing the build for free. So
let me go back to that statement really quick. Did it say the artist has not been compensated for their labor? What labor did they do outside of that sketch that they chose to do outside of a contract? They still haven't told us what that is. They never qualified their labor.
Nor has a bidder received a PC. And it appears there's a new builder who's doing it for free. So
I bet I did.
The way it reads to me is that overall this charity was started as a good intention charity to raise money, and it has divulged into this crap fest, where through means either Doki or Management 3 or both did not want to pay the artist for what the PC build would fully cost, and they hopped through as many hoops as possible to avoid that by trying to gaslight the artist into it's charity so you should donate it, into charge minimum wage.
They never said that.
Other stuff, and then trying to push blame onto Management 1 as a way to try to not take responsibility for this.
Bro, they never did that. They explained the situation. They said, hey, they didn't try to gaslight you into donating it. Bro, that narrative came from the artists themselves, which we already read, right? They're disgruntled that they didn't get paid for all this work, which I'm sorry. You deserve to get paid, but you also should have put a fucking contract in place and not done work outside of the scope of the contract that, by the way, was never created or signed.
whole PC situation divulging into the way it does. And everything completely fell apart. And at the end of the day, everyone loses except Doki and the charity, essentially, right? Doki did this charity stream, so as a result, received like the accolades for doing the charity stream, and then the charity received the money, which is fair. That was the end goal at all. But now we have an artist that is not paid for all the time and labor they put into this.
Exactly,
We have a
Canadian
bidder
Thor.
who is out 6.6K without receiving a PC, with no line in sight for still receiving the PC because there's still issues with this new builder, and that's where it stands today. At the end of the day, a lot of people might be like, is this a moral situation, right? Is Doki a bad person? I don't think Doki is a bad person. I think Doki handled this poorly. Is this one situation a representative of who Doki is as a human being? No, right? I don't know Doki as a person. But this is gonna sound so privileged, but Doki is a big creator. Is money this big of an issue? As in the moral high ground of wanting to make sure the price of the PC matches what the charity got, then why couldn't you donate the difference to charity and pay for the PC? And now it's all done. Just pay out of pocket, take the loss, and call it a day. Or do a payment plan or something. Like, I don't know. To me, it just...
The thing is like, I don't want to assume anybody's financial stuff, but her thought was that Doki should just see all of the costs behind everything. The thing is like, Doki was actually willing to do that, right? She gave a budget. She was communicating to try to reach a middle ground. And unfortunately, because that was never done, now she assumes that as, oh, well, Doki didn't want to pay it at all, which is not the case. Yeah, not at all.
just feels so icky to see a bigger creator just like over and over again, them and their management, right, try to gaslight the artist into taking a much lower
They didn't
rate. I would
gaslight
love to
them.
hear your thoughts about all of this. Who do you think is at fault, and what do you think is the best solution for this? At the end of the day, a whole bunch of people got burned in the process, which really, really sucks. And hopefully this could get resolved soon, guys, because this has been going on for 14 months, by the way. No resolutions, whatever. And like, people seem to be saying that Doki is independent now, so I don't even know if this manager 3 is still working with them, etc. But this is just unfortunate.
It's probably
If you
their
like the video, I
independent
appreciate it. If you
manager.
like it, subscribe. I don't know if I'm gonna make the doc public. I might not. I've never made a Google Doc call out before, but yeah.
She didn't even know that Doki went independent back in 2024. So she has no context about the whole situation. So ultimately, chat, out of this, Doki did respond with her own Google Docie. So let's go take a look at what she had to say, chat, in her Google Doc. And I feel like this is, of course, extremely important because it does explain a lot of what happened here. So now, before we continue, chat, and I take a sip here of my gamer subs, how did you feel about Kat's coverage, chat? Did you feel like it was good? Did you feel like it was bad? Do you feel like she was fair? Do you feel like she misrepresented stuff? How do you feel? I don't want to be any influence in what your thoughts are. I want to know strictly from you what you think it is before I continue. Absolute garbage, bruh. Misrepresented the whole thing. It's bad as always. Yeah, you know what's funny is like so many people said that. Even like Mujin said that. I was like, oh my god, actually, like that's crazy. So let's take a look here what Doki had to say, chat. The full statement on the charity auction and recent allegations. Everybody following this situation regarding the charity auction, I want to address the claims that have been circulating, particularly in a recent video. This has been an incredibly difficult experience, but I believe the full story deserves to be heard. First and foremost, I accept the handling of the auction item was far from ideal, which is true. I want to sincerely apologize to those impacted, especially the winner, for the delays and confusion. I tremendously appreciate the patience and support the winner has shown me. I take responsibility for how things unfolded, but I also need to be transparent about the challenges that were taking place behind the scenes, many of which have not been shared publicly until now. I feel like it is time to share this with everybody as I would come to terms with what occurred in the summer. At the time during the auction was concluding, I was in the middle of a serious and distressing situation. My previous management team had taken full control of my brand, and I was actually working with lawyers and police to reclaim ownership of Dokibird. So, her previous management team had the entirety of control of the Dokibird brand. During this time, I was also forced to move out of my home under police supervision, a situation so severe it required formal reports and help of a personal friend and staff. It was during this incredibly turbulent time that the charity item fell into my hands of my team while I was trying to survive and restart my life from the ground up. I won't go into too much detail, but a screenshot of a snapshot of how bad it was. Wow. That's crazy. I knew there was like a tweet, but even still, like to get the full like context of it is crazy. So here it is. She just left. I'll have a small window to leave the apartment. Before she comes back, are the police coming? Because I won't be home. When they do, exit the apartment. They're almost there. I'm packing up right now to leave. Grab a charger. Officer's calling you. Please let me know if everything is okay. Wow, that sounds really, really intense. She explains it. Okay. I don't see any comments by her. But anyway, we'll keep going. To be fair, my team and I were under a lot of pressure. We still came out of this and had to immediately start to pick up the pieces of the business. And during this time, there was no attempt from the other side to follow up or reach out after the initial silence. My staff wasn't sure how to proceed, and I truthfully was overwhelmed and unable to manage the situation while trying to reestablish basic stability in our personal and professional life. Hey, Doki, there's a metric ton of work that's still unfinished, unaddressed. As much as I like to get the room to let you settle in with the moves, shit needs to be done. We can't keep pushing things back. It's already unprofessional that things have been delayed this long. The charity auction still has multiple items that need addressing. The most important being the custom PC, which still is made in progress. This is back in August 5th. And I've received another inquiry as to where the plan for it is. Bottom line is there needs to be a new builder arranged, or at least a budget, 6.6k USD, allocated to either build a thing or reimburse the bidder in full. Eventually, I stepped back in personally to handle the PC building. When it became clear it was dragging on too long, I contacted the bidder myself and was informed of a prior medical emergency. Still, no follow-up ever came from them afterward, despite months passing, and I had to initially contact them again. All right, so there you go. As for the auction process itself, the starting bid was always intended to reflect the cost of the item. This was standard across all auction pieces. As many artists we worked with confirmed this. I was confirmed that the PC build kept increasing the quoted price from 6k to 8k to 14k or 12k to 14k with no consistent rationale. So again, we talked about this chat. The price kept increasing. They're wondering why. Even offered to pay more than the original bid due to the delays, but the shifting figures and eventual threat of daily penalties for missing an arbitrary deadline left me overwhelmed and unsure if I could continue the partnership. The builder agreed to provide irrational hours in the time lock, asking for obscene amounts and of services we never agreed upon. Eventually, I was told I owed a 4k cancellation fee. That's new information. Yet I had not agreed to any finalized scope or cost. There was no contract signed between me, Dokibird, and them directly. Here's one of the quotes they sent us. So, chat, take a look here at this stuff. The case, mobile, CPU, all that stuff, right? Here's the estimated cost, right? I want you to look at the labor hours. Now, I'm not a professional, chat. I don't build PCs, but based on what I've been seeing and what other people have been seeing, project production labor, 40 hours, weeks, 4. So that would be 160 labor hours at 32 hours. Total labor, $6,351. Hell no, that's a scam. That is absolutely a scam. Pre-project labor estimate. Again, they said 3 weeks of time. There's no fucking way. That's actually a scam. That's actually a scam. And so this now leads to a new narrative, chat, where Doki decided not to work with them because these prices didn't make sense. He said, hey, this isn't right. I need you to justify this. Give me an invoice or all this stuff. And there it is, chat. There it is. Now you see why Doki did not want to end up working with them and ask for stuff, because this doesn't make sense. And the timesheet they claimed to have accumulated already for 120 hours, which my staff and I found untruthful, especially was not shown any proof of labor. So they said, I worked 120 hours on stuff, but they didn't provide any proof, right? We requested if there was a way to provide us proof, which they also ignored. So look at this. Hours worked, 8 hours on all of these days, right? What were you doing? Are you counting communication? Because I'm going to tell you, nobody pays for communication to build up for a project, right? Especially nothing gets signed upon. If you're charging 8 hours, oh, I talked to you about this stuff. Bro, nothing got signed. You were talking to get to an agreement, which was never signed. Draft this eyes for one thing multiple times. A time lapse of the PC build that was drafted. Interesting how that was left out of Cat's video, which the builder themselves had originally said existed. They told us it existed. I asked if I could see it, but then it was ignored. I even stated in writing that I would pay the full amount, no questions asked. Despite multiple requests by me and my staff via email, it was never delivered. At this point, the builder's behavior was shown bad faith to me. The buyer, right? We have requested these items multiple times. This is actually back in February. In various emails and DMs, you stated that you would provide them, but we still have yet to receive those items. We said it would be willing to provide compensation if these items were provided, so we do not understand why this had been ignored multiple times. So again, Doki wanted to give them compensation for stuff, but as you can see right here, chat, unfortunately, they never provided proof, so Doki could not provide them compensation. Dokibird team, we have never agreed upon or communicated any pricing of anything for you to make a quote for us, and this would be a chargeable service. No other company does this, and you did not make it clear to us that you're charging us for this as a service in any way, shape, or form when we reach out to you in 2025. 100% fucking agree. Absolutely agree. What's up? How's it going, Gladiator? They never said we're going to charge you just to communicate, which even again, that's ridiculous. But had something been signed, that's different. But again, that was never put out there, right? You did not inform us every time we interact. It would be charged. Exactly. You claim to have worked with us, worked in the past before 2025 with Dokibird Production on things regarding a mock-up created about a year ago. And you wish to get paid for those services provided. And the item isn't on your timesheet and wasn't charged. So let me get this straight. You charge them for communication, but they never actually provided a time or work or any of that for the quote-unquote mock-up that they created for them. Interesting how that works out. This raises even more questions on our end because you stated this mock-up was the work that was being charged for until you added the other items later on with no tangible proof wrapped up as services that weren't communicated that this would cost money or further discussed, signed, or approved on. You have also disappeared for 6 months without notifying us in the beginning until 2 different managements gave up talks with you. So again, this destroys the narrative that Doki was not communicating with them between manager 2 and 3, because apparently they did reach out multiple times, according to this. We also still have yet to receive the time-lapse video, which you requested multiple times. You stated you will provide to us. If you did not have the time-lapse video, then please tell us the truth that you do not have the video. Yeah, literally, Belly. that came to incredibly personal accusations across the line for me. I was pocketing charity money, and I did this for a tax write-off. These are not only false, but deeply hurtful. All money from the bids went directly to the charity through Tiltify. I paid artists out of pocket, including shipping and production costs, and in some cases, even covered increased rates myself. To be accused of doing this for personal gain was crushing, especially someone who is constantly trying to share what I have with others, which is very true, right? Doki is constantly trying to hold big events, share her wealth of VTubing with others. So I can see why she took this so personally. Due to how emotionally charged this situation became, I chose to step away and let my team manage it more professionally. I was on a rare, long-awaited vacation at the time, which also suffering from severe food poisoning, and still trying to resolve this issue behind the scenes. This was well documented on stream and on social media. Anyone who knows me knows I rarely take time off. This was on a trip to Japan for my first LAN Apex event, which had been planned for months. Eventually, I worked with a new PC builder using my high case. I upgraded all my parts on my own expense and tried to spend nearly 10K to deliver what was promised. Unfortunately, Amazon canceled my parts orders shortly after the winter's travel date, meaning we could no longer deliver the PC in time. At this point, the winner and I mutually agreed that I would send them 7.5K to build their own non-themed PC. We considered the matter resolved. And as you'll see, chat, they tried to order this stuff back on May, 20th, or I'm sorry, April 20th. And here are all the parts. Also, all the parts were this much in the end. 2 days later, the video was posted. After the payment had already been made, and the issue had already been settled. The video description and pinned comment were edited after the fact. They say I didn't pay the auction winner, but it falsely implied I did so because of public pressure. That's simply not true. So you see, chat, Dokibird paid out the winner of that total amount of money, right, chat? And, of course, the video that was listed by, Kat was made, just 2 days after this had happened, which I don't think Kat knew that. But nonetheless, the timing of that is pretty crazy. So let's go take a look here at the pinned tweet. I do want to read this out for you guys. Update, there's finally been a resolution to this situation, and the buyer will be receiving a refund alongside an additional $1K for the troubles. The artist still has not been compensated for their involvement in this project. Why would they be compensated? There's no contract. Why would they wanted to do it too? That's the other thing, is stoking them multiple times. Please let us compensate you. Just provide to us proof that you provided this work. They are not providing the proof, so how can we compensate you for work that you haven't shown has been done? Absolutely crazy, chat. Absolutely crazy. Let's go back to Doki's document. I didn't screenshot anything from our conversation in the Discord group because I'd hoped to resolve this privately without dragging it to the public eye. But in hindsight, I'm dead. But in hindsight, this was naive. I've always tried to avoid public conflict, but now I'm being forced to defend myself from a one-sided narrative. The pain cuts deeper when I've seen people claiming I didn't want to pay because of the most expensive item. That's not true. I paid for other auction items valued even higher. And this was even never about avoiding payment. It was about trying to navigate an increasingly confusing, emotionally fraught, and mismanaged situation in the middle of one of the hardest years of my life. I remember, Chad, she's gone through all that stuff in the summer. She was going with the transition from her PL. I mean, I can't even imagine for her. For context, I've always tried to treat the artists I work with fairly. I sometimes pay late because I'm overwhelmed or unwell. And as my community knows, I've faced numerous health and personal challenges lately, but I always pay. I've covered late fees, offered bonuses, and donated to artists in need. To now be accused of something manipulative or exploitive after everything I've given financially and emotionally is devastating. I'm not perfect. I get emotional. I talk from the heart, and not always from a business-only place. And yes, I should have kept some personal matters out of these conversations. That's on me, but I'm only one person trying to keep everything afloat. Be called a manipulator, gaslighter, when all I've done is try to fix things, learn, and grow, is deeply unfair. This entire experience has broken my heart. The statement was not something I ever wanted to write, but after being repeatedly asked to say something, and after having personal pain used for public drama, I feel exploited, and I felt like I had no choice. And this is the only time I'll have to speak on this. So this is it, chat. She doesn't plan on covering this anymore. Moving forward, I will no longer be handling direct negotiation for my brand. I've learned that my emotional communication style makes me vulnerable, being misunderstood or misrepresented, and I don't want to affect others. All people will take a moment to hear the full context, not just the most viral part of the story. Thank you to those who've shown patience, understanding, and support. Apologies for my break this week because I'm tired. All I want to do is spend time with my closest and only family right now, as my dog just got home after surgery and rehabilitation. I'm still learning. I'm still healing. And I'm trying to do better every single day. So chat, let's go look at some statements made by some other people who have spoken about the quality of Doki. And can confirm Doki has never once failed to pay me fairly, and payment delays have never been longer than like a week. So coming directly, of course, from an artist. People that are more qualified than me about building PCs, chat, because again, we question the labor costs. Timing in again, but there is no way in hell this takes 120 hours. And no way has this person worked 3 weeks, every workday for 8 hours on this. I've assembled PCs in 2 to 3 hours. The art looks like a week, a job max. If you expect everything yourself, this is absolute lunacy. And again, this is just the mock-up, right? Apparently there was more work, but they've yet to provide the proof for that. On top of that, chat, sorry for the uncharacteristic engagement VTuber drama, but he's willing to pay $15K. No questions asked, as long as the builder provided any proof of those 120 hours of labor. Builder claimed they had a time lapse, didn't send it. How was it on Doki? 100% agreed. Of course, we also have another person. I think you guys know Entity. I've shown them off before on stream, but I don't have all the context, so I won't weigh in it too much here. I'm working with Doki on tons of projects over the past 3.5 years, and it's been great. He's the only one whose projects I never turned down, despite not doing comms anymore for years now. There are sometimes delays in communication, but I've never been ghosted or have not been paid for my work ever. I can tell from every commission that she cares and wants what's best for her community. Another one for you to read, chat. Doki was willing to pay the absurd amount to the artist as long as they provided proof of labor. And when they do provide zero proof of labor, that was the requirement. So how are these people blaming Doki? Hello? I agree. And again, guys, you know, just to point out, from people that actually like work on PCs or no more, how is this actual drama? If you're in any experience in building PCs, you should know that the builder is a moron. Charging $15K for a B650 board and no 4090 alongside with no storage, or what seems to be a custom UV prints and decor for 160 hours of labor. LMAO, no, not 1 cent. So again, chat, no proof of labor. Ridiculous labor hours attributed with whatever this work was. I think the narrative is very clear. I'm sorry, not the narrative. I think the truth is very clear here. Kat took what was sent to her, pulled out what was at face value, tried to slander Doki, make her look bad, misrepresent what she had to say, kept saying that they were guilt tripping when they were not, that Doki was responsible to pay for communication when there was no contract ever put in place. When Doki offered to pay for it, the person never provided the proof of labor. Did I miss anything, chat? Did I miss anything? Yeah, it feels like a smear campaign. It feels that way. So, chat, now that I have given you every single tiny bit, itty bitty bit of proof, what do you think of this situation, chat? What are your thoughts? I want to hear. I really want to hear from y'all because I think it's a very clear cut. This artist was asked for proof. They never did it. They felt slighted about it. And they tried to make it public. And Kat ran with a narrative. And now it's going to blow up in all their faces. Shrimply, shrimply, shrimply. I agree. I owe you 2 wheel spins, by the way. So I'm going to do those right now while I get your thoughts. I don't think she could sue for defamation. I don't really know if it kind of qualifies as that, right? But I definitely think that this is a really bad look for Kat. Really, really bad look. You did not do your proper research. You did not actually present the full story to your viewers as well. Because here's the problem now. She keeps changing this pin post. The best thing she can do is make another video immediately and address, oh, here's the truth. I you know, everything I said was wrong. But your viewpoint of saying that they were gaslighting and doing all these horrible things, it's just untrue. It's just untrue. Congratulations, you got a minute off of me, chat. Mainly some Niji Sanji live retweeted on LT and got other VTubers PLs and replies celebrating it. They're outing themselves. Yeah, I mean, again, Doki did not do wrong here. He literally did not do wrong. What I will point out is that the management stuff was bad, right? And she is responsible for that at the end of the day. However, she did take the most proper way, in my opinion, to deal with this. She reached out. She tried to be involved. So, like, I feel like even though when things went wrong, she tried to do her best to make it right. You know what I mean? And I feel like misrepresenting that or saying, oh, like, people gaslighted and did wrong is horrible. Someone that has built PCs for years now, years, sorry. If you build PCs on a professional level, it should not take that long. It should take around 6 hours at most. if there are no special components like custom water cooling. So I will tell you, Huntress, you know, we put together my PC, and it took us about 8 hours, and that was between A and I. We're not professionals, but we knew a little bit of what we were doing. So, like, it's not as hard as people make it out to be, but I feel like these hours are attributed to communication, which just, you can't charge people for communication for a contract, to get a contract, right? If you're communicating to earn someone's business, you can't charge people for that. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. So I feel like they thought they were entitled to that, but no agreement was ever made. No promise for business. Bada bing, bada boom, chat. Yeah, the tea was piping hot. I forgot. My bad, chat. So ultimately, I look at this chat. This is a bad look for Kat. She didn't look at the whole situation. She didn't dive into everything. I know that Doki's response came out afterwards, but she needs to immediately either A, take her video down, or B, she needs to make a follow-up video and be like, yeah, you know, this narrative that I ran with, yeah, this was wrong. But she needs to make sure that she rights her wrong. Because if she doesn't, bro, it's going to be so bad. It's going to be so bad. So what do you think, chat? What do you think needs to happen here? Do you think that, you know, Doki needs to make another statement? Do you think Kat needs to make a statement? What do you think is the resolution here? Yeah, I'll tell you, P. Falcon, she won't. At least in my opinion. I've interacted with her a few times, and I don't think she will. Yeah, guys, I do want to remind you all, as much as we talked about this, right? Don't go harass anybody. Don't go after anybody. Don't bother Kat. Don't go on her Twitter. Don't be that person, because I don't want that behavior in my community, guys. I very much am against that. If you do that kind of stuff and I find out, you will be excommunicado from my community, guys. Don't do that. I can't control what you guys do, but I can cultivate and protect my community. So, guys, don't do that kind of stuff, right? Read the pin post. Be nice. If you don't like what she says and you disagree, make your voice heard, right? You know, share your opinion on your profile and things like that. But I don't want to see any of you guys harassing anybody, okay? SK's Cat and the artist fade into obscurity. I mean, like, I feel like this is a good opportunity for Kat to come forward and just be like, look, I was wrong. You know, like, take some accountability. Frankly, I think what needs to be happening is people like you who actually look into it and show people the truth. Yeah, I mean, trust me, I'm going to tweet about this. I'm going to be tweeting about this right after. So I have quite a lot to say. I mean, I've been taking my notes. It's crazy situation, chat. Crazy. So I hope that you will all support Doki out of this. That's my biggest hope. Because again, nobody deserves to be harassed this way. Doki is such a fantastic creator. I really look up to her. I think that she is just she's one of the best, guys. I really do appreciate her and everything that she does. I really, really hope that we can come to support her and give her some love, because she seriously you know, really, really deserves our support on it. Especially in this where it's straight up like, hey, bro, like, she's definitely like fucking like, you know, innocent, right? So that's all that I want you guys to do for me, okay, guys? Just support Dokibird in this. That's my biggest thing I ask from all of you. So, all right, my loves, I'm gonna run. Thank you all so much for an amazing stream today. Thanks for talking about this Dokibird stuff. Thanks for sticking with me through a long-ass fucking video. I appreciate all of you, okay? We're gonna go raid a huge cutie, Arturo. He is actually playing that new game, Player Obscure. So give her some love, and thank you guys so much for being here. I will see you all tomorrow night. We are going to be we're playing Doom. Oh, we're playing Doom. Let's fucking go. I'm so excited. We're gonna play Doom. So come along with me. It's gonna be amazing, guys. Okay. Bye, everybody. Have a good rest of your day. Take care. Okay. I gotta record a video on this now. Bye, everybody.